Dumbledore's hands glided across the silver chain of the locket, his hands trembling from the ominous magic he felt between his fingers. The same magic that radiated from the necklace that had cursed Katie Bell. His eyes glanced up towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, the man looking at the jewelry with a heavy sneer. "Is that truly Slytherin's locket?" Snape whispered, only to be met with a grim nod. "I'm afraid so," Dumbledore muttered. "And there's no denying it, this is without a doubt one of his Horcruxes." The old headmaster's glimmering blue pools turned to the sword that hung on the wall by his desk, the goblin iron glimmering in the setting sun. "It's a shame to have to destroy such a relic, but it must be done. However, even with the basilisk venom that you have provided to enhance the sword, I managed to inflict nothing but a scratch on the emerald surface." "Why didn't it shatter?" Snape mumbled out. "If basilisk venom worked for both the ring and the diary, why would this locket be any different?" "I suspect it has to do with the fact that the locket is unopened," Dumbledore said as he scratched his chin. "I've tried a variety of spells to open it, but I suspect, due to its history, it requires a Parselmouth to reveal its contents." "I see this is quite problematic," Snape said with a sigh. "Yes," Dumbledore whispered. "Not as simple as my last solution of invading the chamber through the sewer systems. This requires a genuine Parselmouth to breach. Thankfully, however, we seem to have one in our castle." "Are you sure it is wise to introduce Potter to the locket? Frustrating as the boy is, he's no idiot." Snape turned his eyes towards the locket. "The boy has the capability of sensing magic. If he recognizes the magic of the locket against his own scar, it could create issues." "It is a bridge we will cross once we get there," Dumbledore said, adjusting his seating position. "For now, though, we have a much more dire circumstance to discuss. What report do you have regarding Draco's mission?" "His objective hasn't changed," Snape said, his eyes falling upon the cursed necklace, "though his methods have become rather complex." Snape grit his teeth in irritation. On an even less enthusiastic note, the boy has his father's stubbornness. Upon me asking if he wanted assistance, he accused me of wanting to steal his glory. He hasn't come to report to my office for weeks, and as I had no knowledge of this necklace attempt, it is becoming clear that monitoring him is becoming far more of a challenge than I expected. "This isn't acceptable, Severus," Dumbledore said, his voice weak and tired. "If my life is the only that is put in jeopardy, that is one thing, but if Draco remains unchecked, he's a true danger to this school. I won't be able to continue to guarantee his safety, and should Harry find out it was Draco who cursed Katie, I fear for the young man's life." "Potter is just a boy," Snape said, his voice lined with resentment. "A boy whose magic is now stronger than yours," Dumbledore muttered out. "I fear that should Harry and young Draco come to fight, Draco would be defeated quite easily, even with the Dark Lord's training of him." He paused, taking a look up at the dome-shaped roof above his head, the image of his once friend's electric blue eyes looking down at him making him shudder. "I'm not quite sure just how Harry managed to grow so strong, but the boy's new power, it's high, and it only seems to be growing." "I will see what I can do to convince the Dark Lord," Snape said with a bow. "At the moment, I fear he is the only man that Draco will listen to. Should I convince him that his plan may be in danger should Draco continue to proceed without my protection, there is a chance we may get him to instruct Draco differently." A knock on the door caught Dumbledore's attention as he turned once more to his most loyal follower. "Thank you, Severus. That will be all for tonight. If you can let Harry in on your way out, it would be much appreciated." Dumbledore watched from his chair as Severus departed, swinging his mahogany door open, revealing the young prefect that stood in his way. He watched in silence as the boy and Severus shot each other killing glances before Harry pushed forward, the door closing behind him. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said, bringing a smile to his face, desperately attempting to push down the less than promising news he'd just received. "I hope you've been doing well. Making progress with the Slughorn memory, I assume." Harry nodded. "Yeah, if all goes well, I think I may be able to extract the information from Slughorn after the party, provided I make him drunk enough." The boy's face looked tired. Alongside his prefect duties, Dumbledore knew far too well that Harry taken on quite his own share of ventures, from his place as seeker to his position as club leader. a club that had apparently been showing results of improved grades in charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. You'd have made a fine professor, Harry. I'm sorry you won't get the chance. Dumbledore's eyes softened slightly at the thought before Harry continued. What was the urgent message, though, Professor? I was in the middle of lesson planning when I got the letter. I trust the locket arrived in good condition. That is precisely the urgent news I was referring to, Dumbledore said, forcing his magic to flare around the locket, throwing off the trace. As I've stated previously, I'm not going to be around much longer, Harry, and there is a chance that we will be unable to destroy all of these objects in the time I have left. Should it come to that, I thought it was imperative that I teach you the secrets behind how to destroy one of these anchors. He watched as the boy's eyes widened with recognition as he took a seat, his posture at full attention. In my experiments, I have only come across one method that is capable of destroying these objects, that method being the use of basilisk venom, though as you can imagine, this presents an issue as the venom of a basilisk is quite rare. Dumbledore paused a moment, watching the boy's eyes before continuing. However, thankfully Professor Snape kept a small vial of poison on hand for brewing. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to use it as he hoped. Dumbledore rose from his chair, prompting Harry to do the same as they approached the sword which hung on the wall. Tell me, my boy, do you know what you are looking at? A sword, Harry responded, his brow tightly knit. Yes, Dumbledore said with a chuckle, but not just any sword. What you are looking at is the sword of the one and only Godric Gryffindor. Dumbledore held back his flash of amusement that grew in his chest upon seeing Harry gaze upon the sword in wonder. This sword is special for numerous reasons. However, the primary one behind its owner is its craftsmanship. The blade of this sword is made entirely of goblin steel, a metal I'm assuming you're familiar with from your history of magic class. Apologize, sir, Harry said, but I can't tell you the last time I've actually stayed awake throughout that whole class. What makes goblin steel so special? A shame, Harry, Dumbledore said with a slight grin. Obtaining as much knowledge as possible from wherever you can is one of the great joys of life. No matter, though, the reason that goblin steel is so highly coveted is that unlike most metals that weaken over time, goblin steel grows stronger, adding the capability of absorbing any type of material which can make the steel stronger. In our case, basilisk venom. It also means that should you accidentally cut yourself with this blade, death will come much faster than you might expect. Okay, so we whack the locket with the sword and remove another anchor, right? Seems simple enough, Harry said quickly, his eyes scanning the metal with excitement. If only it were, Dumbledore said. Do you remember what I told you regarding the ring I destroyed? Yeah, that it tempted you to put it on, right? Harry replied. And in doing so, the ring nearly killed me, Dumbledore said. These objects act almost as if they were alive, each of them having preservation instincts that make them difficult to be destroyed. That being said, I did try to whack the locket as you so delicately put it, and as you can tell, Dumbledore said, lifting the locket, exposing the dent that had been made in the emerald, it only suffered a minor dent, which leads me to assume that. One of the protections requires the locket to be open, Harry said, bringing a smile to the old man's face. He catches on quick, that's for sure. The boy's face hardened. However, if it was that simple, I would imagine the locket would already be destroyed, which leads me to ask, what is the holdup? Does it need a key or something? Indeed it does. But the key is more of a metaphorical one than a physical one, Dumbledore said, earning a low growl from the fifth year. It is my theory that this key, as you put it, is none other than the use of Parseltongue. Yet, even with that assumption, it would be foolish to believe that Tom added no other safety measures, so it's important that we keep our wits about us. Okay, so I speak snake to this thing, Harry said calmly. Once I do that, what's the plan? If my theory is correct, once you command the locket to open, it'll become vulnerable. At that time, I'll bring the sword down and destroy the locket, thus ridding this world of another anchor. I speak, you slice, Harry said, condensing the message. All right, sounds easy enough, let's get this over with. Yes, indeed, Dumbledore said, as he summoned a marble pillar from the right side of his room towards him to lay the locket on. I suggest you start with just ordering the locket to open. If that doesn't work, we'll have to get creative. Dumbledore felt his knuckles whiten as he clenched his grip tight around the hilt of the blade, watching as the young man approached the locket with caution. Harry hissed, Dumbledore holding his breath as the locket began to rumble and click before, without warning, black smoke flew from the center of the locket, the figure before him sending him into a panic. She was so young, so beautiful, exactly how he had always remembered her, except for one key difference: she was crying. "Why, Albus?" the girl whispered. "Why did you want to abandon us? Why did you love him more than us? I trusted you, Aberforth trusted you, and you chose him over us." Anger rose in the girl's voice as Dumbledore felt the strength in his arms start to fade. The young blonde girl approached him. Her eyes suddenly became hollow and vacant. "You loved him more than us. You wanted to be free. And because you wanted to be free, you killed me. It was you, Albus. You killed me. You hated me. You wanted me gone." "No, Ariana," he whispered back, the sword dropping from his hand. "Merlin, no, I didn't want that. I loved you, I loved Aberforth, you know that, you must." "Lies," the girl screamed. "You only loved him, and when he was defeated, you only learned to only love yourself. You—" The smoke disappeared with a roar as from the corner of his eye, he distantly caught a glimpse of a scarlet ruby pommel moving down swiftly through the smoke. Dumbledore dropped to his knees, clutching his head as a shrill scream erupted through his chambers before, just as quickly as it had arrived, the smoke vanished. Dumbledore clutched his chest. The feeling of warm heat dripping down his face forced his hands to rub furiously as in the distance, Harry's panting had become clear. That was certainly something. Dumbledore turned to watch the boy, his own frame shaking like a leaf in the wind, his hands wrapped tightly around his house founder's sword. The blade clanked against the floor as Harry dropped it, the boy's body dropping to the ground right behind it. "Okay, now I know for next time that was intense." Dumbledore remained silent as Harry's green eyes pierced him like the blade at his side. "Are you all right, Professor?" But the man couldn't speak, only watching the spot his sister had suddenly manifested herself in agony. "Ariana," he muttered in his mind, "please forgive me." Dumbledore had only been broken from his thoughts by Harry's touch, the young man's hand outstretched. Harry's grunt had been loud, the young boy essentially holding all his weight as he was guided back to his chair. "Professor!" Harry called out, clapping in his face. "Snap out of it." Dumbledore looked up, catching the boy's eyes once again. "You were the one who told me that it was going to be full of tricks. You can't let him get to you like that." "It wasn't a trick," Dumbledore muttered, breaking his silence. "What she said, it was the truth. I wanted to be free, I chose my ambitions over my family. Harry," Dumbledore whispered, "I killed my sister." "No, you didn't," Harry said, the firmness in his voice matched only by his grip upon his elderly shoulders. "Listen to me, Professor. I don't know your past that well, and honestly, I don't even like you that much, but I want you to understand something. I've heard the story, your famous duel with Grindelwald, the three-way duel that you had alongside your brother. I've heard all of it, and during my legilimency training with you, I've seen shreds of it as well. And through all of that, I don't believe you killed your sister, and even if you did, it wasn't your fault." Dumbledore felt his whole body trembling as he nodded softly. "Thank you, Harry, thank you." It's okay," the young man said patiently. "Just try to get some rest, okay?" Dumbledore nodded once more, watching as Harry stepped backward, approaching the exit. "For all your faults, I don't think you're a monster, Professor. I may not always agree with you, but to do what you did, it takes courage, and courage is something to be respected." A soft smile appeared on Harry's face as he turned the knob of the door before him. "Good night, sir." "Yes, good night, Harry," Dumbledore murmured out, watching as the door closed behind the young boy. "If only you knew the whole truth, Harry, you wouldn't see me as anything short of a monster." Chapter 17. Slughorn's Christmas party, if possible. Bellatrix's face had sunken even further, her skeletal structure now clear as day through her thin skin. Her body hung numbly from the magic-restricting chains, and the rumbling of her stomach had grown not only loud, but continuous. Sirius sighed as he sat across from the woman in the attic, his eyes resting upon her limply hanging head. "You know that you'll die if you don't eat, don't you?" Sirius said, the woman's eyes now raised to meet him. "You've been here for damn near a month. Wizards, we have better endurance than muggles, but it doesn't make the pain of starvation any easier." "Shut up," Bellatrix said weakly. each word making her sound like she was closer and closer to the brink of death. "If you died tonight," Sirius said, "I wouldn't care with all the pain you've caused other people. You deserve nothing less than a torturous death." Sirius stood walking closer to the woman as he placed a steaming plate of porridge beneath her face. "What I want to understand is why you are so eager to die for a man who has had close to a month to try and find you, and hasn't done a single thing to come to your rescue." "You're a blood traitor," Bellatrix grumbled. "You'd never be able to understand. My master's ambition, a world where those unworthy to wield magic are exterminated. Anyone with eyes could see that is the only future worth living for, and if I have to die to serve my master, so be it." "Bellatrix, we will kill Voldemort," Sirius said with tired eyes. "And when we do, his Death Eaters will be thrown through the veil and executed for their crimes. I've already watched a friend of mine get thrown through it. I'd like to spare myself the pain of seeing a family member suffer the same fate." He walked back, taking a seat against the wall once more as he whispered, "Tell us everything you know, and I'll do everything in my power to help you. I'll get you a therapist, a nice prison room, a place where you can get the help you need. Who knows, maybe even one day you can return to the wizarding world as a reformed woman." Bellatrix spat on the floor with disgust as Sirius smirked. "Do you remember those days that we would all go to the lake house during the summers before Hogwarts?" Sirius watched as Bellatrix's eyes fell upon him. "Because I do. I remember when Andromeda was caught by your dad playing with some muggle boys who'd found their way to the nearby river bed. He was so mad. I had wanted to do something, but I felt paralyzed with fear. Your dad. He was a lot bigger than me at the time. I remembered feeling so angry, watching helplessly as your dad removed his belt, so blinded with rage that he was actually going to beat Andy for associating with those muggles." Sirius smiled. "And then, do you remember what happened next?" Bellatrix looked away, in her eyes glaring down at the ground. "You got in his way, taking the hit for your sister. He was so caught off guard by what you did, we managed to get the belt away from him before he had a chance to hit you or Andy again. I remember how your sister cried, seeing your bruised and beaten cheek, asking you why you got in the way. Do you remember what you told her?" "Shut up," Bellatrix growled, tears forming in her eyes. "You told her that family protects each other no matter what," Sirius finished. "I don't know what happened to you, Bella. I don't know what Voldemort did to you, but I promise you, you don't have to keep living this way. Helps us, Bella. Help us help you." "Shut up," Bellatrix roared, her eyes glossy and yet full of hatred. "Shut up, shut up, shut up." Sirius gazed on sadly as Bellatrix struggled against the chains. "I don't need help from blood traitors like you, Sirius. I don't need help." Sirius sighed, rising to his feet, his eyes soft and tired. "Eat, Bellatrix, he's not worth dying for." Sirius caught one last glance at Bellatrix, the tears that ran down her face, dripping on the ground below, her eyes set upon the porridge, as Sirius closed the door, exiting the attic. He shook his head, descending the stairway, his own heart feeling heavy as he entered the Weasley kitchen. "Any luck?" Emmeline whispered, but Sirius answered with silence as Emmeline's head dropped. "I see. Well, you can't blame yourself, Sirius. She made her own choices. You can't force someone to change just because you wish they could." "I know," Sirius whispered. "I just wish I could get a bit of good news right now." "Well, then you're in luck," Tonks called out, lifting an opened letter in her hands. "Because according to this letter, phase one of you planned to replace Fudge is a go. As, after careful consideration, Amelia Bones has decided in favor of your plan." "Well," Sirius said with a weak smile, "I guess that's something." His fist tightened as he looked up at the sky. "Thanks, Amelia." Michael looked down at his palm, the imprints from the blood rune the Slytherin had helped him place upon his middle finger and thumb still throbbed, and yet he felt like he was flying. Michael looked down at the bracer that sat on a bench a few feet from him before snap. Faster than Michael could blink, the armguard had moved from the chair, the bracer securely tied to his wrist as he chuckled. His smile broadened as he lifted his arm in the air, a laugh releasing from his lungs. "I did it," Michael whispered. "Finally, I got it." Michael had felt as if he was glowing, tucking the bracer into an expanded drawstring pouch before walking up towards the Ravenclaw Tower. After all, tonight was quite the event, the Christmas party of one Horace Slughorn. Though he was met by quite a different vibe upon entering the common room, as Claire found him with a rather unhappy look, shaking her head. Normally, I don't mind, but would it kill you to be on time for something? I don't know, never tried it. I think it's too risky to experiment with it now, Michael said with a laugh, forcing a begrudging smile to her face. Don't worry, I'll get dressed quick. Plus, you're forgetting I know the secret passageways. Claire sighed, bringing a smirk to his face as he quickly raced into his dormitory, before snapping once more, this time switching into his suit. God, I love this spell, Michael thought as he lifted up his tie. God, I hate you so much. He shook his head, relenting to his fabric oppressor as he tied the knot around his neck before pushing it up. He paused for a moment, taking a look at his bun before untying it and summoning a comb to his hand. Eyes on the prize, corner, eyes on the prize. Grooming himself properly had taken a couple of minutes, but part of him felt it was worth it just from the look that emerged upon Claire's face, the girl's jaw nearly falling to the ground. Michael, you brushed your hair. Don't get used to it, pretty bird. This is more of a two-time thing, Michael said with a shrug as he offered his girlfriend his arm. Figured it won't be right to shame you. After all, you are my invite to this thing. Two-time thing, when's the other time? Claire said, her brow raised, wrinkles forming on her forehead. Our wedding day, of course. Now come on, pretty bird. Let's get moving, Michael said, with a gentle chuckle, the tinge of red that formed across Claire's entire face becoming far too comical to deal with. Michael reached back, taking the girl's hand before, in a flash, they exited the common room. Michael had taken great joy in guiding Claire through all the secret passages of the castle, watching as the girl's eyes lit up with both wonder and confusion as they snuck between walls, slid down slides, and even jumped into a trampoline pit before emerging from the exit which led to the dungeon corridor. A corridor that had normally been filled with a rather cold and quiet feeling now rang out with music from the office door of the party host. The smells of food permeated the air as Michael opened the door, his eyes bulging at the size to which Slughorn had managed to expand his office. Though a wave of comfort had crashed upon him as he caught Harry's eyes, the boy also looking rather uncomfortable in the crowd. Their moment of relief hadn't lasted quite as long as either had wished, however, as Slughorn seemed to manifest before Harry in the blink of an eye, a smile on his face as the potion professor engaged his best friend in what Michael could only imagine was trivial conversation. Come on, Claire said, squeezing his hand as he dragged Michael towards the dance floor. It's tradition to dance at these sorts of things. I really just want to find D. Hoff and handle this. Jumping straight to business is actually considered quite rude at these formal events, Claire informed him, the girl leaning closer to his body as they swayed. First, there will be a lot of posturing, each man or woman discussing what exactly makes them so important. Then there will be the ceremonial exchanging of drinks between the rich and famous before finally, the floor will open for business. Michael rolled his eyes, causing Claire to laugh. Don't feel too bad about it. As we are both minors, we get to skip the second step. And so long as you're dancing with me, we can bypass the first step as well. So, unless you want to go participate in a dick-measuring contest with these other aristocrats, you're going to be stuck with me. There are worse ways to spend my time, I suppose, Michael replied, smiling as he moved his hand to the small of her back. Is this okay? He whispered, looking into her eyes, catching her gorgeous smile. Yeah, it's perfect. Michael rocked, the girl in his arm, the music on the radio switching tempos to a far more upbeat song, as the two began to swing, with Michael pretending to be in the lead thanks to Claire's rather robust dancing skills. Spin me, she whispered, coming in closer. Wah! He wasn't even given a chance to finish as Claire clenched his hand, spinning out before rolling back into his arms, her head leaning against his chest. Some actual warning next time would be nice, he whispered. I almost dropped you. That would have been unfortunate, Claire replied teasingly as the two continued to rock, the night feeling like it was slipping away faster than Michael had ever expected. It was only when the pace had slowed, and the cups laid empty on the serving trays did he hear Claire whisper once more. Now then, looks like the drinks have been had and the dicks have been measured. It's negotiating time. Ready. Yeah, Michael nodded, his eyes following a man with a rather large top hat and a whisker-like beard. He doesn't look too intimidating. This could definitely be worse. Claire nodded, wrapping her arm around his as the two left the dance floor. Michael had wanted to make a beeline for his target, but in an attempt not to appear desperate, he weaved through the crowd, stopping as Claire made momentary idle chit-chat with those who recognized her before finally, he'd found himself before Dehoff himself. Clearly sensing Michael behind him, the man turned, his drink nearly falling out of his hand, the red tinge on his face implying quite a severe drunkenness. "Oh, apologize, good fellow. I seem to have misplaced my hat. Have you seen it anywhere?" You're wearing it, sir," Michael said kindly. Slowly, he watched, biting his tongue as the man slowly reached for his hand before releasing a jovial chuckle. "Ah, well, would you look at that? Thank you for informing me. I could have been quite the victim of some tomfoolery had I not been alerted by you, kind sir. Your name, please, young man." "It's Michael, sir," he said, extending his hand towards the drunken man, "Michael Corner." "Truly," Dehoff said, his eyes widening in recognition. "Well, I do say, this is quite a fortunate encounter, as you were just the person I was looking for, young man. My old friend Horace said you discovered quite an intriguing way of utilizing my bimetal alchemical thread. Is that true?" Michael started, his voice becoming absent in the face of the large man's rather unnerving drunken gaze. "Yes, he did," Claire said, reaching out her hand. Claire Belmont, sir. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Michael's girlfriend." "Ah, Miss Belmont, it is a pleasure to meet you as well, my nieces. They are big fans. Perhaps you'd sign something for them if you have the time." "I'll do you one better," Claire said, the inflection of her voice becoming predatory, shocking Michael from his bewildered state as the girl pressed forward. "Perhaps if negotiations go well, I'll send you nieces some limited edition accessories, with a signed photo as well. Though I suppose that is entirely in your hands. You see, my boyfriend, as I'm sure you've read, despite his age, is currently engaged in the battle against Death Eaters, as he happens to be Harry Potter's best friend." The man's eyes widened, now realizing he was on the back foot of the negotiating discussion. "In his research, he's found a way to utilize your thread as a way of binding metal to dragonhide while allowing magic to flow through both." Claire's eyes suddenly fell upon him as she smiled. "Show him, hun." Michael snapped, the bracer suddenly appearing on his arm as he placed it in front of Dehoff, charging his magic through the metal, causing the newly inscribed runes to light up with magic. "Remarkable," Dehoff whispered. "Muggle metals are believed to be incapable of withstanding magic, and yet there is no doubt about it. Magic is clearly radiating through that brace." Michael smiled as the man looked up at him. "Why, this is nothing short of astounding." "Mr. Dehoff," Michael said, regaining his composure, "I want to make it clear to you that I have no intention of selling your product, nor do I intend to sell this armor, as it would be far too impractical for anyone not familiar with the armor to use. All I ask is that you supply me with the thread required to finish crafting my armor. My girlfriend, she was right when she said I am Harry Potter's best friend, and as such, I cannot allow him to continue fighting alone on the front lines. But in order for me to help him, I need you to help me. I'm not asking you to donate your thread to a child for resale. I'm asking you to donate your thread to a soldier who is trying to make a better world for your nieces. This is your opportunity to make your mark on the right side of history. I'm asking you to do the right thing." There was silence for a moment before a sigh fell from his lips. To live in a world where we expect children to solve the issues of the generations before them, it's a disgrace to our own lives. "I'm an old man, Mr. Corner. If I could fight for the safety of my nieces, I would, but I'm afraid the best I can do is support you. If you claim this is to assist in the war efforts, I'll have my solicitors contact you regarding the details of our negotiations." Dehoff nodded kindly as he took his hand. "It's a blessing to know we still have men like you, people willing to fight for what is right rather than what is easy in this world. God bless you, young man." "Thank you, sir," Michael whispered back, his voice drenched in shock at the ease of those negotiations, watching as the man smiled, hobbling towards the seat off in the distance. He swallowed, turning towards Claire, who looked at him with equal confusion. Is it supposed to be that easy?" "No, normally these people are hardasses about. though whatever Claire had been intending to say had immediately become indiscernible, as from across the room, a shriek boomed the attention of the entire party, turning to three people: an unmoving Harry, a collapsed Slughorn, and Daphne, who stood over the man, pumping his chest rapidly with her palms. The party was over. Harry had gotten over his issues with dressing up. After all, looking presentable had been a prerequisite for his training with Morgana. But that still didn't mean he looked forward to doing it, and unfortunately for him, he'd been doing it a lot. But there was no other option. For months he'd been setting the table, waiting for the opportunity to get the piece of the puzzle he was missing. And if one more evening dealing with the pettiness of Slughorn's ego was all it took, then he'd survive. Honestly, he didn't want to sound so negative. Truthfully, in many ways, Slughorn was the best professor he had, with his genuine skill in potions helping Harry's own skill rise rapidly. Sure, he wasn't as good as Remus or Moody, but then again, one was his uncle and the other was his mentor. Clearly, he had a conflict of interest. The idea of the werewolf and Auror had left Harry feeling a bit down as he pondered on what exactly the lack of communication had meant. But at the same time, everyone must have been okay, or Sirius would have addressed it in the letter that delivered the locket to Dumbledore. The locket, that was another thing that bothered Harry terribly. From what he understood, each of the anchors left behind by Voldemort had developed a method of defending themselves, but with one cursing Dumbledore to near death, and the locket acting like a somehow even less pleasant Dementor, Harry wasn't exactly excited to go about hunting the others. Though, like many other things that seemed to happen in his life, he didn't exactly have a choice. Quickly, he swallowed those thoughts, turning towards the entrance of the office where the party was being held, feeling as if he was being watched. In truth, he was, but thankfully, it was only by corner. How badly Harry had just wanted to race towards his friends a joke about how stupid this party was. Never in a million years, he wagered that either of them would imagine attending one of these things, and yet there they were. Only a gentle tap from Daphne refocused his view, as heading towards him like a speeding bullet was none other than the host of the party himself. "Ah, Harry, my boy, good to see you. Having fun, I hope." "A blast, Professor," Harry said, wrapping his arm around Daphne. "Any night I can spend with my girl is already great, but your hospitality really made this night special." "Glad to hear it," Slughorn said, clapping his hands with delight. "But as I promised, this night is only going to get better. Come along, Harry. You're welcome to join as well, Miss Greengrass. I have a very important guest interested in talking to you." Harry sat up, taking Daphne's hand as the two weaved behind the large man towards a sofa occupied with quite a sight, as not only had the manager of the cannons, Ragnar Dorkins, come, but he'd brought along their star-keeper Gordon Horton as well. "Ah, Ragnar, Gordon, as promised, I'd like to introduce you to one of my absolute favorite students, Harry Potter." "Mr. Potter," Ragnar said, rising from his sofa as he took Harry's hand, shaking it vigorously. "It's good to finally meet you. I've heard much about you, though. I suppose that's true of most of the wizarding world, isn't, lad?" Harry nodded, bringing a smile to the man's face as Harry felt Dorkins break his hold on Daphne's hand, pushing him closer towards the keeper. "Harry, this is our star keeper, Gordon Horton." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Harry said politely as the man chuckled, lifting his knuckles as opposed to the formal handshake. "Pleasure's mine, Potter. After all, it's not every day you get the chance to meet a celebrity," the two chuckled as Gordon stood firmly. "So what's the plan for you after Hogwarts, Potter?" Horton started. "Because if professional Quidditch is what you fancy, we'd be glad to have you. I spent all of last week observing memories collected from your matches here at the school. Granted, competition in the big league is a bit tougher, but I imagine you'll fit right in. Can't be worse than Gudgeon. I mean, one snitch capture in 4 seasons. Damn near anything's an upgrade. Obviously, it is against league guidelines to begin recruitment of underage players prior to graduation," Ragnar said, regaining Harry's attention before smiling sinisterly. "But then again, we won't say a word if you don't. The Chudley Cannons at one time was quite the historic franchise, and with Gordon here, we're hopping to make a comeback. Granted, there are rules in place regarding a new player's salary, but we can promise you a max rookie contract if you sign with us, Potter. Of course, we'll also throw in endorsements, getting your own brand of Quidditch armor, The whole shebang all on top of a hefty 90 million galleon 4-year contract. Harry had never been a stranger to money, but hearing the offer stated so boldly had made him feel lightheaded, with even the master of composure, Daphne Greengrass, sweating a bit. 90 million, for doing something I love, Harry said, swallowing hard as Daphne turned to him with a smile. I say you've definitely piqued my interest, and once I'm of age, I'll certainly be interested in starting up talks with you again. Splendid, Ragnar said warmly. Now, while you know I'd love to stay sluggy, I'm afraid business never sleeps. The trade deadline is approaching rather quickly, and I need to see if we can get anything for Scotch. A good chaser is surprisingly hard to find. Ah, yes, Slughorn said warmly. It was certainly nice to see you again. Gordon, too, rose to his feet smiling as the damn-near 7-foot man nodded at Harry. Pleasure meeting you, Harry, but I'm afraid I have to go as well. Dinner plans with my agent, big poster deal and radio ad in the works. Stay safe out there, my man. Crazy times we live in. Harry returned the kindness, wishing the large man the same, before finding himself alone with just Slughorn and Daphne. Pity they had to leave so soon, Slughorn said. I rather enjoy their company, though I suppose the successful didn't become that way just sitting around. That Ragnar, he's been that way for as long as I've known him, quite the pragmatic fellow. Slughorn sighed, taking another sip from his glass, before smiling once more. Tell me, Harry, how goes all this S.P.I.R.E business? Is everything running well? Do you require any assistance? Currently, no, Harry said. But things have been going rather well, from what I've heard. Many of the students have seen their grades improving quite a bit in all of their classes. Before year's end, perhaps you'll even be given a promotion. It was after all your signature which made the group possible. Ah, thank you, Slughorn said with a chuckle. Very kind of you, though I dare say I feel as if I'm stealing the credit, with you being quite the exceptional teacher yourself. Perhaps Dumbledore may even offer you a position once all this business with the Death Eaters is done. Though, Slughorn said with a grin, I wouldn't go expecting a 1,000,000 galleon salary of any sort. Our pay is quite abysmal, I'm afraid. Harry smiled, continuing the conversation against his will, using any topic he could, counting the drinks that Slughorn had been pounding back, his eyes only briefly catching a glance of Michael and Claire smiling as Dehoff walked out of their path. Their mission must have been a success. Harry hadn't even had time to move forward as Slughorn smiles. Tell me, Harry, Slughorn hiccuped drunkenly, have you ever had an oak-aged mead? No, sir, Harry said softly, watching as the man pulled the mead from his liquor store. Is it good? Divine, Slughorn said as he poured 3 glasses. Though you have to promise to keep a secret, as this was originally intended for Dumbledore, but how could I ever pass up such a delicacy? Wait, what did you say? Harry asked, his eyes widening as he watched Slughorn down the drink, quickly knocking the glass from Daphne's hand, leaving his girlfriend startled. Without warning, Harry watched as the man began to sway, the color beginning to fade from his face before, as if his body had been jolted by lightning. His eyes grew in panic as his hands raced to his throat. Sounds of gagging quickly began to emerge from the man's mouth before, as quickly as he'd down the drink, the professor fell to the floor. Professor! Daphne shouted, the shriek of another party guest drawing the crowd's attention, with a sudden clambering overtaken the airways as guests raced from the office in fright. Harry watched as Daphne fell to her knees, placing her fingers along his neck, feeling the man's engorged veins before she began to pound on his chest. Daphne, what happened to him? Harry called out in shock. His pulse is slowing, his airways are closing. Daphne's eyes scanned the man rapidly. It's moving way too fast to be an allergen, Harry, she uttered, turning to face him. I think he's been poisoned. What do we do? Harry asked, scanning the room desperately. There's no time for me to isolate the exact type of poison, Daphne muttered as she lifted her wand. A Keobezor, Daphne shouted out desperately, Harry ducking as a stone-shaped object zoomed into her hands. Harry, hold him down. I have to force-feed him this. He nodded quickly, falling atop the man, pinning down his hands and feet, watching with trembling eyes as Daphne mashed the stone in her hand before slamming it into the old man's mouth. Slughorn's body began to buck furiously beneath his grasp, but Harry couldn't let up. "Come on, old man, I still need you. You can't die just yet." Almost as if some god above had answered his prayers, Slughorn had suddenly stopped shaking. His eyes had remained closed, and his breathing had slowed. But the man looked to have overcome the poison. "He's safe," Daphne muttered. "He just needs rest." "And he can get plenty of it later," Harry said, a coldness overtaking him. "Daphne, you need to wake him up." Harry in his condition. "I'll take full responsibility if he dies," Harry said, his voice calm and frightening. "Now please wake him up. If I can't get the memory I need now, I'll never get another chance." He glanced once more towards Daphne, who sighed, kneeling once more before the professor, her wand at his temple before she twisted it like a key in a lock. The man woke up, his breath ragged as he groaned. The poison that had yet to complete clear causing him to groan in agony. Harry," the man whined out. "Where am I? What happened?" "You're in your office. You were poisoned, Professor," Harry said, his voice calm. "You drank from the mead that was a supposed gift from Dumbledore. The wine was poisoned with the intent of killing Dumbledore. In short, it's only thanks to Daphne here that you're alive." Harry paused. "The man that I suspect to be behind the poisoning is none other than Voldemort, or as you would know him, Tom Riddle. Whether he sent it directly or through a proxy, I have no doubt it has to do with him." "Harry, you know." "Professor, I know that you were the one who taught Tom the secret of immortality," Harry sighed gently. "He was charming, charismatic in a way. He was a lot like me. I don't blame you for falling victim to his trap, but I need your help if I am to finish him once and for all." "So that's why you're here. That's what all this has been for," Slughorn said, coughing as he looked up at the sky. "I understand now why you are here, but I can't help you. It would ruin me." "Do you know why I survived, Professor?" Harry whispered, pushing back his hair to reveal his scar. "The night I got this. It was because of her. It was because she sacrificed herself, because she refused to step aside. Because my mother knew that her love was more powerful than Lord Voldemort." "You shouldn't say his name," Slughorn wheezed, rolling along the ground in pain. "I'm not afraid of the name," Harry spat back. "I'm going to tell you something that others have only theorized or guessed at. It's true. I am the chosen one, the one whose fate it is to either kill or be killed by Voldemort. But in order for me to succeed, I need to know what you told Tom Riddle all those years ago when he was nothing more than one of your students." The man shook his head, his eyes wide with terror as Harry took a step closer to the fallen man. "Be brave, Professor. Be brave like my mother. Otherwise you disgrace her. Otherwise she died for nothing." Harry watched as, with trembling hands, the professor lifted his wand, placing the wood at his temple, a wisp of white emerging from his skull. "Please," Slughorn whispered. "Don't think badly of me when you see it. You have no idea what he was like even then." "Please, Lily," Slughorn whispered beneath his breath. "Forgive me." Chapter 18. Reunion of the Order. Dumbledore's face had been dripping as he removed his head from the pensive, his mind whizzing with the speed of a tornado as he reflected upon the conversation he'd just witnessed. 7. Dumbledore thought, his eyes widening, the light momentarily leaving his eyes, including Harry. That makes 8. But to have split your soul, to split your magic so drastically, I understand now why he always fled from me. To others, he was powerful, but in comparison to me, he had no hopes of winning with his soul so split. A sad smile formed against his lips. I understand. Now I see why he's resorted to finding ulterior ways of killing me. He simply doesn't possess the magic to do it himself. Though, he thought, looking down at his hands, I suppose now neither do I. He turned, gazing upon the boy at his side, his eyes still digesting the memory he saw. "Once again, my hesitation failed you. I'm sorry, Harry. Forgive me." Dumbledore shoved down his feelings, listening in on Harry as he muttered, "There's still 4 more. How could he have made so many, to split your magic so many times? How is that possible?" "When one fears death," Dumbledore said, "anything seems like a superior option, when in fact, in splitting his soul, Voldemort has risked a fate far worse than death should he be defeated." "He'll be in limbo, unable to return or move on," Harry said, Dumbledore's jaw momentarily loosening at the boy's statement. "That is correct," Dumbledore said, nodding gently. "Quite an astute deduction. Where do you learn that?" "It's not important," Harry said, deflecting the question. So that's what that feels like, Dumbledore thought to himself tepidly before Harry continued. If he made 7 and we destroyed 3. That means there are 4 more objects to destroy, but what are they? Dumbledore watched as the boy clenched his fist in frustration. It simply doesn't make sense. This was supposed to be the missing piece of the puzzle, and yet we've learned none of the locations. Even if we assume we're correct in our deduction that Hufflepuff's cup and Ravenclaw's diadem are 2 of the other pieces, Harry said. We're nowhere close to understanding what the last one is besides Voldemort himself, or the locations of the ones we deduced. Patience, Harry, Dumbledore said. There is much information from which we can piece together a hypothesis regarding the whereabouts of the other locations. For instance, it is my understanding that the diary, prior to most, unfortunately, falling into the hands of Ginny Weasley, was in the possession of Lucius. Something that I'm certain your former mole can confirm. The boy gritted his teeth as Dumbledore smiled. Narcissa's absence has been noted by the other Death Eaters, including Severus. He was the one who reported it to me. Connecting the dots from that point was easy, though worry not. As I've stated, with what is left of my life, there is little for me to lie about now. The boy had looked far from relaxed, but he simply smiled, continuing with vigor. The ring was at the house of his mother, and was near to where Tom murdered his father and his family, which was a place of significance. And, Dumbledore said, his twinkling blue eyes looking at the boy who stood before him, the locket, according to both you and Sirius, was once in the possession of Regulus Black. So, what you're prospecting is that the remaining objects are in locations that were important to Voldemort, or they are in the possession of his most loyal followers. Harry rubbed his chin. So that leaves Barty Crouch Jr., Jonathan Greengrass, or Bellatrix Lestrange. If I may interject, Dumbledore said politely, I think there is apt reason to narrow your selection simply down to Bellatrix. Barty Crouch only rose to the rank of elite Death Eater due to his loyalty to Voldemort post his disappearance, and it is unlikely that Voldemort would have given a piece of his soul to a man who'd yet to prove himself. Jonathan is in a similar situation in which he is simply far too new to Voldemort's cause, but Bellatrix, she's been with Voldemort since the beginning, and is also the only Death Eater Severus has stated that Voldemort has ever shown concern over when missing. Concern is bred of love, and Voldemort only loves one thing, himself, Dumbledore said softly. So if Voldemort is showing concern over Bellatrix, that Bellatrix being missing puts himself at risk, Harry said. But why is Bellatrix missing? Dumbledore cocked his head in confusion. You truly don't know, he whispered. Bellatrix, she was captured by the Order. I was certain you'd have known. Dumbledore stared at the boy before him, Harry clutching his jeans through gritted teeth. Harry, as someone who has made the mistake of leaving you in the dark many times, I can promise you that I understand your anger. But you need to understand, Sirius is not like me. If he didn't tell you something, it's because he thought it was best to keep the word from spreading. I know, Harry said with a sigh. I get that we have enemies everywhere. I get that we can't afford to be playing telephone all the time and risk getting messages intercepted. It's just. Harry's fist balled tightly as he looked up at Dumbledore. How the hell am I supposed to replace you as the figurehead of the light if I never know what's going on? Dumbledore smiled sadly. Harry, he whispered, placing his hand atop the boy's shoulder. As I am going to be dead by the end of this year, the idea that this school will be a safe place for students to be will fade, and I fear that with my death, war will enter full swing. Years ago, Sirius asked me to advise you, so I hope I'm not too late to offer you some. He watched as the boy's eyes, the eyes that reminded him so much of young Lily, looked up at him. This should be your final year at Hogwarts. There's nothing more for you to learn here once I'm gone, and your efforts could be much better spent elsewhere, like leading the Order. Dumbledore's eyes wrinkled in his stare, tightening his grasp upon the boy. You've been through quite a lot, my boy. Much of it was by my hands. For that, I apologize, but you can't allow anger or stress to take hold of you. You've only a little further to march, and then this war will be over. He watched as the boy nodded softly. I'm going to be traveling this holiday, looking into leads regarding the final Horcrux we are missing. In the meantime, Inquire from Bellatrix the location of the Horcrux we believe her to have. That's what I would do if I were in your shoes, at least. Once more, Harry nodded, bringing a smile to Dumbledore's face. Professor, Harry whispered, if I may offer you some advice as well, when war comes, I'll need powerful soldiers. Part of me, while I hate to admit it, relied on your strength to be there when the time came. Dumbledore felt his eyes sink as Harry continued. I won't have that security now, but when I was at the Hogshead, I met your brother. He may not be as strong as you, but he's not weak. I'm asking you to make peace with him, for your sake and mine before it's too late. With the things I've done to them, Dumbledore said, his voice feeble and tired, there is no forgiveness. You don't know that, sir, Harry said. You two are family, the only family each of you have. You don't know that you're the one who killed your sister. Even if you did, it's not your fault. It's not about Ariana, he whispered softly. Then what is it? Harry pressed. It's that the smoke was right, Dumbledore said, his shoulders falling in desperation. The smoke was right when it accused me of loving my dreams and Grindelwald more than them. It was right when it said there was nothing that I wanted more than to walk away from them and live my life. They depended on me, and I wanted nothing more than to leave them behind. For a while, I wanted nothing more than for both of them to die. You were young and powerful, Harry said firmly, and you saw them as a burden, but being selfish is part of being young. To tell you the truth, Professor, I would rather be doing anything other than going on this hunt for Voldemort right now, but I don't think that makes me a bad person, and I don't think you wanting to chase your dreams made you a bad one either. Dumbledore fought the mist in his eyes as Harry continued. You always ask for others to forgive you, Professor, but you never find the time to try and forgive yourself. Give it a try, Professor. You may learn something that even surprises you. Dumbledore watched as the young man rose. It's getting late, Professor, and I fear that Sirius will only be keeping the flue to Grimmauld Place open a little longer, so I have to go, but consider this. You're about to experience your last Christmas. Are you sure you want to spend it all alone? Dumbledore watched as the man turned, exiting his office as Dumbledore moved his working hand towards his right drawer, pulling it to find his treasure, a photo of his family, before everything had gone so wrong. Perhaps you are right, Harry. Perhaps we've all been running for far too long. Sirius paced the carpet that rested before the fireplace which connected the flue network, the cooing of his young son in his arms acting as his only comfort as he awaited the rather large arrival of students incoming. It wasn't just Harry, and the Greengrass girls with Michael and Neville. He'd managed to handle that easily. It was the addition of the Weasleys, along with Davis and her boyfriend, due to their house already being previously attacked, that worried him about the space. Eventually, he'd come to the conclusions that shared space was the only answer, with rooms being set up for the Weasleys, the girls, and one for Michael, Blaise, and Neville. He knew that Daphne and Harry weren't exactly about to start complaining over sharing a room. He just hoped his other guests would be as gracious. Don't look so nervous, Emmeline whispered. Harry's a smart man. He'll understand why you've been keeping our operations under wraps. Sending words, it's just all too risky. I hope so, Sirius said with a sigh. Dumbledore spent the better part of 2 years keeping secrets from him, and I promised I'd never do the same. Though I wasn't expecting that Umbridge of all people would gain the authority of inspecting all posts. Sirius had no sooner finished his thought before a plume of green fire lit up the fireplace, a wide grin forming on his face as he watched Harry poke his head out, though that grin faded rather quickly upon seeing the bags under Harry's eyes. His emerald green pools, looking duller than ever. Shortly after Harry, emerged Daphne, then Astoria, followed by Neville, Michael, Claire, the Weasleys, Blaise, and Tracy. Full house, Sirius said, shaking his head as he once again caught Harry's eyes, the boy smiling as his focus fell upon James. You know, Padfoot, Harry said in a whisper. I would give you a hug, but it seems your hands are currently quite full. Sirius smiled, softly handing off James to Emmeline before, like a collision, the two slammed into each other, with his hand wrapping around the back of his godson's head. It's good to see you again, Harry. You look well. Tired, but otherwise I'm okay, Harry said, the two breaking apart as his godson turned to face James. So that's the heir of House Black, huh? Sirius smiled watching as Emmeline turned James around to face Harry. Man, you are an even cuter baby in person, you know that. Do you want to hold him? Emmeline whispered, with Harry eagerly nodding, the baby transferring hands once more, Harry's hands now occupied with his nephew. Soft cooing left James' lips, the boy falling asleep almost instantly upon entering Harry's grasp. "He must like you," Emmeline said softly. "He fell asleep instantly." "Well, of course he does," Harry said with a chuckle. "I mean, what's not to like?" "Humble as ever, aren't you, Flyboy?" Daphne whispered from behind his godson. "Though you are right, he is a cute baby. Those eyes are infectious." "Yeah, he's going to be a lady killer, just like his dad and uncle," Harry said, earning a laugh from Sirius, both of whom were cut off by a stiff pulling of their ear from Daphne and Emmeline, respectively. "All right, killer," the two girls said in unison before Emmeline continued on. "I'm sure we all have much to discuss, but it is getting late and I'm sure you are all starving. Ron, Fred, and George, your mom and Bill are waiting for you in the kitchen. The rest of you follow me to the dining room." "What about Percy, or Dad and Charlie?" Ron asked calmly. "From what I've heard, Percy wants nothing to do with the order. Think he's living in a flat of his own now," Sirius said. "As for Charlie and your father, they are out on order business. They should be back tomorrow." The boys nodded, forming a line behind Emmeline and moving. Sirius nodded, following after his wife and the gaggle of students, though his walk hadn't lasted long before he was pulled aside by Harry. "Is it true?" Harry whispered. "Did you really capture Bellatrix?" Sirius went cold for a moment before nodding. "I'm not mad. I know there is a reason that stopped you from telling me. You're not Dumbledore, after all." The boy paused for a moment, a grim look overtaking his face. "I just need to know if she's told you anything. She has important information regarding the anchors I wrote to you about." "We've had her for a month," Sirius whispered. "We haven't even been able to get her to eat, let alone talk." "Let me see her, and I'll get her to sing," Harry said, a coldness Sirius had felt unfamiliar with looming in his words. "We don't torture people, Harry," Sirius said, gripping the boy's shoulders. "We're better than them." "Innocent people's lives are at stake. Sirius, why is her life more precious than theirs?" Harry spat. "She has knowledge that could lead me to being able to kill Voldemort. If she doesn't want to part with the information willingly, I'll get it by force." "She's family," Sirius whispered. "I know it's stupid, but if there's even a chance I don't have to kill her, I want to try." "She doesn't deserve the mercy," Harry growled. "Alice and Frank, they were your family too, and that deranged bitch tortured the two of them to a state worse than death. Why does a woman like that deserve pity?" Harry's fist tightened as the boy let out a long breath. "I'm trying so hard to be a forgiving person. When I entered Hogwarts, I wanted to kill every last one of them, but I'm trying not to become a monster like them. Still, when I see the image of Frank and Alice laying there, their brains so twisted they don't even recognize their own son. When I remember the way Cedric screamed under that bitch's curse, I just want to kill her myself." Sirius watched the boy's chest heave with pain as Harry looked up at him. "I'll explain the situation at dinner. Then I'll give you 2 days to get it your way. If that fails, then we don't have any other choice." Harry released a heavy sigh. "Does Neville know?" "Augusta does," Sirius said with a nod. "I suggest that we wait for her to tell him. I know you care about Neville, but for them, this is a family member, friend or not. It's better for you to stay out of it. He and Augusta will be absent from the meeting. Everyone else will be informed after dinner." Sirius watched as Harry looked down at his son. "Sorry, I'm not one for ultimatums. I want to make the right choices. The more people that die, the heavier it gets. I know you'll tell me it's not my fault, but—" Harry fell silent for a moment. "The sooner this war is over, the better." "That we can agree on," Sirius said with a nod, wrapping his arm around his godson. "Come on, let's eat dinner. The rest can wait for now. I think we'll all have a bit to talk about." Dinner had gone smoothly, with each of the students able to get their fill thanks to the Weasley matriarch's hard work at the kitchen. Though as dinner began to wrap up, Sirius had felt his pulse begin to rise once more. "Neville," Augusta Longbottom said, her voice softer than Sirius had ever heard before. "Please come with me. I have something important to discuss with you." "What?" Neville said in confusion, still rising at his grandmother's instructions. "Is everything all right, Gran?" "Yes, I'm fine," Augusta said. I just need to discuss a few family matters with you in private is all. Now come along, pip pip. Sirius swallowed, watching as Augusta cleared the room with her grandson. The room had grown suddenly somber, Sirius only momentarily locking eyes with Harry before looking around the table at the conglomerate of faces. "All right," Sirius called out. "Now that everyone's bellies are full, and those who were summoned are in attendance, I believe it's time to state the docket." The head of House Black stood firm. "First, I would like to update everyone on the situation regarding the removal of Minister Fudge. It is my pleasure to announce that the plan is now a go, as Amelia Bones has accepted our offer to take up the post of Minister for Magic should she get chosen. Which is why we are now moving into Phase 2. Sirius looked down at his godson sitting beside him. "Harry, I know that you hate using your fame, but with Fudge's idiotic move of placing Umbridge as DMLE, we don't have any other options. He has to go. You want me to push an agenda in the media, motioning for Fudge to step down, right?" Harry muttered out, earning a nod before growing quiet. "It's not that I don't want to. Personally, I think Fudge is being an idiot. But we need a reason for me to push, for as idiotic as it seems, a large section of the population does agree with Umbridge's views. If I'm going to make a push that goes beyond a simple, I don't like her statement, I'm going to need some dirt." "We're looking into that," a voice called out from the hall, causing both Sirius and Harry to turn, a bright grin growing across his godson's face. "Unfortunately, the bitch's files are locked tighter than her lips." "Moody," Harry said with excitement. "Tonks!" Sirius smiled watching as Harry walked up towards the two, with Moody simply sending him a nod and Tonks wrapping him up in a tight hug. "How have you been, kid?" Tonks said with a smile. "All right," Harry said with a nod. "Tired, but all right." "Staying out of too much trouble, I hope," Moody said with a wink that made Sirius roll his eyes, before directing the new arrivals towards their spots. "Anyway, if your plan is to expose Fudge through Umbridge, it may be harder than you think." "Well," Sirius said, "I suppose that means we either have to wait for Umbridge to slip or see if we can find something on Fudge himself." Sirius rubbed his chin. "Either way, we can't allow for Umbridge to stay with a holdover Auror department. If we do, this war is over before it even starts." The room nodded in agreement before Sirius sighed. "Which leads us to our next order of business. A few weeks ago, Narcissa brought to our attention the existence of a prophecy that while I, Remus, and Harry have known of for quite some time, has garnered the attention of the Dark Lord. The one that talks about me either killing or being killed by Voldemort," Harry said, earning a gasp from the room around him. Sirius nodded. "Yeah, for those of you unfamiliar, Harry and Voldemort have intertwined fates. Neither can live while the other survives. That line is the crux of that prophecy, and it has been brought to our attention that Voldemort became interested in it following Harry's escape at the graveyard." The room fell silent as Sirius continued. "As prophecy can only be retrieved by whom they are about, it means that Harry and Voldemort are the only two whom can receive this prophecy. It also means that Voldemort will be doing whatever he can to have Harry pick it up for him. The good news is that we have the information, and he doesn't, which means there is no reason as to why Harry would ever need to get the prophecy in the first place," Sirius said. "The bad news is, Voldemort may get desperate and start killing innocents to lure Harry out should he decide he wants to get it himself. The choices are now simple. Either we wait and bait Voldemort to come to get the prophecy, with Harry killing him then, or we destroy the prophecy by sneaking in there and blowing it up." "Blow it up," Harry said in a low whisper. "Even if we ambushed him, we wouldn't be able to kill him." "He's strong," Doge said in shock. "But surely if the likes of Moody and Dumbledore coordinate an attack with you." "It wouldn't matter," Harry repeated. "At least, not yet." A lock of confusion overtook the table as Harry continued. "I've been researching about Voldemort with Dumbledore, and I learned that he left behind something we have to destroy before we kill him." "The anchors," Bill called out. Harry nodded. "Yes, but they are more than just anchors. They are something darker, much darker. Voldemort, he called them Horcruxes, and he made 7 of them." "Horcruxes," Daphne whispered, gaining the attention of the room. "That's what you said, right?" Harry nodded as Daphne's chest began to grow cold. "You're certain that's what you heard in Slughorn's memory?" Yeah, no mistake, Harry whispered. Tom approached Slughorn asking about Horcruxes. He implied that he was going to make 7 of them. They are supposed to be really obscure magic. His brow wrinkled. Why do you know about them? It was in that book, Daphne whispered. The one we were looking for last year. She watched Harry's brow furrowed. You said he made 7 of them. That's what Dumbledore and I think, Harry said softly. It would make sense, Michael said, even his practice indifference failing him slightly. 7 is said to be the most powerful magical number. You're right, but that's hardly the point, Daphne whispered. A Horcruxes was described as the art of splitting one's soul through murder, though the idea of it truly being a piece of his soul is unlikely, as he is placing it in inanimate objects. What I suspect is that he's leaving behind his magical core in each object. But that means, at least in theory, that if you remove a piece of your magic and place it into something else, that means you don't currently have access to it, right? Then again, it could operate on a proximity basis, or even working with the restriction that he still has access to his magic so long as the Horcrux isn't destroyed. There are simply just too many variables. Which means he has the potential to be far stronger than he was when I fought in the graveyard, Harry said. If he somehow regained his magic core, he could become exponentially more powerful. Then the only shred of good news is that we have managed to destroy 3 of them, so he'll only be at 4/7 of his full power at max. It could be less or more, Daphne whispered, garnering Room's attention once more. Your calculation assumes he split his soul evenly among each object. That may not be the case. Whichever his first Horcrux was held 50% of his soul, as they are split evenly at the time of the murder, which means his second held 25%, his third would then hold 12.5%, and so on. Truthfully, depending on which objects we destroy, it could severely hamper his chances of becoming an overwhelming force. The only problem is that we don't know exactly which order that Voldemort made his Horcruxes in. Harry twiddled his thumbs as he pressed deeper into his thoughts. Either way, Voldemort getting any of his Horcruxes back into his possession makes our fight much harder. And given that we have no secure location regarding the others, it looks like we're going to have our hands full. Harry nodded softly, trying to recollect his composure. It's fine. Nothing has fundamentally changed about the mission. I'm going to find the rest of these Horcruxes before he does, and then put him down for good. No matter the odds, I won't fail. Sirius nodded, the confidence in Harry's voice keeping the room from collapsing under the less than helpful news. Hope isn't lost yet, Harry said. I will keep fighting for as long as I breathe, and I beg you all to continue to do the same. I have made a deduction that another one of these Horcruxes may be in the possession of Bellatrix Lestrange, who we just happen to have captive. No matter what happens, it is imperative I get the information I need. Bellatrix, Michael shouted, rising to his feet before regaining composure. The bitch that's responsible for messing with Neville's parents' heads. Sirius nodded, answering the boy's question. Where is she? Michael, you need to calm down, Sirius whispered. She's currently locked up at the Weasleys. It's the reason that Arthur and Charlie aren't here. They're on guard duty tonight. She is a POW, and we will follow proper POW procedure. If we have to resort to torture to get the information we need, we will. But I feel I've been making a breakthrough with Bellatrix. I think I can make her talk. Otherwise, I'll break her mind and get what I need by force, Harry said in a frighteningly calm tone. My job is to protect those that fight for me, and those innocent in this war. Bellatrix's health is far from a priority to me. The room grew quiet as Sirius nodded. That's all the information we have to share tonight. We will have another meeting in a week's time. For now, get some rest. We'll contact you all directly with further updates. Sirius watched as Doge and Diggory exited along with Moody, the rest remaining as residents of the house. Moody, I trust, but are you sure we can trust Diggory and Doge? Daphne whispered at his side. Both signed the unbreakable contract, Sirius said, lifting a paper that carried their signatures of all the Order members. Should they try to reveal the secrets, though I doubt they will, they'd die. Though Doge has put his life on the line for the Order before, and Diggory, Sirius said with a tired sigh, I'd dare to say he'd kill himself before helping out the group that killed his boy. The crowd of young adults behind him nodded calmly as Sirius turned to face them. It's getting late, so I suggest we call it a day. Tomorrow is a fresh day. Let's make the best of it. Daphne emerged from Harry's bathroom after washing up, finding a rather cute sight. Her boyfriend had been lying there, burrowed beneath the sheets to keep warm from the cold winter air that rapped against their bedroom window. Though his expression had almost grown unbearably cute, as his face had begun to glow red with her approaching the bed, they were planning to share for the winter holiday in nothing but her underwear and Harry's warm wool jersey. "Like what you see," Daphne taunted, slipping next to Harry beneath the sheets. "Hard not to," Harry said, regaining his composure as pulled up beside her, inhaling her scent, his breath making Daphne chuckle from the sensation. She smiled, turning to face him softly as she leaned forward, planting a kiss on his lips, the two simply staring at one another in silence. "Harry, are you okay?" Harry blinked quickly as she wrapped her hand around his neck, the two somehow closing any space that rested between them as she continued. "Before I came out, you looked like you were spaced out. What were you thinking about?" "I'd honestly rather talk about what I'm thinking about right now," Harry said with a soft smile. "I don't think you need to tell me that," she chuckled, feeling all of Harry pressed against her. "I'm not ready for that just yet, though." "No, it's okay," Harry said softly, his voice full of reassurance. "I don't think I'm ready yet either. It's just a natural biological reaction, But if you want to do some exploring," Daphne whispered shyly, "I don't think that I'd be opposed." A nearly invisible grin grew across Daphne's face at the way Harry's eyes lit up, only to be suppressed by her continuing train of thought. "But maybe that needs to wait until after you tell me what's on your mind. Keeping things that bother you bottled up always ends badly. You and I both know this." Daphne watched as her boyfriend turned, his back now against the mattress as he looked up at the fan that spun on the roof above. "I don't know if I'm doing the right thing," Harry said with a sigh. "Using Slughorn, giving Bellatrix mercy, not letting Neville end the bitch that ruined his family." Harry's finger clenched against the sheets. "I feel like everything I need to do and everything I want to do are at odds. Harry released his breath, turning once more to face her. "What if I'm making all the wrong calls?" "Nobody can make the right choice 100% of the time," Daphne whispered, laying her head upon Harry's chest. "But I'd say you're making more good choices than bad ones." She placed a soft kiss upon Harry's chest as she continued. "Despite what you may believe, inherently, you are a good person, and that's the reason you feel so conflicted with yourself, is because war is inherently evil. Some may say it is a necessary evil, but it is never good." "The good news is," Daphne said, smiling as she looked up at Harry, "Madame Pomfrey said that Slughorn is slated to make a full recovery, and if you truly do feel guilty about using him, then apologize. He's not a bad man, Harry. He'll understand the circumstances." Harry smiled softly as Daphne looked into his eyes. "That's good. I'm glad to hear he's all right. I also saw that you got a letter from St. Mungo's today. Is it about Astoria?" Daphne sighed, summoning the letter to her hand, opening it to read. "Daphne, I do apologize for not writing an update sooner. The information you provided me was quite shocking in itself, and along with the rise of patients in need of treatment due to these blasted Death Eaters, opportunities to research were slow. From what I've gathered, blood curse research is very slim, with most accounts deeming the disease as incurable. Some reports claim the curse can be lifted by a living family member of the curse, but as I already know, that doesn't happen to be an option for your situation. I have been scouring through modern research, and I wish I had more promising news, but the fact of the matter is that research is at a standstill in regards to your predicament, though there are some non-tested treatments currently in the works. One that claims to be delivering some result is microdosing of magic-targeting toxins, though as you can imagine, willingly injecting venom is far from an ideal cure, and still leads to numerous patient deaths if the dose is even slightly off. You're welcome to bring your sister in to run some tests. This would allow me to have access to her blood samples. However, and while I'd like to preface this by saying it is nothing more than theoretical ponderings, blood curses tend to affect only the magic within the blood, thus creating a toxin that kills the person from the inside out. If one somehow removes the traces of magic from their blood, this, in theory, should stop the progression of the curse. Though currently, there is no method of implementing this theory, and if somehow done successfully, it would make the patient nothing more than a squib. I do wish I had some more encouraging news, but I do promise to continue my research and keep you informed when time permits. I do hope you are staying safe at school. I've heard of all the horrid things that have been happening there, and I encourage you to keep your wits about you. It would, after all, be a shame to lose my pupil to such unfavorable circumstances. Abigail Thatcher. She turned towards Harry, gazing up numbly at him. "You okay?" Harry whispered, placing his palm atop her shoulder, her eyes finding themselves locked in Harry's emerald pool. Daphne shook her head numbly, leaning her head atop Harry's shoulder, smiling slightly as he adjusted his arm for her to move down to his chest, before closing it around her once more. "No," Daphne muttered, her mind flooding with the image of her sister. "I'm trying to remain hopeful that I'm going to find something to save her, but I'm down to only 2 options right now. One involves microdosing her with poison, and the other is somehow removing the magic from her blood, which isn't even currently possible." Harry gripped her shoulder tightly as she whispered, "She's one of the best people I've ever met. She's kind and caring and stupidly self-sacrificing. In many ways, she's a lot like you. She deserves a lot better than options like those." "She won't die," Harry whispered. "I don't care what it takes, we'll find a way to save her." "I really admire your optimism sometimes, Flybe," Daphne said, shaking her head. "I wish it came that easily to me." "We've done the impossible before, Daphne," Harry said, glancing down at the runic markings they shared. "We'll do it again. Astoria's my family too. I don't care what happens, she is not going to die." She smiled as she climbed atop Harry, taking his face into her hands before leaning down and meeting his lips. "What was that for?" Harry whispered. "Thank you," Daphne whispered, "for helping to keep my hope alive." "Always, Princess," Harry said, gently running his hands through her hands as the ringing of the grandfather clock permeated the halls. "It's officially Christmas Eve now, huh? Guess it's a bit too late to get you a Christmas present." "I have everything I need," Daphne whispered back. "Right here with me." When Lucius had arrived at the manor with a woman dressed from head to toe in a ghastly pink, Voldemort had found it odd. But given the fact that he had made it quite clear to Lucius that he was on his last strike, Voldemort doubted the man's willingness to waste his time. It wasn't long after their appearance at the gate and Voldemort allowing them through the wards did he find his now silver-handed servant and the current head of the DMLE bowing before him. "Why have you brought this woman here, Lucius?" Voldemort hissed as the man cowered before him. "She has news, my lord," Lucius whispered, his voice trembling. "News regarding the whereabouts of Bellatrix." Voldemort sat up at attention. It had been weighing heavily on him that Bellatrix, one of his most loyal and keeper of his precious cups, had been captured. It seems the answer was finally upon him. "Does she?" Voldemort hissed, standing from his throne as he approached the woman. "What is your name, woman?" "Dolores, my lord," the woman said, bowing deeply. "Dolores Umbridge." "And tell me, Dolores, why it is that you wish to volunteer information that could be seen as treasonous to your ministry," Voldemort asked calmly. "Because Fudge is a failure," Dolores roared, bowing many times to the whims of blood traitors and Muggle-borns alike. Voldemort's head tilted as he looked down upon the woman. "I have little combative skill, but I have my position, a position that with your help I could rise from to help better serve you." "Foolish woman," Voldemort whispered in his mind, "should you reveal to me Bellatrix's location, the Order will shortly discover who could have betrayed them. You'll be seen as a treasonous criminal and put to death." A smile grew across his lips behind his unmoving facade, "though it seems your lust for authority makes you useful to me this once." "I see," Voldemort said calmly. "Very well then, tell me of where my servant is, and you shall be rewarded by being invited into my ranks, and I will work to see you become Minister for Magic." "Truly," Umbridge whispered. "Thank you, my lord, thank you." Voldemort smiled sinisterly as he prompted the toad-faced woman to continue. "My lord, upon taking my post, I've learned much about the Auror movements, as well as the detected traces of your organization. But more than that, I have been consulted regarding many issues related to the law, one of which coming from my assistant, Percy Weasley." Get to the point, Voldemort hissed angrily. The burrow, my lord, Umbridge said with a lowly cower. The Weasley boy told me himself, Bellatrix is being held captive at the burrow. Excellent, Voldemort said with a frightening grin. You've served me well, dolors. Leave me now, I have much to plan. I will have Lucius be in touch with you shortly. Yes, my lord, Dolores said, hobbling out of sight as Voldemort turned to face Lucius. Did you mean what you said about rewarding her? Lucius whispered, her voice trembling. No, Voldemort said calmly. If the woman isn't dead by the end of the day following our assault, I'd like you to kill her yourself. Lucius bowed deeply as Voldemort nodded. Well done, Lucius. Perhaps you aren't as worthless as I originally thought. Now, come along, we have much to organize if we are to retrieve Bellatrix. I do hope Barty has found success with the obedience collars for our large and furry friends. I sense they will be of great use in the near future. Chapter 19. A burning burrow the Hogshead Inn, for as comfortable as Dumbledore felt walking anywhere in the wizarding world. It was odd that a simple inn that resided in the sleepy town of Hogsmeade would be the only place that frightened the old Gryffindor. For as brave and powerful as he was, there was nothing easy about what he was trying to do. And yet, with a deep breath and a burning wave of persistence, he pulled the door open, the chiming of a rusty bell ringing upon his entrance. The inn was nothing like he had been expecting. His brother had never been someone who valued cleanliness, but he'd never imagined even someone like him to allow his home to fall into so much decay. Dust coated the wooden floorboard which screeched upon every step, matching the clicking of his heeled boots. The chirping of what Albus could only imagine were stray birds that had snuck into the inn and had set up shop clambered overhead, with Aberforth most likely being far too uninterested to clean them out. His brother's goat bleat from the barn he imagined was out in the back of his bar, and the pungent odor of stale ale permeated every inch of the wooden support beams. In a gruff tone from seemingly out of nowhere, the tone drunk and hollow, a voice rang out. Sign says we're closed. Figure you'd know how to read. Aberforth, Albus whispered, his eyes flickering towards the noise, a sadness filling his chest at the age that now visible showed across his brother's eyes. The last time they'd seen each other had been so long ago, as Aberforth now looked nothing like the thin young man he remembered. Instead, the man was now large, his beard scraggly, his shoulders broad, and his frame stocky. In a way, the young man that Albus once knew looked so much like the father he tried to forget. Glad you still remember my name, Aberforth snarled out. Figure you'd wipe your memory after leaving us behind. Albus stared softly up at the brother he'd grown so distant from. Doesn't change the fact the inn's closed, so get lost. Figured you'd have more important places to be anyway. Aberforth, please, Albus said, his voice faint and soft. I've made many mistakes in my life. I'd like to amend some of them before I go. Things don't change just because we want them to, brother, Aberforth said, his voice full of venom. Isn't that what you used to believe? What I did to you, he started, his voice hollow and weak. What I did to both of you, it was cruel, it was wrong, and I'm sorry. Even I, despite what the world believes, Albus whispered, am far from perfect. That's for damn sure, Aberforth hissed. And if you think admitting that now is going to change anything then. I'm dying, Aberforth, he said, looking straight into his brother's eyes. I have less than a year left. I figured that if given the chance, that I'd like to spend my last Christmas with my brother, with my family. There was silence as Aberforth descended from his room in the loft above, his eyes never leaving his brother as he turned the corner, now looking at each other directly, only the bar itself acting as a barrier. Merlin, Aberforth said, all anger in his voice missing. Are you serious? He sighed, lifting his blackened hand and putting it atop the bar. Albus, what the hell is wrong with your hand? I was careless, Albus said, and I got cursed by an artifact of Voldemort himself. Albus looked up at the man who couldn't break away from his injured hand. Severus managed to buy me a year to get my affairs in order, and my relationship with you was one of those affairs that I was compelled into pursuing by none other than Harry Potter. The brat was in here earlier this year, Aberforth said softly. Strong-willed kid, you must be proud to have a student like that. He's not my student, Albus said. I made so many mistakes and he turned his back on me rightfully. I thought I had more control. I thought I had more power than I did. Albus became quiet, turning his eyes upon the portrait of his sister, her innocent smile looking nothing like the one that sprang from the black smoke of the locket. It seems to be a mistake I can never learn from. The boy, Aberforth whispered. He said he saw your mind. He said he saw her and I in your head. His brother's eyes became heavy, as if they were drowning in pools of sadness. Do you miss her? Do you feel the same hole in your heart that I do? The guilt, the overwhelming guilt that it could have been one of us. Every day, Albus said, his own voice trembling. I think about it every day. I think about how many lives were lost because I didn't act sooner. I think about how many families were broken like ours due to my failure. I sleep in a sea of my failures. I tell myself not to dwell in the past, but in truth, I'm simply frightened of looking back. A silence hung over the head of the two brothers like a waiting guillotine, their eyes watching the way their sister swayed in the winds that shook the floral background of the portrait. Before the clambering of two cups gripped Albus' attention, his brother holding up a bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. Do you still drink? Here and there, Albus said with a smile. Though if we're going to keep this up all day, it may be easier to do it horribly drunk. I'll drink to that, Aberforth said, pouring the glass beyond the appropriate serving, passing it to Albus. Bottoms up! The two raised their glass, clinking the cups before together they whispered, Ariana, and then they drank. For a moment the world had begun to fade, as laughter filled the air, their faces hot and red as they reminisced. Do you remember the time you accidentally set the tree in our backyard on fire before you got your wand? Dad was proud, but Mom, she was pretty upset because we had to wait for the Muggle Fire Brigade to come put out the fire, and they couldn't figure out what started it. Albus chuckled. It was rare to see our mother angry about anything, but that may have been one of the scariest moments in my life. The two laughed once more before Aberforth grew silent. Do you think what Dad did was right? Aberforth whispered, his voice suddenly weaker than before. What Dad did to those Muggles who attacked Ariana, do you think he made the right choice? Albus stood silent for a moment before whispering, No, I don't think it was. They beat her, Albus. Do you remember all the bruises? Aberforth hissed. They beat her for being different. They deserved what they got. To me, it's not a matter of what they deserved, Albus said, looking up at the cobweb-cluttered roof. Solving violence with more violence, it is never the answer. That's rich coming from the man who ended one war with a duel and led another, Aberforth said. Plus you're directly involved in this one as well. Yes, I did and still do partake in acts of war, Albus whispered, but I take no joy in doing so. The war is actually one of the reasons I wish to come and see you. Albus fell silent as he looked up at his brother. When I die, the castle will become vulnerable to Death Eaters, and Harry has been assigned another mission which will lead him away from attending Hogwarts. I am not a good man, Aberforth, but I do not wish for harm to befall my students. Aberforth fell silent, as Albus felt his brother's eyes watch him calmly. I'm begging you, as my final request, look out for my students, protect them for me. They are innocent in this war. A tired sigh left his brother's lips as he nodded. I promise, but I need you to promise me something as well. Albus turned to face his brother, his eyebrow raised as a single tear fell down his brother's cheek. When you get up there, tell her I'm sorry. Tell her that her brother is sorry he couldn't protect her. I don't know if I'll be going where she is, Albus said, his smile soft and sad. But if I am lucky enough to be granted that mercy, I promise you, I'll deliver the message. Aberforth nodded, but the silence was broken as from beside him, he heard a loud pop, a familiar elf now standing in view. Mr. Dumbledore, sir, the elf cried. Dobby, he believed the elf was called. Big problem. The burrow. Death Eaters attacking the burrow. I see, Dumbledore said, his voice weak, turning to his brother. Very well, I suppose I'll be off now. You're planning to fight in your condition, Aberforth roared with confusion. Duty calls, Albus whispered. Very well then, Aberforth said, his coat flying to his side. I suppose we have no other choice, let's go. Snow fell softly upon the ground. The glimmering of the powdered droplets shone in the mild sun that cracked through the attic window of the burrow. The smell of Molly's cooking which she'd brought to Grimmauld Place for the Christmas festivities still filled the air. And yet, rather than being off to enjoy the holiday, he found himself sitting across from his cousin, the food he had left her finally eaten. A whisper of life returning to her regal face as Sirius smiled, pouring the woman some eggnog. "I remember we used to steal this from the refrigerator when nobody was looking all the time," Sirius said with a chuckle, loosening one of the handcuffs around one of Bellatrix's wrist, allowing her the ability to drink while keeping her magic suppressed. "My father used to spike it with fire whiskey and told us we weren't allowed to have any. Naturally, we had to steal some." Sirius smiled as he looked up at Bellatrix. "Come on, have some." "Why are you here?" Bellatrix said, her voice low, but failing to be riddled with contempt. "Aren't you married? Don't you have a godson to look after?" "I won't be here all day," Sirius said calmly. "I'll be home in time for the opening of presents, but I've always believed that nobody deserves to spend the holidays alone, not even someone like you." "Why?" Bellatrix hissed. "Why have you been so kind to me? I'm a monster. I chose to be a monster. I wasn't forced down this path, I walked it willingly. I believe in my master's ideas, so why do you keep showing me mercy?" "All it takes to fall the way you did," Sirius said, his eyes drifting towards the ground. "All it takes is one bad day." His mind drifted to where he found James' body, his best friend lying dead on the ground, his wife, a woman he swore to protect if anything were to happen to him, resting lifelessly in the room of their only child. The anger he felt, the desire he had to kill Pettigrew in that moment burned in him like a fire. The memories began to slip away as he forced a smile to his face, looking up at his cousin. "I had a bad day too, once." "I know what it feels like to be broken beyond repair," Sirius said, "but I believe that if given the chance, if you would just open your eyes to what Voldemort truly is, you could change. Who we are now is not who we have to be forever. There is good in you, Bella, I know there is." "He's the only one," Bellatrix hissed. "He's the only one who recognized me for my power, my cunning, my ability. He was the only man who saw me as more than just a baby factory and gave me the power to burn those that thought less of me. I am loyal to my master, Sirius. I won't change." "Harry wants to break your mind," Sirius said. "He is a master Legilimens, and he is willing to break your occlumency shields by force to get information he knows you to have. If he does that, with your magic being constrained the way you are, you could die, or worse, become nothing but a living shell, your mind so damaged beyond repair that you may as well be dead. He gave me 2 days to get what I need from you before he does so. I'm asking you to please, tell me what you know. Tell me everything you know so that I can save your life, so that I can get you help." "I'm broken, serious," Bellatrix whispered, the sun setting in the distance as sad tears flowed from her face. "But I don't want to be fixed." Sirius smiled sadly, though didn't have a chance to respond as suddenly. Alarms blared from around them like screeching harpies, both his and Bellatrix's eyes widening in shock as the sound of hurried footsteps raced up the stairs. Sirius turned, catching Arthur's ghostly white face as the door flung open, the man's eyes trembling. "Something is attacking our wards." "With the damage it's doing, it's more like something's," Charlie hissed, the 3 men racing down the stairs towards the yard. "I'll send an SOS to Grimmauld Place, then I'll be right behind you." Sirius nodded, gripping his wand tightly as he and Arthur raced into the backyard, his heart stopping as the two looked at the swarm looming over the hill where the ward line was drawn. "It's a small army," Arthur muttered out with a tremble. "What the hell are they?" A shiver raced through Sirius' spine, looking up at the now night sky, a full moon floating above them. Werewolves! A thunderous roar bellowed down the rolling hills of the burrow as from above, Sirius watched 2 looming figures approach, their size matching the large oaks that grew along the Weasley property. Giants. "How did they find this place?" Arthur said. "These wards were set by Dumbledore to make this place damn near undetectable. Only the Order and my family would." The man to his side looked as if his heart sunk into his stomach, his eyes watering at whatever rattled in his mind. "Percy," he whispered. "Why?" Sirius hadn't a chance to comment, as through the use of the sonorous charm, a voice boomed from over the hill, the familiar voice of Barty Crouch Jr. "Members of the Order, I've come with a simple request. We know that Bellatrix Lestrange is being held captive here. Surrender her and Harry Potter, and perhaps We will choose not to slaughter you, so long as you fall to your knees and pledge allegiance to our Lord. Fail to do so, and you will be exterminated without prejudice." "Fat chance of that happening," Sirius muttered beneath his breath, as the footsteps emerging from the house grew louder, with the wave of Order members leaving the burrow in droves. "Merlin," Bill whispered, "werewolves." "Giants too," Fred and George whispered together. "There's so many of them," Ron whispered, his voice trembling. "Aside from Crouch," Michael whispered. "It's not like any of them are elite Death Eaters, so try not to shit yourself, okay, Weasley?" "I like your spirit, boy," Augusta Longbottom said with a smile. "A Longbottom never runs from a challenge." "They can have Bellatrix over my dead body," Neville hissed. "She's mine." Sirius watched in silence as Harry stepped forward. "Anyone who isn't willing to put their lives on the line right here and now, feel free to flew back to Grimmauld Place. Nobody has to fight if they don't want to. That being said, I'm not about to roll over and let them take back a precious hostage. If they want her, I don't plan on making it easier for them." "So, you intend to fight, do you, Potter?" Barty shouted manically. "You don't truly believe your little band stands a chance against our forces, do you?" Sirius watched as the boy trembled before him, looking over the crowd that glared down upon them from the hill. "We should run. This fight isn't necessary. You don't have to be brave right now. Bring it on," Harry shouted, his roar somehow matching that of Barty's without the use of the noise-enhancing charm. Sirius watched as smirks appeared around the students that surrounded him, a grin forming against Sirius' lips. He's made them completely loyal to him without the use of tricks of manipulation. That truly is quite the power you have there. I suppose us old heads can't be afford to look bad here. A grisly roar bellowed from beside him as Remus walked up beside him, his friend coated in fur. "So you finally managed to retain control of your transformed state, have you, Moony?" A nod shook from the werewolf's head as Sirius smirked. "For James and Lily, for Harry." Moony howled in agreement as Sirius turned to face Arthur. "How long do you think those wards will hold?" "Not much longer," Arthur whispered in fear. "Then I suppose we need to move fast," Harry said, Sirius watching as his godson scanned the hilltop. "First, we create a stone barrier, then we funnel them into choke points." Harry turned. "Moody, Tonks, Sirius, you are our heavy hitters. Make a pillar and get to high ground. Your job is simple, rain silver upon them." "Fire is another element werewolves are weak to," Harry said, scanning the field. "Claire and Michael, I know fire happens to be your thing. I want our left flank burning blue." Harry looked, scanning the lake. "Neville, Augusta, Bill, and Charlie, you're our backline. Do whatever you can to keep them from the house. And Tracy, Blaze, Astoria, you're on the perimeter. Under no circumstances are you to allow anyone through the windows." "He's so confident," Sirius said with a small smile as Harry continued to bark orders. "Remus, you and Arthur have giant number 1. I'll take giant number 2. Whoever gets Barty, go for the kill. Daphne, you're on me. Let's move." "Right!" The crowd roared in affirmation, racing towards their position. The grown wizards forcing the earth to rise from the ground, creating a wall of mud as that quickly turned to stone. Harry nodded, taking Daphne's hands as the two ran. "Get to the river and wait for me," Harry bellowed. "I have a plan, but I need you to be there when I get there." Daphne nodded, breaking away towards the bank as Harry hurtled towards the front line. "Tenemago," Harry bellowed, lighting the stone walls ablaze, a pillar rising from the ground as Harry glared into the crowd. "Harry," Sirius bellowed, "what are you doing out there?" His godson remained silent as he stared at the crowd before with a sinister whisper. He spoke, the wind carrying his voice, thinning the herd. The wards shattered as a battle cry roared loud enough to split the heavens with wave after wave of enemies hurtling down the rolling hills. "Fall!" he heard Harry whisper as a pulse of magic radiating from the boy's body. "What did he do?" Sirius whispered. "Just watch," Moody whispered from the pillar beside him. "You're about to witness something phenomenal." Sirius turned, watching in confusion before suddenly a beast tripped, falling forward as they stumbled to the ground. Did they trip? But that thought became less and less likely as Sirius watched foot soldier after foot soldier fall. "What happened?" Sirius whispered. "Your godson," Moody said with a smirk. is quite the extraordinary wizard." "That's half of them," Sirius whispered. "Harry just lightened the load tremendously." "That kid," Tonks said with a chuckle, "always making us look bad." Sirius smiled. "Are you watching James?" Serious though lifting his wand as he watched Harry race towards the riverbank. "Your son has become quite the dependable man." "Daphne!" Sirius heard Harry call out. "Get ready!" Sirius' eyes flickered towards the young couple for just a moment, watching as a faint white glow grew around the two, their auras lighting up a beautiful shade of cyan as Harry lifted his hand, forcing the water to rise, the top of the water developing the head of a dragon. "Now!" Harry shouted as Daphne's electric-coated hand plunged into the water, the dragon-shaped water now racing towards the giant that had charged towards them. "Hydrovolt!" A painful roar erupted from the approaching giant, the fangs of the dragon breaking the skin, toppling the large monster to its knees. "Coil!" Harry and Daphne roared as the electrically charged water dragon constricted the giant. Sirius turned his attention back onto the waves of oncoming trespassers, his wand firing off silver arrows like an experienced archer, hordes falling at their practiced silver rain. "Tusk!" Michael hissed, glancing over at the liquid dragon. "Look at him showing off." Sirius watched as Harry's friend turned to face the pink-haired girl. "Ready, pretty bird, let's show them that we can keep up." "Never figured you were one for competition," Claire said with a chuckle. "I can't let Harry show me up like that. Though I have to say, if our commander wasn't capable of at least that much, he'd have to step down," Michael said with a smirk, snapping as Sirius watched a metallic brace switch onto his arm before a blue flame erupted beside him. The reported Vila now entering her transformed state, conjuring up a blue flame as Michael placed his hand over hers, absorbing the flame with his gauntlet of sorts. The boy's arm flickered blue, before with a roar, fire spewed from his palm like an overgrown flamethrower, the screams of burning werewolves filling the air. "These kids," Moody said with a smirk, "they are something else." "It's great that we can rely on them," Tonks said, shooting out a spray of arrows from her wand into the crowd, as the roar of pain rang from a giant as Mooney sunk his teeth into the beast's upper leg. "But where the hell are the Aurors?" "With Umbridge in charge," Moody growled. "It's more likely that Dumbledore would show up before an Auror." Moody hadn't even a chance to speak, however, as the flaming symbol of the phoenix burned into the sky. "Well, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." "Pisses me off how happy I am to see him every time," Sirius growled as he looked at the bearded wizard entering the fray, alongside another heavily bearded man. "Aberforth?" Sirius watched in awe as a wave of the two wizards' wands lit the field ablaze, the surviving werewolves now retreating in fear. "Leave this place," Dumbledore said, his tone even, as a twister of flames emerged on the lot of the burrow. "Now!" Sirius watched as the two bearded brothers split, each racing towards a giant, the two working faster than Sirius had ever seen in the way they dueled the giants into submission. "Looks like we got the upper hand," Tonks said with a chuckle. Before the sound of glass shattering behind them grabbed their attention, the burrow now lit aflame, as a plume of black smoke racing towards them overhead. Tonks grunted from the impact, the black smoke wrapping around her like a claw. "Tonks!" Sirius shouted, jumping atop the smoke that grabbed her, a feeling of being squeezed through a tight tube forcing him to grunt in pain as the figures within the smoke attempted to shake him off. Sirius wrapped his arms tightly around the figures, sounds of discomfort echoing from the could, before, like a falling meteorite, the four figures hit the ground. Sirius stumbled forward, his ribs fracturing from the impact as he bellowed in pain, his eyes catching a glimpse of the figures in front of him. "Don't move," Barty hissed, his wand held tightly to Tonks' throat, "or the bitch dies." Sirius watched in pain as Bellatrix coughed, rising to her feet, Tonks' wand now in her possession. "We'll take her back as a prisoner," Barty spat. "We've got you back. Let's go. The mission is over." "Right," Bellatrix whispered weakly. "Kill him and get back to base," Barty said with a sneer. "I assume you know how to do that much." "Keep talking to me that way and I'll kill you myself," Bellatrix snapped back. "Don't forget who his most loyal is." Sirius felt his eyes widen as Tonks bit down on Barty's tongue, blood forming against the Death Eater's hand as he cursed. "That hurt, you worthless bitch! Hurry it up, Bellatrix! The Dark Lord won't rescue you again." Sirius felt helpless as laid on the ground at the mercy of Bellatrix, his favorite cousin vanishing in a plume of smoke. "Tonks!" Sirius shouted, though his cousin was now long gone. His gray eyes looked up at Bellatrix, the raven-haired witch's arm trembling as she pointed it at his head. "Bellatrix, please." "Avada Kedavra!" she roared as he closed his eyes, though nothing happened, only the smell of smoldering grass at his side remained. "You spared my life when you could have killed me," Bellatrix said. "Consider us even." "Bellatrix, why?" "I'm sorry, Sirius," the Dark Witch said with a twisted smile, "but I don't want to be saved." The pain and exhaustion overwhelmed him as he felt his eyelids begin to droop. The woman that had once been his prisoner now vanishing from sight. Andromeda, Ted, forgive me. To say he was angry would have been the understatement of the century as Harry paced the grounds, looking for the unaccounted for. How could this have happened? He hissed in his mind, stumbling forward, falling to his knees. "Shit," Harry hissed in his mind, "I forgot how much that bond drains me." "She's not there," Moody roared in anger. "The bitch escaped." "She's not the only one who is missing," Charlie said, his voice hoarse. "Tonks is missing too." "Tonks," Harry said, his blood freezing in his veins. He wanted nothing more but to run towards Charlie to ask more questions, but through a faint cough he heard the softest whisper, "Harry, help us." His head snapped around, racing towards a nearby bush that the noise was coming from, his heart nearly stopping at the sight. Blaze stood over the two girls, his face caked in red and mud, with Tracy resting in an unconscious haze. Though beside her was the object that frightened him, as Astoria's breathing had become frighteningly shallow. "Astoria!" Harry called out, falling to his knees as he pressed his ear to his chest. The girl's heartbeat dangerously slow, blood dripping from her eyes, ears, and nose. Harry had felt a wave of anger overtake him as he turned to Blaze, gripping him by the collar. "What happened?" "Barty, he snuck over here," Blaze said. "He caught Tracy off guard. She fell faster than I could follow. I tried to fight him, but he was faster than I could have imagined." Blaze's eyes sunk. "He disarmed me quickly. Astoria, she tried to hold him off. She held him off a while, but then she started bleeding and Blaze trembled beneath his gaze. I don't know why he didn't kill her, but he said something like the Dark Lord told him to spare her. I'm sorry." "H.R.I," he heard the girl whimper at his side, his body dropping to Astoria, lifting her into his arms as she looked up at him. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice low and soft. "I tried my best, but—" "It's okay," Harry said, his heart melting as Astoria's eyes looked up at him. "You're safe. That's all that matters." His eyes softened as he turned to Blaze once more. "Sorry for snapping at you like that. Can you carry Tracy?" "We need to get them to the medical area." Blaze nodded, lifting his girlfriend as they marched towards the beds that had been laid out by the ashes of the burrow. "Morgana's tits!" He heard a boy cry out, distantly recognizing the man as Bill, his face rather battered and bruised. "Just hold still," Daphne whispered. "The silver will work its magic, you just need to relax." "Do you think," Ron whispered, "do you think he's going to turn?" "I don't know," Daphne replied. "Werewolf scratches during the full moon aren't exactly a well-researched science, but given the fact the moon is still out and he hasn't been reacting is a good sign." A flicker of magic out in the field caught Harry's eye as off in the distance he watched as a man crawled closer towards the base. "Is that," Harry thought in a panic, "Sirius?" he shouted, placing Astoria on a bed as he raced towards his godfather. "Merlin," Harry whispered, "what happened to you?" "I'm fine," Sirius said, coughing, his face laced with pain as blood splattered on the floor. "Tonks," Sirius whispered, looking up into his eyes. "Barty captured her. She's been taken." What?" Harry replied, the eyes of the crowd falling upon him. "I'm sorry," Sirius whispered. "I couldn't stop them, Tonks, Harry whispered, a cold feeling bubbling in his core. Tonks was captured. How could this have happened? How did any of this happen? "Harry!" Daphne shouted, but it sounded so distant. "Harry!" "I'll kill them," he whispered in his mind. "If they lay even a finger on her, I'll kill every last." Smack! Harry's eyes widened as he turned to face the icy blue eyes. blood rushing to his face as Daphne looked into his soul. "Harry, you need to get a grip. Getting angry won't solve anything. We have to focus." "It doesn't make sense," Harry whispered, turning towards Dumbledore. "I heard that you warded this place yourself after Ginny died. How could they have broken through? How could they have known Bellatrix was here? It just doesn't make sense." Almost as if Harry had found himself in the center of a comedy, a plume of black smoke appeared before them as another Weasley appeared, his eyes full of panic. "W, what happened here?" Harry watched as the once head boy scanned the debris. "I got alerted that the burrow was under attack, and where are the Aurors?" "What Aurors?" Ron whispered. "The ones that Umbridge said she was going to send to ensure Bellatrix's got locked in a secure cell," the boy said, his voice laced with confusion. "I came to visit. Dad was home. We got into a big fight about Bellatrix being locked in the attic. He said not to tell anyone, but I wasn't about to leave a dangerous criminal in the house where my..." Rage overcame Harry's entire being as he felt his fist tighten, slamming into Percy, only for the other Weasleys to restrain him. "You idiot!" Harry shouted. "How could you have sold out your own family? Do you know the lives that could have been lost because of your idiocy?" "Sold out," Percy said, his voice trembling. "I just told Madame Umbridge. She's the head of the DMLE after all." "Merlin's beard perk," Charlie cursed. "I thought you were supposed to be smart. How the hell could you trust someone like Umbridge?" "Minister Fudge believed in her ability himself. I was simply doing the..." "Everybody quiet," Daphne shouted, the world suddenly coming to a stop. "I understand that tonight went very poorly, but if we all lose our cool, we've lost everything, so everybody needs to just shut up." Harry caught Daphne's eye as the girl continued. "What happened here tonight is horrible, but if we play our cards right, we can still turn this into a win." "Explain," Sirius whispered out. "First, even if it was through sheer stupidity, Percy has just given us exactly the dirt we need to show that Umbridge is corrupt, and Fudge's judgment is questionable." Daphne started calmly, brushing the soot from his skin. "Secondly, while not ideal, we can still secure a negotiating position." "She's right," Michael said, butting in. "We know that Voldemort wants the prophecy. Harry just so happens to have the ability to get the prophecy. Having to bargain at all isn't great, but we can still get Tonks back if we play our cards right." The anger rolled off Harry's shoulders in waves as he nodded, his occlumency helping to keep his cool. "Fine," Harry said, turning to Moody. "Let's go get the prophecy. I'm done wasting time." "Right behind you, lad," Moody said. "Nobody harms a student of mine." Chapter 20. The Hall of Prophecies. When it came to the matter of his sister's safety, there was only one aspect of importance: speed. If word of the attack on the burrow got out, as well as the fact that Bellatrix had been being held captive by the Order and escaped, entry into the Ministry for Harry, he believed would be far more difficult than the after-hours, Christmas Day operation he was currently running. Moody had been integral to his plan, as the famed Auror, known to be without many friends returning to the Ministry, raised little eyebrows, and with Harry under a disillusionment charm, they were moving fast. He hated leaving the burrow alone, especially with Sirius and Astoria being injured, but him being around them would do little to help. He was certain that the Order was angry, but the fury they felt held not even a candle to the inferno of rage burning in Harry's chest, a rage only Moody could understand. As he wandered the empty halls of the empty Ministry, he truly began to notice the immense scale of the buildings, with roofs high enough to fit entire New York City skyscrapers beneath its shelter. Flues lined the halls, allowing for quick transportation from all over the wizarding world, and elevators which created a fantastic line of movement from department to department sat unused and closed. The sound of Moody's wooden leg clicked against the black-tiled floor, and in the center of the atrium, a group of golden statues, larger than life-size, stood in the middle of a circular pool. Tallest of them all was a noble-looking wizard with his wand pointing straight up in the air. Grouped around him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The last three were all looking adoringly up at the witch and wizard. "We paint such fantasies in our minds," Moody growled. "To believe that centaurs and goblins adore us is nothing more than a lie we tell ourselves to sleep better at night. You've been to Gringotts. Did those goblins look about ready to worship you?" Harry shook his head, remembering the rather grouchy goblin he faced during his first trip to Gringotts. Come along, boy. We can't afford to lollygag for too long, lest Dumbledore sobers up and finds disagreement with our plan. I don't care anymore, Harry muttered beneath his breath. Retrieving Tonks is the only thing that matters right now. Moody nodded, the two racing around the halls. Clearly, the majority of employees would have been lost without functioning elevators to guide them around the ministry, but Moody would eat shit before entrusting his safety to magically moving machinery, and had seemed to have the entire ministry mapped out in his head. It wasn't long until the two had arrived at level 9 of the ministry, the Department of Mysteries, a cold chill blowing from behind a door gilded in pure silver, a comical check-in desk reciting right beside it. Venom coursed through Harry's hand as he lifted it towards the door, being stopped only by Moody clutching his hand tightly. We're already trespassing on ministry property. Let's try not to blow anything up. Harry sighed as Moody approached the door, placing his wand on a thin slit that looked somewhat like a mail slot, a light blue glow emanating from the door as it softly creaked open. Typical unspeakable pride, Moody said, shaking his head. I had my Department of Mysteries clearance removed 20 years ago, and they still haven't changed to locks. Top-level security we're dealing with here. If any unspeakables get in our way, I'll make them regret it, Harry whispered, pushing forward through the door. I still have a bone to pick with them from 3rd year. If they get in the way of me getting my sister back, there will be hell to pay. I'm not planning on stopping you, Moody said with a shrug, the two entering the dark chamber. The room that Harry had entered would have left him speechless in any other mood. It was filled with beautiful, dancing, diamond-sparkling light. Clocks ticked on every surface, and a large and small, grandfather and carriage, hung in the spaces between the bookcases or standing on desks ranging the length of the room, so that a busy, relentless ticking filled the place like thousands of minuscule, marching footsteps. This is the Department of... Not interested, Harry muttered out. Where's the Hall of Prophecies? Harry watched as Moody glanced up at the clock. 1 in the morning, huh? Moody whispered, if they haven't changed the door rotation, it should be the one on the left. Harry hadn't even bothered to wait for his mentor as he marched towards the door, swinging it open to be met with nothing but vast, cold chamber ceilings as high as a cathedral, and in the distance stood rows and rows of towering shelves, each of them holding hundreds of small, dusty glass orbs, with nothing more than a yellow and dusty label affixed below them. Harry sighed, reaching his hand out, grabbing a blue flame torch as with his eyes narrowed he pressed forward. Wait a minute, boy, Moody hissed out behind him. You don't know the layout, you'll get lost if you go by yourself. Harry stood still, waiting as the Auror hobbled to his side, his eyes scanning furiously as Moody now led the way. Turn after turn, Harry was rapidly losing track of where anything was, the maze of the Prophecy Hall matching that of the Triwizard tournaments. Cedric, the memory of the maze brought a rather unfortunate memory to his mind, a memory that was only replaced by the laughter of Tonks. I will save you, Harry whispered, no matter what. Harry grunted, his face slamming into Moody's moldy coat. What the hell was that? Though as Harry looked up, he felt his heart stop in his chest. In the golden label that rested below the orb right before him, names he recognized popped out at him. Prophecy of Harry Potter and Tom Riddle. So this is it, Harry murmured. This is what started everything, the thing that Voldemort so badly wants. Harry's breath hitched as he reached forward, wrapping his hand around the orb, a hazy voice hissing out. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. We've got what we need, boy, Moody growled. Let's leave. This place, it's always given me the creeps. Harry nodded, gripping the crystal ball tightly in his hand, the rage in his body pulsing like lightning through his fingertips. Just hang tight, Tonks, Harry said, his voice low and cold. I'll get you back, I swear it. Harry followed after the hobbling Auror, the two entering another set of doors, this one leading back into the Room of Time before entering the normal ministry. Come on, boy, let's move it. "The way I am now," Harry whispered. "It wouldn't be healthy for me to go back. I feel like if I head back to the burrow or Grimmauld Place, I'm going to explode." Harry grit his teeth. I'm so pathetically angry, Potter," Moody said, turning to face him, his eye gleaming into his soul. "Nymphadora Tonks was one of the best students I've ever had. I don't care if it takes weeks or months, she won't crack. I don't train weaklings." Harry stared blankly at Moody before a grim smile cracked upon the Auror's face. "Come along, we'll stay at my place tonight, give you some time to cool your head before returning to your friends and family. They'll probably be pissed about it tomorrow, but I know what it feels like to need your space." "Command can be a lonely place," Moody muttered. "Sometimes we all just need a break." "Yeah," Harry said, his voice soft and tired, the weight of his magic usage now fully felt as his adrenaline. "I think I'd like that." "I'm okay, I need some space. Don't come looking for me." The poorly scribbled note from Harry on terribly aged parchment filled her with both intense relief and fury as she paced the halls of St. Mungo's, the sun just creeping through the windows from the new day. Astoria, the Order, and now Harry, Daphne grunted. Where the hell is my support? Daphne was stopped in her thoughts as her mentor pulled open the door of her sister's room, sweat beading from her brow, but a comforting smile on her face. "Your sister is going to be fine. We've replenished her lost blood, and it's going to take a couple of hours until she comes to. But when she does, she'll be just fine. Serious injuries could take a bit longer to heal, but I suspect that Lord Black will be moving around in no time." Daphne smiled softly as her mentor approached, placing a comforting hand against her shoulder. "You've gone through quite a lot for someone your age, haven't you?" "I'm fine," Daphne said in a whisper. "I can handle it." "Those are two different things," Abigail said softly, guiding Daphne to a nearby bench, the two witches sitting beside each other. "I have no doubt you can handle it, but that doesn't make you fine." "Really, this is nothing I can." "Let it out," the witch beside her said. "Being attacked over and over again, having to fight battle after battle, sitting out here all alone after everything you've been through, all your concerns with your sister. I'm telling you to let it out." Daphne felt her breathing become sporadic as she fought the tears of stress that were building quickly in her eyes. "I'm not some random stranger, I'm a doctor. I know what stress can do." "Cry, Daphne, that's an order." An exhausted wail erupted from Daphne's throat. Every moment since that raven-haired boy had entered her life had been littered with both loving memories and stress. It wasn't that the good times didn't make the bad times worth it, of course they did, but it didn't make the bad times any sweeter. She wanted Harry. She wanted a normal life with Harry, with a sister that wasn't dying, with a war that wasn't looming over their heads. Comforting circles were drawn across her back as Daphne hiccuped, regaining a miniature wave of control as Abigail smiled. "See, feels better, doesn't it?" Daphne nodded softly as her mentor patted her back gently. "Go home and get some sleep. It's already 6 in the morning. The only person still here is Sirius' wife and kid. Everyone else called it a night 5 hours ago. Nobody is going to be dying tonight, Daphne. Get some rest. I will run some tests in Astoria for my research when she wakes, and then I'll let your elf know she's ready." "I can stay, Go home," Abigail said strictly before, with a gentle nod, she called out for Dobby, her elf bouncing playfully before her. "Take me back home," Daphne whispered. "Right away, Miss Greenie. The great Harry Potter just got back a few minutes ago. Maybe Harry Potter will make Greenie less sad." "Yeah," Daphne whispered, wiping the tears from her eyes, "maybe." Daphne vanished from the hospital with a pop, her eyes quickly adjusting to her new surroundings. Part of her chuckled at the fact that Dobby understood Grimmauld Place to be her home, but being in the House of Black without Harry felt strange. Shadows of the rising sun flickered along the wooden walls, and a hushed silence overtook the house. The only thing heard was the flickering of flames and a gentle smell of rising smoke that rose from the living room. Is somebody awake? The early morning birds chirped in the distance as, with quiet footsteps, she turned the corner of the kitchen into the sitting room, a shadow now visible against the wall. She swallowed, pressing forward, only to find that the missing crow had returned to the nest. His raven-black hair spiked in all directions, his limp stature leaned against the legs of the couch, his hand extended outward, a circular object in his hand. Harry. Like the crack of a whip, Harry turned to face him. Rage burned in her chest, but it lasted only a moment as the slight hue of red filled her boyfriend's eyes. He was crying, Daphne thought to himself. Harry never cries. She watched as Harry looked up at her, his boyfriend wiping his eyes, turning his head away. "Sorry," he whispered. "For abandoning you like that, I just felt." "It's okay," Daphne said, moving to his side, sliding beside him. "Everyone is all right. The doctors say everyone is going to make a full recovery, even Astoria." "That's good. I'm glad everyone is safe," Harry sighed, looking back towards the fire. "Well, almost everyone." "Tonks is strong. She's not going to let the Death Eaters break her," Daphne said firmly, taking Harry's hand. "She's your sister, after all. Both of you are too stubborn to ever give up." A soft smile grew on Harry's face for a fleeting moment. "I'm guessing you were out with Moody, right? Did you get the prophecy?" Harry nodded, showing the glowing ball to her. "I have it, but I don't know what to do now." His voice sounded unconfident, worse than Daphne had ever heard before. "Honestly, I don't even know where to start anymore. Harry," Daphne whispered softly. "I knew better than to give Sirius 2 days. I should have just broken Bellatrix's mind," Harry said, gripping the crystal ball tightly. "Had I done that, I wouldn't have needed to stay and fight to protect her in the first place. Bill, Sirius, and Astoria wouldn't have needed to get hurt, and the Weasleys' home wouldn't have been destroyed. If we could have just retreated, Tonks would still be." Daphne gazed on at the boy. "The fight wasn't worth it. I should have commanded everyone to run. I saw Barty, and I remembered the graveyard. I remembered seeing Neville's parents. I just got so angry and—" "Stop that," Daphne hissed, grabbing Harry's shoulders tightly. "You did what you could with the cards you were dealt. Of course, there were better ways of handling the situation had we been in charge from the beginning, but we're not always here. The way you organized the battle strategy on the fly was masterful. Your plan is the reason nobody died." The way Harry's eyes locked upon her made Daphne's heart melt as she whispered, "You're a leader, Harry. It's in every fiber of your being. The post is never easy, but I would follow you anywhere. I know that Michael, Astoria, Neville, Claire, every single one of us, we all feel the same way." "I won't be there for you guys to follow next year," Harry said, looking away. "This war is progressing faster than I could have ever imagined. I can't afford to waste any more time wandering about Hogwarts. Next year, I'm not going back." "There's nothing for me there if you aren't going," Daphne whispered. "If you're not going, then neither." "Use your head, Daphne," Harry hissed, silencing her. "Your dream is to save your sister, to become this great medical witch. You can't do that if you drop out of school to follow me. Following me, it's just going to be more trouble than it's worth." "Apparently your hearing isn't working so well," Daphne said, her voice growing more stern as she turned to face Harry. "I said I'd follow you anywhere, and if that means into the heat of battle, then so be it. Emmeline follows Sirius into battles, Andromeda follows Ted, Molly follows Arthur, and your mom followed your dad into every battle, didn't she? We fight together, we handle our problems together, and should we win or die, we'll do that together too. Being in a relationship, it's not just about all the fun times. Yes, I know that you will panic about my safety when the fighting starts, but I will feel less guilty being dead knowing I fought by your side, rather than if I was just sitting behind the safety of castle walls. Like it or not, that's the hurdle our relationship has to overcome. We average our misery, in the hopes that we will get through this dark time and get to spend the rest of our time on this earth together. Do you hear me, Harry?" "You know," Harry said, looking up at the roof with a smirk, "you call me stubborn all the time. I don't think you realize just how much worse you are than me." Daphne chuckled as Harry turned one last time to face her. "All right then, princess. Since you seem dead set on staying on the sinking ship until it's too late, let's make sure it doesn't come to that." Daphne watched as Harry dropped the swirling sphere on the ground between them. "I got the prophecy. How do we move on to step 2 of your master plan?" "We get a Death Eater to deliver our message," Daphne whispered. "I was thinking about a certain black bat whose loyalty Voldemort never seems to question." "You want us to tell Snape to deliver the message," Harry whispered. "But that involves waiting until the term starts again. What will happen to Tonks in that time?" "All plans have downsides, but Tonks has information the Dark Lord wants," Daphne whispered. "At the very least, she would prove effective bait for you. She'll be in hell, but it's unlikely she'll be killed. I wish I could give you better news, but—" "No, I understand," Harry said through gritted teeth. "I just don't like it." Harry's eyes sunk as he looked down at the floor. "Tonks, just stay alive, please." "They would be foolish to mount a counterattack, my lord," Lucius said with a deep bow. "Potter himself knows he is no match for you. Is this truly a necessity?" "It was on oversight I should have addressed sooner," Voldemort sneered. "We won't know for sure how much Bellatrix told them until either the girl talks of Bella wakes. The operation cannot be disturbed, so I suggest you do as you're told, Lucius, lest you end up like her." Voldemort watched his servant's eyes follow the drooling mess that lay discarded on the ground waiting for death. The woman in pink's brain turned to nothing but mush from the pain, her tongue slobbering from her mouth as she shook, rocking and twitching in insanity. "Why, master? Why, master? Why, master?" was all the woman muttered. They had been the only words uttered by the woman beneath his torturous curse. "Fine, Barty, he will be the caster, but I will be the one to be the secret keeper. The wards may keep people away," Voldemort hissed, "but the charm will cloak us entirely." "Yes, my lord, it will be done," Lucius said, his eyes widening in fright as Voldemort lifted his wand. "My lord." "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort grunted out, the twitching woman to Lucius' side suddenly ceasing all movement. "Find a ditch to dump her in. The more questions to muddle the field, the better. The longer Fudge remains in office, the better our position is. Just get this woman out of my sight. She makes me sick. I have another visitor to attend to." "Yes, my lord," Lucius said, bowing further before him, before Voldemort rose, turning his back, his glowing red eyes focused on the stairs which descended into the basement. Each step he took towards the locked cellar had made his twisted grin grow wider, as even through the silenced enchanted doors, screams of agony could still be heard. As his foot touched the cool ground, his servant dropped to his knees. "Jonathan, any updates on our hostage?" "She's lasted 2 days now," Jonathan said, his voice trembling, "but she hasn't said a word." Voldemort's eyes flicked towards the door before his servant spoke once more. "Master, my daughter, I assume she was present at the raid. She lives," Voldemort whispered. "She will continue to so long as you continue to prove useful to me." Voldemort smiled grimly. "I am a man of my word. Once the wizarding world bends to my will, I will ease your burden, Jonathan. Have faith in me." "Of course, my lord," the man said before a flick of his hand opened the door before him. The face of his servant fading from view as a new figure caught his eye. The girl was young, her hair now a mousy brown rather than the wild colors it had been reported to be. Her right eye was blackened, and blood spewed from her busted lip and nose, her entire body shaking from the effects of Cruciatus' curse as chains dangled her helplessly from the ceiling. "I wondered when the boss man himself would come to see me," the woman said with a chuckle, before blood erupted from her mouth falling to the ground. "I was getting bored of seeing your worthless goons." "That, I'm afraid we agree on," Voldemort hissed. "I had your last 2 interrogators killed for failing to bring me results, so unfortunately the old adage holds true. If you want something done right, you must do it yourself." The girl, despite her mask of courage, trembled slightly at the feeling of his fingers upon his battered skin. "But you, a metamorph magus, you have used to me. All you must do is tell me what exactly the Order knows, tell me what their plans are, and you can live." "If I did that," the woman hissed, "I wouldn't want to live." "Crucio!" Voldemort hissed as screams erupted from the lungs of the young girl for only a short moment before canceling the spell. "Nymphadora!" Voldemort started only to be cut off by the young woman's snarl. "Don't call me Nymphadora." "Very well then, prisoner," Voldemort said, wrapping his hand around her throat, his jagged nails digging into her skin. "While this may be hard to understand, I am not an unreasonable man. You are young, with quite the life to live. Do you truly wish to throw it away, for nothing more than a pack of old men and a little boy?" "That little boy," the woman spat, "is my little brother, and one day he's going to kill you." Voldemort growled with anger as the woman continued. "Let me save you the trouble of asking me dumb questions and get straight to the point. No matter what harm or torture you thrust upon me." The woman started a fiery glare in her eyes. "I'll never sell out my comrades, I'll never sell out Harry. So save us both some time and kill me." A heavy layer of silence filled the air before the twisted grin that had emerged upon his face grew larger, his scaly hand gripping the young girl's chin. "Perhaps soon, but not yet, as I stated, prisoner," Voldemort hissed. "You still have use to me. I have great plans for you in the future. Though perhaps you'll change your tone sooner than you expect. Isn't that right, McNair?" Voldemort's glowing eyes fell upon the woman's current interrogator. "I want answers, McNair, and I want them now. Get her to talk, or you'll be joining the list of failures, and I assure you their punishments will be grueling." "Yes, Master," McNair said with a nod. "You are a strong one, Nymphadora Tonks," Voldemort said, his voice sweet as vinegar. "It'll be a pleasure breaking you." Death was becoming an increasingly familiar thing in Astoria's life, and today, like many other days, had been no different. Her arms were sore, not just from the battle that had taken place, but the number of blood draws she'd been forced to endure under Daphne's instruction as well. Daphne, it was one of the many things that weighed heavy on her mind. For as much as a burden her illness had been, her sister had never thought about it like that. But as she looked at the exhausted expression on Daphne's face, she desperately wanted to be able to relieve some of the pressure. It was in times like this that she would often turn to Harry for some sort of comfort or advice. But Harry hadn't been looking much better these days, with him feeling like a completely new person upon her return to Grimmauld Place. Harry didn't laugh anymore, and he hardly ever smiled, with only she, Daphne, and Michael even managed to get the smallest grin on his face. The boy had been on radio silence with his godfather as well, something that made both Harry and Sirius look terrible. It wasn't that they were upset with one another. Astoria had managed to ingrain the look of somebody upset into her memory. Rather, they both looked guilty, to the point that they could hardly face each other. The Tonks had been a mess as well. In the full day that Astoria was back, she'd only seen Andromeda eat once, and her sandwich was returned to the kitchen by Dobby only half-eaten, though according to Dobby, it had been the most the middle black sister had eaten since her daughter's kidnapping. Ted, on the other hand, was still missing, scouring different cross-sections of Wizarding England where bodies were most frequently dumped, unsure of whether to pray for finding their daughter's body or not, neither parent knowing which fate was worse. It was Trough Ted's neurosis, however, that they'd come across a rather difficult discovery: the body of Dolores Umbridge resting in a poorly crafted ditch, an area that had once been a famous dumping grounds for Death Eater victims who had gone missing during the First War with Voldemort. The Aurors had taken custody of the woman's body and left with no other choice. Amelia Bones, though currently still confined to a wheelchair, had been reinstated as the head of the DMLE. And upon getting the news, Harry had made it clear there was no better time to move. A message had been sent to Dumbledore, who through Flu Network had called an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot under the pretense of Umbridge's death. But the look in Harry's eye made it clear there was far more to this day than any of the Wisengamot members had imagined. The road layers that seemed to hover upon the well in which the trials were held made Astoria feel like less than an ant, the magnified eyes looking down upon the group as they sat in the audience chairs, waiting for the chaos to begin. It hadn't taken long for it to ensue as the clicking of Dumbledore's heeled boots as he walked towards the podium quickly earned Fudge's ire. "What is the meaning of this, Albus?" Fudge hissed. "It's the Christmas holidays for Merlin's sake." "I figured that your merriment would have been short given the circumstances. Surely you informed of the reason for this meeting," Dumbledore said coyly. The clearly unorganized minister's face was filled with confusion. Umbridge really ran this man's entire life, Astoria thought to himself. I doubt he could even pick out a tie on his own. "I made the message rather clear for those who read the summons. Senior Undersecretary and temporary head of the DMLE, Dolores Jane Umbridge, is dead." Astoria wasn't exactly expecting a miserable wailing to emerge from the crowd at the notions of her death, but the tempered response had really made Astoria realize just how despised the woman truly was. "Dolores is dead," Fudge stammered, struggling for words. "There could have been a lot more casualties thanks to her, too," Sirius said, rising from his seat amongst the sea of chairs. "On Christmas Day, the Burrow was attacked by Death Eaters and burned to the ground. An urgent message sent to the Auror Department for help, but under Dolores' reign, none arrived. The Weasleys are not only pure-blooded wizards, but they are wizards who have given their all to a ministry who failed to protect them when they were needed most. All of this was thanks to the appointment by Fudge of a witch who was not suitable to take up the great Amelia Bones' position. The destruction of the Weasleys' ancestral home and the injuries to the members of their family lie solely at the feet of the incompetent buffoon who supported Dolores' motion to become head of the DMLE. I myself set the wards on the Weasleys' home the day after tragedy first befell their family, Dumbledore started. Even for the most experienced of Death Eaters, breaking my wards would have taken a substantial amount of time, something I assure you all did not happen. The reason behind this is, as Percy Weasley will testify, he informed Dolores Umbridge of safety concerns regarding the Weasleys' home, including the wards in place at the home. He is, after all, quite bright. He was led to believe that Aurors would arrive at the house to check up on the security, and instead was met with nothing but his home aflame. It is my suspicion that Dolores Umbridge not only failed in her duty as the DMLE head, but informed the Dark Lord and helped in the destruction of the Weasleys' home. It is for that reason I am pushing for a vote of no confidence regarding Fudge's position as Minister of Magic, Sirius said, earning a gasp from many in the room. What I am asking for is tough, and I am willing to give Fudge the time it takes for him to prepare a defense that may prove me wrong. But as someone with a young son, I do not feel comfortable with the safety that his leadership brings. If your home was attacked, and the Aurors never came because of Fudge's decisions, how would you fare? Would your family survive? Is that a risk you would be willing to take? The Weasleys were lucky Harry Potter was there to fend off the Dark Lord's forces, but he can't be everywhere, and I am asking you, do you trust Fudge as much as you do Harry? The crowd grew silent as Astoria turned to face Harry, her brother rising from his seat. I know that technically, I am not allowed to interrupt, but as my name has been mentioned, I feel it pertinent for me to speak. Astoria felt her eyes tremble at the expression that donned her brother's once cheer-filled face. I've been fighting the war against Voldemort all my life. The crowd shuddered at the name, but Harry continued. And when I brought him back at the end of the Triwizard Tournament, the war began for all of you. The Death Eaters won't discriminate. The Weasleys are proof of that. Even if your blood is pure, so long as you refuse to bow before Voldemort, he will try to kill you. So I'm asking you, Harry said. I am putting myself out on the line, willing to die to take down Voldemort if necessary, but what are all of you doing? What are all of you willing to sacrifice for this country we all love so much? Fudge's administration has left many of you with comfy jobs and high payouts, and if Voldemort were to win and you were to submit, I assure you that most likely you'd get to keep those luxuries. But you wouldn't be free, and the Dark Lord isn't someone to accept your money for mercy. Make one mistake and losing your job would be the last thing to worry about. You could be tortured, your wives could be raped, your children could be murdered. These are the realities of war, so I ask you, is Fudge the man you trust to lead you through it? Astoria watched as even before Emmeline could raise her hand, Tiberius Ogden raised his. I second the motion. If what I have heard is true, I refuse to leave the safety of my family in someone as incompetent as you. The boy has a way with words, I'll give him that, Griselda Marchbanks muttered. We'll await the trial, but I must say, you've run a mockery of this war for far too long, and you should be ashamed of yourself that a 15-year-old boy has more balls to do what must be done before you. We may not currently have the votes to give you the boot, but we have enough to form an inquiry that may change some minds. Hand after hand rose, with only those Astoria knew to be Death Eaters amongst the crowd abstaining from the motion. So it is set, Dumbledore whispered, as customary. We will give you the time mandated to set up a defense against your accusations. 6 months should do. However, for the time being, I motion for Amelia Bones to be assigned to overseeing Fudge as he awaits for his inquiry. All in favor, Sirius called out, lifting his hands, this one earning more hands than their previous motion. It seems the majority has it, Albus. Indeed it does, Albus said with a grin, turning to face the students on the bench. Indeed it does. Chapter 21. Playing for keeps January was upon them, and the energy within the house had been at an all-time low. Ted had been continuing the search for his daughter all over the country, and Daphne had resorted to creating nutrition shakes to get Andromeda to eat, her face sinking from her lack of caloric intake. While Michael and the twins did everything they could to keep the morale up, it had seemed to do little for the person whose fire they'd been trying to light. He turned down another Quidditch match, Fred said, his eyes sinking as they descended the steps from Harry's room. The kid loves flying more than anything, George whispered. I can't believe he'd say no 4 times in a row. Not even flying helps, Daphne thought to herself miserably, pushing past the boys as she walked into the room that she and Harry shared. The boy's hair was somehow messier than usual. His once glowing emerald-green pools now looked faint and pale with dark circles forming beneath his eyes, his hand clutched tightly around the prophecy. How long has it been since he slept? Daphne wondered. She'd spent every night beside him, but constantly she would hear Harry whisper, his nightmares breaching into reality until the point he'd get up to head down to the basement and train. So badly, she wished that she could just go out to find Tonks for Harry, or figure out a way to make the time move faster. So often kids had wanted their breaks from school to last forever, and yet, when Daphne looked down at Harry, she wanted nothing more than for school to start once more. Harry, Daphne whispered, dinner's ready downstairs. It'll be one of our last time having Molly's cooking for a while, you know. Okay, Harry said with a nod, rising to his feet, stumbling forward, his body dripping with exhaustion. You look horrible, she whispered, catching Harry, allowing the boy to rest on her shoulder. How long has it been since you rested your body? I'm trying, Harry replied weakly. I'm trying to make life go on. I don't want to make the same mistakes as I did 2 years ago, but I just can't sleep. Harry's eyes sunk. Every time I close my eyes, I can't help but think about just how much pain Tonks is in, and when I think about it, It's okay, Harry, it's okay, Daphne said comfortingly. Maybe you'd feel a bit better if you talked to Sirius. And say what? Harry replied, his voice trembling. That you forgive him for one thing, Daphne whispered. He's beating himself up over his decisions. He's racked with guilt over what happened to Tonks because of his plan, and even though Andromeda and Ted have assured him they don't blame him, he still hasn't heard that from you. I can't forgive him, Harry whispered. For Merlin's sake, he's your godfather, Harry. He's done nothing but wish the best. I can't forgive him because I don't even know how to forgive myself, Harry shouted. I was the one that gave the order to fight back. Everything that led up to that moment was meaningless. I made the wrong call, and everybody telling me that it's a process while comforting me doesn't do anything to absolve me of how I feel. Daphne watched silently as Harry's voice began to soften. If she dies, it's on me, and I don't know how I'd live with myself if that happened. It's not your fault, Harry, a tired voice whispered from the now open door, and I'm sorry if I failed to make that clear enough with you earlier. Uncle Ted, Harry whispered, his eyes locked upon the man. My daughter, whether you ordered us to stay and fight or run, Ted said softly, she would have never abandoned you. You're the most important person in the world to her, Harry. That's why I know that your decision had nothing to do with it. If it meant saving you, Nim would give her life in a heartbeat. That's just the kind of girl she is. What I do know, Ted continued, is that to see us all mopping around like this would be something she wouldn't stand for. And if she knew that she was the reason you're this miserable, Harry, she'd never forgive herself. Daphne glanced up at the large man. My heart breaks every time I go hunt for my daughter, but never, even in my lowest moments, do I ever blame you, Harry. The only ones to blame are Voldemort and his group of bastards that follow him. Tonks wouldn't have wanted a pity party, Ted said, smiling. She'd want her brother to keep his head high and work on finding a way to get her out of the situation she's in. For whatever horrendous thing that may be happening to her, I know that she hasn't given up faith that you're going to rescue her. But so long as you are in that condition, Daphne watched as the man pointed at the stumbling Harry, you won't be able to save anyone. So eat some food, get some sleep, learn to forgive yourself, and let's make those bastards pay for the hell they've put us through. All right, Unc, Harry said with a whisper, the first smile forming across his face in what must have been literal days. Roger that. Daphne watched as Harry's eyes floated towards her. But before that, can you call Sirius in here? Daphne nodded as she placed the boy atop the bed once more, his head now resting against Ted's shoulder, who rubbed his back comfortingly. A soft smile etched across her face as she walked towards, Sirius's room only to find the man walking towards her. "Are you going to see Harry?" Sirius finished for her. "Yes, before I lose my nerve. I know Harry probably won't forgive me, but I have to make." "I don't think that'll be a problem," Daphne whispered, following the man as he approached the room, knocking before entering. "Harry," Sirius whispered, "I know that I made a mistake in hopping to get Bellatrix to talk without resorting to." "I love you, Sirius," Harry whispered the words so faintly. "And I'm sorry that my silence led you to believe that I was mad of that I hated you. I'm feeling so lost right now," and Daphne watched as Sirius didn't even hesitate, running towards Harry and wrapping his arms around the boy. "It's okay, Harry," Sirius whispered. "We'll figure this out. Tonks is our family, we'll never abandon her. Never." Harry nodded into Sirius' shoulder as the sweetness of the moment led to a sinking thought. So this is what it's like to have a father. Daphne smiled, pushing the thought down as she watched the two comfort each other, the pain clearing slightly from their eyes. "I'm going to get to work on brewing some dreamless sleep for you," Daphne said, walking towards the door, before Harry's scratchy voice caught her attention. "Thank you," he muttered out softly. "Daphne." "Don't mention it," Daphne said with a weak smile. "It's the least I can do." Harry was lucky to have Daphne, he knew that. If he could thank her every second of the day, he would, but taking praise for doing what she believed was right wasn't really their style. Harry had never said the words, it never seemed like the right time, but somehow, in his heart, he and Daphne both knew it was true. It was thanks to Daphne's dreamless sleep draft that he managed to close his eyelids for a few hours, fatting softly into a short reprieve of peace from his tortured mind. Harry yawned, his eyes blinking open to find himself softly tangled in a sea of his girlfriend's honey blonde hair, their alarms blaring. 5 more minutes, Daphne grumbled out softly, before Harry crept up beside her, planting a soft kiss on her neck. A melodious whimper escaped Daphne's lips before Harry tugged on her shoulder, shifting her onto her back, his shirtless body looming over her. "What time is it?" Daphne whispered, her voice raspy. "Time to get up if we're to get some breakfast before boarding the Hogwarts Express," Harry whispered, his eyes momentarily catching the sight of Daphne's bare torso, her borrowed sleep shirt rising up only to be stopped beneath her chest. Harry had felt his face growing scarlet, now recognizing his position, only to have Daphne playfully wink at him. "You're evil, you know that," Harry said with a gentle smile. "I know, but hey," Daphne said, her eyes finally widening. "You smiled. You actually smiled." Harry had felt miserable over the fact that Daphne had talked about his smile like it was Halley's Comet, and a pang of sadness grew in his heart over how miserable he'd been to everybody over the past few days. "I take it you're feeling a bit better." "It took some time, and honestly, it still hurts like hell," Harry said nervously, "but I think I finally got my head on straight. If I just keep mopping about, Tonks is going to be in his clutches forever, and I can't allow that. She's not dead yet, and I can't allow myself to think that way. She wouldn't want that." "That's what I like to hear," Daphne said, rising up to kiss him. "I'm glad you're back, Flyby. I've missed you." Harry's arm wrapped around Daphne's waist, holding her up as his forehead touched hers. "We'll get her back. Doing the impossible is what we do after all." "You really think so?" Harry said softly, the last ounce of doubt rising from his lips. "So long as you still think I can save Astoria," Daphne whispered. "I know what it's like to walk around with a death sentence looming over somebody you love. Your pain is my pain." "We average our misery," Harry said with a smirk. "That's what you said, isn't it?" "In the hopes of getting something greater," Daphne snipped back. "Don't forget the important end of my speech. You're making me sound like a downer when you say it." "Sorry," Harry said gently, before looking softly down at the girl before him. "Why do you put up with so much of my crap?" "There's no real reason for it that I can explain," Daphne said, her breath causing the hairs on Harry's arms to rise. "I just know that more often than not, I feel happier when I'm around you. You give me this belief in myself to do things that I would have never thought possible. So what if you're a little grouchy sometimes? If you were perfect, you'd be boring, and I hate boring." Harry smiled as Daphne pat his cheek. "Now come on, let's get some breakfast. I'm sure everyone will feel better when they see you not skulking about." As usual, Daphne appeared to be right, as a well-rested Harry seemed to invigorate the breakfast table, with smiles growing as Harry's face came into view. "Harry," Molly said, the Weasley matriarch running to his side with a rather large helping of eggs. "You look well. Those awful dark circles around your eyes had me worried. But look at you, you're practically a stick. You need to eat right." "Don't push the boy so hard, Molly," Remus whispered before the werewolf turned to face Harry. "Glad to see you walking among the living again." "Sorry to have worried you," Harry said earnestly. "I just needed to get my head on right." He scanned the table, finding Andromeda looking about ready to wilt from the combined famine and hunger. Harry detached himself from the Weasley woman, walking towards the lady who'd been the only mother he knew, his emerald green eyes pouring into Andromeda's soul. "It's painful to think about," Harry started. "When I think about Tonks, it kills me inside, but I give you my word." Andromeda looked up at him, her eyes so deeply sunken it forced a moment of silence before Harry clapped his hands around hers. "I'll bring your daughter back to you if it's the last thing I do." Harry turned back towards the table. "Now that Dumbledore can't interfere with the plan, I'd like to show you this." Harry clasped his fingers around the glass orb. "This is the prophecy, and it's our ticket to getting back Tonks. The first step is simple. We get in contact with a Death Eater to deliver the message. We arrange a meeting spot, and as soon as Tonks is in our grasp, I break the prophecy. Then," Harry said with a low whisper, "we get our revenge on those bastards that dared to attack us and make sure they understand we are not to be fucked with." "Harry," Molly gasped at the profanity, but Harry paid her no mind. "One caveat to the plan," Harry whispered. "Barty Crouch is mine to kill. He'll pay for laying a hand on my family." "Make that too," Neville hissed out. "I want Bellatrix." Harry watched as the blonde-haired boy turned to face Sirius. "Any objections?" "I tried to save her, but she made it clear that's not what she wants," Sirius said with a sigh. "I won't make the same mistake twice." "You said your first step was to contact a Death Eater," Remus said with a wrinkled brow. "How in the world is that an easy task?" "Severus Snape," Harry whispered. "Snape," Remus shouted with astonishment. "You trust Snape too?" "I trust him to do what he always does," Harry said. "Wish for me to be dead. If delivering the message could lead to that outcome for him, I'm sure he'll do it. His compliance isn't really a factor if he doesn't want to do it. I know of another kiss-up who will do exactly that if it means he can be rid of his furry little problem." "Harry," Narcissa whispered, "he's my son." "I won't kill him," Harry said, his voice trying to be as sympathetic as possible. "I just assume he'll gladly do what I want, especially if Daphne is the one to deliver the message under the guise of wanting to turn sides." "Draco's always had a soft spot for me," Daphne said suggestively. "Even if he was a brute about it, it could work." "Still, we are at war," Harry said. "Things have to stop becoming personal if we are to succeed, something that I am learning now as well. As painful as it is, sacrifice is part of war, and war is ugly, but surrendering and giving up isn't an option." Harry sighed. "I will do what needs to be done. I ask that all of you be willing to do the same. As Tonk's kidnapping should have made perfectly clear to everyone, from this point forward we play for keeps." The whistle of the approaching Hogwarts Express blared in the distance, the sound vibrating among the headmaster's chamber as Dumbledore lunged forward into his once white handkerchief, brutal coughs leaving the fabric a stained red. Getting involved with the Weasley attack was unwise, Albus, as was the drinking. The fragile state of your body was not adequately prepared for such combat. Dumbledore looked up, finding the hollow black eyes of his most loyal followers, one of the few who'd yet to abandon him even through his mistake. The former potions master dug into his robe, drawing a vial filled with a murky white elixir, the smell reminiscent of old cottage cheese as the cork was popped. "Drink, this should manage the pain." Dumbledore reached forward, grabbing the potion and downing it in one breath, desperate to try and avoid the taste, an attempt he failed miserably. "You are acting far too recklessly, Albus. You must adhere to our timeline." He fought down the reflex to gag as he wiped down his long and neatly groomed beard, a smile softly forming against his lips as he shook his head. "I fear that adhering to my timeline is a thing of the past, especially accounting for the most recent developments." Severus' brow furrowed as Albus continued. "During the attack, Nymphadora Tonks was kidnapped by Death Eaters. A capable Auror, I'm sure, Severus said, his tone aloft with uninterest. But I fail to see why her being taken would. She's far more than simply an Auror, Severus, Albus said wearily. Harry sees the girl as his sister, a reasonable view considering they grew up together, I suppose. Though, with Harry having a personal relationship with young Nymphadora, I believe we can both imagine that he won't exactly be sitting on his hands and waiting for instructions. Powerful as the boy may be, Severus began, he is not yet a match for the Dark Lord. Even if the Dark Lord's location could be made public, something unlikely in its own right, a raid on the Dark Lord would be a complete failure. Indeed it would be, Albus nodded, which is why I fear that Harry is planning something even more reckless, an exchange. And what could Potter have to offer besides his own head that the Dark Lord could want? Severus sneered. The very thing he's been after since their fight in the graveyard, Dumbledore said, his tone a mix of fear and patience. You don't mean? Albus nodded. Mind you, I was horribly drunk at the time, but I'm certain I overheard Harry talking about going to retrieve the prophecy. He brought Alastor along with him, so I would wager it was a successful mission. He turned to look out his window, watching as the Hogsmeade carriages began to drop students off at the delivery point. In fact, I'd bet that Harry has the prophecy in his possession as we speak. So what do we do? An air of panic cloaked sneakily beneath Snape's uncaring face. What is the plan? Plan, Albus whispered. For this, I have no plan, but I suspect that you, Severus, are a part of Harry's. The headmaster's eyes dropped towards his cursed hand. He is the leader of the order now, I suggest, that while I wish to be kept informed of the mission, that you do what Harry asks of you. The head of Slytherin's house's eyes burned with fury as Albus smiled softly. You said it yourself, Severus. I've accelerated my timeline. I fear I may only have a month or two left. It's up to Harry to lead from here on out, and it is equally important that Draco be warned about the urgency of his mission. I fear for his safety, should he fail his orders. Another coughing fit emerged from Dumbledore's lungs, his body spasming from the force as droplets of blood fell upon his desk. Bother, Dumbledore said in a tired whisper, wiping down the stains before rising. I fear we must both be on our ways. I suspect the children will be at the Great Hall soon. They have all had a long voyage. It would be most inappropriate to keep them hungry. He rose from his chair, his legs trembling beneath him as if he was currently still beside his brother, inebriated in the Hogshead Inn. Albus whispered. Walking in this condition would be quite troublesome. The headmaster's eyes turned towards his full-grown phoenix, his bird chirping happily at the attention as Dumbledore rubbed his fingers softly against the bird's red and gold feather. What do you say, Fawkes? The bird now sitting at full attention. Are you willing to help an old wizard out? Fawkes squawked loudly with affirmation before a wave of crimson flame overtook his vision, clearing only once he had arrived at the Great Hall, much to Hagrid's surprise. Blimey, Professor, Hagrid shouted. Ya scared me. Apologize, Hagrid, Dumbledore muttered, only to feel the muscles in his legs cramp, nearly causing him to collapse as the half-giant's calloused hands gripped his thin frame, helping him stand. Professor, Hagrid whispered, are you all right? You don't look so good. Ah, well, I do appreciate your concern, my friend, Albus whispered, looking at yet another one of his students he was unable to protect and save. I'm afraid I must have come down with a flu or something. Truthfully, I've not been feeling quite like myself, but I am sure it shall pass. Well, I do hope you haven't fallen victim to another one of those horrendous attacks, Minerva said with a huff. With everything going on, the last thing we need is for this unnamed assailant to succeed. Indeed, Minerva, Albus whispered softly. My death would certainly be a great tragedy, but I assure you, I do plan to live long enough to see a great wizard replace me. Albus shifted his gaze further down the table as he came across his newest hire, sitting up straight in his chair by Madame Pomfrey's side, drinking half a goblet of water in one sip. Ah, Horace, I'm glad to see you up and doing well. I knew nothing could keep you down for long. Ah, well, there are certainly more ideal ways to spend the Christmas holiday, Horace said. But I suppose I am lucky to be alive, in no short part to the works of your wonderful medical witch. Albus watched as Poppy nodded proudly, earning a soft smile from before Dumbledore once more gazed upon the large potions professor. "I appreciated your Christmas gift, Horace. It truly was exactly what I needed." The understanding was instantaneous as Horace sighed with relief, the visible weight on his shoulders shifting. "Good, good," Horace muttered. "I hope it makes solving your problem possible." "Indeed, it does, old friend," Dumbledore said with a nod. Yet, before any other professor could ask, Severus entered the Great Hall, commanding the doors to open, as from behind the defense against the dark arts professor rallied an army of rather ravenous students. Severus had only managed to secure the meager distance of a few steps before the crashing waves of students raced towards the table in anticipation of the return feast. Even through the sheer enormity of the crowd, however, Dumbledore easily picked out his most vital pieces, focusing his attention solely on the faces of Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. The boy who lived had a face etched with determination, looking nothing like the angry wreck he distantly remembered from Christmas Day. His magic radiated with vigor, and his eyes were sharper than knives. The war had now touched his family in more ways than nightmares of his past. It was clear by the focus on his face that the war had become drastically more personal. Draco, on the other hand, looked different in every way. Black circles formed under his steel-gray eyes, but hardly looked intimidating. The boy looked thin, despite having all the resources he could ask for in the castle to eat. The staff had all reported on the boy's malnutrition, especially Madame Pomfrey, who'd made her displeasure regarding the boy's health quite known. Dumbledore felt his heart breaking as through Draco's eyes. The vision of Tom's once healthy brown eyes became clear, each of them growing more decrepit as they walked their paths. "I wish I could save you, Draco," Dumbledore thought to himself painfully. "A path without love is the most painful to walk." He shoved that thought down, placing his good hand atop the table, attempting to balance his weight against his wobbly legs. "Professor," Hagrid said, "let me help you." "No, no," Albus whispered. "I can manage." The half-giant nodded reluctantly as he forced his legs forward towards the podium, the whispers of the hall growing in his ears. "He doesn't look so good." "Do you think he's sick?" "I hope not. What if he's hurt? If he has to go to St. Mungo's, will Hogwarts even be safe anymore?" A sad grin carved its way onto his face. "I'm sorry to have made everyone so worried." He cleared his throat as with his wand raised, allowing for his voice to resonate through the room. He began, "Welcome back, students." Albus began with a smile. "I hope your break was spent with those close to you. Be it friends or family, it is important to surround yourself with those you love during both the best and worst of times. They will keep you strong. But I fear that many of you have other questions on your mind at the moment, mostly regarding my condition." The swarm of students grew silent, confirming his suspicion. "The truth of the matter is that, most unfortunately, while I was traveling, I seem to have caught a rather persistent sickness, though I assure you it is nothing that cannot be taken care of. However, I do wish to make this perfectly clear." Dumbledore stopped, ensuring he had the crowd's attention. "Should anything happen to me that would require me leaving this castle, I wish for all of you to remember one thing. Help shall always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it." Now, I certainly could spend all this time boring you to tears recounting this next half of the year's syllabus, but I'm certain we don't wish for the holidays to end so abruptly," Dumbledore said warmly. "So for now, I will end my speech by imploring all of you to keep your wits about you, but to still enjoy your time here at Hogwarts, learning to be the best witch and wizard you can be. And without further ado, let the feast begin." Food popped into existence along the tables as Dumbledore smiled upon his group of students, his eyes falling towards Harry once more, who was glancing up at him as well. He nodded softly, whispering in his mind, "Protect them for me, Harry, please." Watching the way Dumbledore looked at Harry had made a chill race down his spine, his eyes momentarily locking with Claire's as she too turned to look away from the headmaster. "Not good," Michael thought to himself solemnly. "Dumbledore is looking like a feather could knock him over. There's no way this isn't related to the curse." His eyes drifted away from his girlfriend, towards the Slytherin whose face had seemed to light up for the first time in months. If we're right about Draco being the assassin, he thought to himself, then I have a really bad feeling things are going to start moving fast. Something isn't right, Claire whispered. Malfoy seemed way too excited about Dumbledore being sick, you don't think? I'm not saying it's certain, Michael said, his tone hushed, but I don't trust Malfoy as far as I can throw him. Michael felt the snake's eyes shift, clearly noticing he was being watched as a pulse of putrid magic seemed to radiate from within Malfoy's body. Watch yourself around him, Michael whispered. He's dangerous. Michael sighed as he looked up at the roof, which glistened thanks to the weather charm with the outside snow. The sooner I get this thread delivered, the sooner I can work on the armor. The sooner I can work on the armor, the safer I'll feel. Michael's fingers scraped the wood of the table beneath his palms. Things are going to get much more serious fast. The ascent to Ravenclaw Tower had done little to relieve Michael of his problems, as Cho and Marietta each asked about what had happened at the Weasleys knowing him to be there, before asking about further S.P.I.R.E. lessons. He had answered the questions as best he could, but conversation with the two sixth-year Ravenclaws had left him exhausted as he crawled into bed. Though a tapping against the window had left his rudely disturbed before turning to find his screech owl pecking at the glass. Quickly, Michael jumped out of bed, racing towards the glass as he unlatched the window lock, allowing his bird in. Athena, Michael whispered, rubbing his owl's coat gently. It's freezing out there. What were you thinking flying in this weather? The bird gently dropped a letter on his bed before nipping lovingly at his finger. I guess you're right. I should be thanking you for delivering this to me. His eyes shot back towards the letter with a weak grin, Mom, he whispered beneath his breath. He wasted no time as he ripped open the letter. Michael knew his mother always worried about him, and knowing that news of the Weasley house attack was going to be front-page news eventually, he decided to get in front of the story and mail his mother. Michael, thank you for writing to me telling me you are safe, but as your mother, I would implore you against lying to me. I know that there was no way that you ran from the fight and instead stood by your friend. You are my son, and I didn't raise the kind of person who would flee when their friend is in danger. However, now, sometimes I wish I hadn't ingrained those values into you, as I never would have imagined you'd be in the center of such a conflict. If I thought it would do anything, I'd beg you to stop fighting, to run away, to come home and be safe, but I know that isn't the type of boy you are. While you and your father have a difficult relationship, you two have many things in common, one of which being that once you give your word, you stick to it, and I know you gave Harry your word you'd stand by him. So instead of begging you to run, I will beg of you to be safe, and use that brain of yours to keep your friends safe as well. I never would have wished this kind of life upon you, and yet I've never heard you truly complain about the obstacles in front of you. You are becoming a brave man right before my eyes, and I couldn't be more proud. But just promise me, Michael, promise me that no matter what happens, you'll come back home safe and sound. I love you, Michael, always. Mom. Don't worry, Mom, Michael whispered, clutching the envelope tightly in his hand. I don't care what happens, I am not going to die. Chapter 22. A bargain. The undeniable anger that burned in Harry's chest made it difficult to focus on anything else. It was only through Daphne's batch of dreamless sleep potions did he actually manage to get some shut-eye, something that had been unbelievably foreign to him since Tonk's capture. Tonks, Harry whispered to himself, looking up at the flat wooden roof of the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. Even the memory of his sister's name had filled him with pain. Focus, Harry, he whispered to himself, as bad as it is. I can't afford to rush this. One misstep, and she could. He forced those thoughts down. I need to catch Snape alone if I'm to have a chance. If not, Narcissa, I'm sorry. He shook his head violently, the purring of Loki's resting frame acting as a metronome of sorts to him, as he downed the vial of dreamless sleep before resting his head against the soothing cold silk pillow. Hazily, he reached out his hand, expecting to feel Daphne's soft touch, only to be met with what little remained of the unused mattress space. He sighed, for as bad as his nights were at times, sitting next to Daphne had made everything feel, at least, slightly easier. When Harry stirred from his slumber, the noise coming from the common room had been so loud that Harry's heart began to race. As if he were struck by a bolt of lightning, he jumped from his bed, landing on his feet much like his Kneazle as he drew his wand. Though the panic faded as his ears peeked to the nature of the noise, they weren't shouts of fear, rather celebratory cheers. He furrowed his brow, summoning his clothes to his side, rapidly slipping into his uniform before pushing back his hair. His descent from the boys' dormitory had been one laced with intrigue, yet all the intrigue had metamorphosed into a wave of relief as sitting in the center of the cheering crowd, looking tired, but very much alive, was none other than Gryffindor's fallen chaser, Katie Bell. Harry smiled, waving at the girl, who waved back weakly before being wrapped tightly in the arms of Lee Jordan, the boy looking about ready to crush his girlfriend with eager joy. Yet there was one face in the crowd that looked to be suffering from a deep conflict, and that was the substitute chaser, Astoria Greengrass. It wasn't that Astoria looked miserable to see that Katie was safe and sound, but it was clear that Astoria knew her time as a starter was coming to an end, and Harry couldn't imagine how crushing that must have felt. Still, he sent his little sister a comforting smile, one she weakly returned, though it looked like Harry's glances had redirected Katie's attention, causing the room to split as Katie rose and began to walk towards the second-year Gryffindor. "I'm glad to see you're doing okay," Astoria said softly. "And I'm glad that you did a great job filling in for me these last couple of games," Katie said. "Angelina might have finished me off herself if me being absent was the reason we lost." A light chuckle filled the room as Angelina fought back against the notion, her dissent hardly being audible over the laughter. "But since you did a great job, I have a favor to ask you," Katie whispered. "Finish this year up for me. Healers say I should refrain from any strenuous activities for a while as I recover, and I think that training with Angelina would definitely be considered strenuous, wouldn't you agree?" "You really mean that?" Astoria said, her eyes wide with joy. "You'd really let me fill in for you for the rest of the year?" "Sure," Katie said with a smirk. "The way I hear it, you're kicking everyone's butt. I couldn't think of a better replacement for me." "I'll drink to that," Lee said with a smirk. "It is literally 8 in the morning," Alicia whispered, shaking her head. "Then I hope they'll have some butterbeer for breakfast," Lee said, causing the rest of the house to release a damn near comical sigh. "Well," Angelina said, "as great as this morning gift was, we can't afford to waste time bumming around all day, so let's get ready to head on down to breakfast. Classes start in full force today, and with Slytherin leading in house cup points, we can't afford to be late if we want to win it." A lion's roar filled the room before, with a smile, the quickly dressed Gryffindors headed down towards the Great Hall. Clamoring from tables behind the mahogany doors of the halls made it clear that their little party in the common room had made them the last to arrive. Thankfully, there was no penalty for being late to breakfast. Harry would have known, skipping meals was how he fit in much of his practice time. Even so, it was long until food piled up on their plates and the breakfast festivities had begun. Yet Harry wasn't feeling particularly hungry, as he felt 3 sets of eyes falling on him, each making him uncomfortable for a myriad of reasons. The first was Slughorn. Harry had never been good at apologizing. He was often thankful that Daphne had been a girl who hardly needed them to forgive him for his idiocy at times. And yet, as he looked at the potions professor, he felt nothing but a thick weight of guilt over his heart. He'd played the man that had been nothing but kind to him for months, and while it had been for the greater good, as Dumbledore put it, the thought of him becoming more like the old headmaster had frightened him. He had to apologize. He just wished he knew how. The next was the old man in question. The twinkle that once resonated within his sparkling blue eyes had vanished as nothing, but a look of exhaustion was left. It wasn't that Dumbledore was ever a plump man, but the elderly wizard was looking frighteningly thin, and his stumbling around during his return to Hogwarts speech had made one thing frighteningly clear to Harry. The man's timetable was wrong. His fate wasn't months away. With the way he looked, Harry gave the man a little more than a few weeks, maybe a month. He was going to be in full command soon. His body trembled at the thought, am I ready for this? Harry swallowed his fear, as allowing those who looked at him like a saving grace to see his concern wasn't worth it. Any hesitation on his part could build panic, and panic led to betrayal. Each day, the weight of command got heavier. The war was yet to be widespread, and Harry had felt as if his shoulders were about to break. His peers seeing his weakness, however, was only a secondary concern, as more threatening was the eyes of the black bat that drilled through his skull. It didn't matter to him what Dumbledore thought of him, As far as Harry was concerned, Snape was enemy number one. His eyes shifted away from the staff table back towards Katie, the girl's arm still trembling as she tried to lift her fork. Long recovery ahead of you, huh, Belle? Longer than I'd like, Katie whispered, her eyes dripping with venom at the weakness in her body. I know you've probably been asked nonstop since you woke, Harry whispered, but it's important for me to know. How did you get the necklace in the first place? Katie said, her eyes sinking. You're right in saying every single person who has seen me wants to know the same thing. The sad thing is, I don't have anything to tell them. I really don't remember. I had just left the bathroom at the Three Broomsticks, and then I ended up in St. Mungo's. A complete memory erasure. Harry thought to himself, no, even someone as talented as Snape would need longer than a few seconds to wipe someone's memory so cleanly, and that would certainly arouse suspicion. Plus, he was already at the castle when Katie got cursed, meaning only one thing. When you lost track of your memories, did you feel really good, almost like you were flying? Yeah, I did, Katie said, her eyes widening in shock. How did you know? The Imperious Curse, Harry whispered, which means that you were probably ordered to bring that necklace to Dumbledore. The only question is by who? But even then, Harry's eyes drifted towards the blonde snake, his skin aging like milk. It's not all that mysterious if my theory is right. Why you think that Draco did this to me? Katie whispered. It's just a theory, but it is possible, Harry said softly. Just watch your back around him. He's acting differently than normal this year. While you were gone, S.P.I.R.E has been in full swing. If you think you'll be up to it, you're still welcome to come, but don't push yourself, all right? Just try not to walk around alone, okay? With all that's been going on in this castle, we can't afford to be relaxed when it comes to safety. Right, Katie said with a nod. Thanks, Harry. Yeah, no problem, Harry said, rising from his seat, taking one last glance at Dumbledore before turning heel towards the exit, hopping to catch Slughorn early. His plan had been slightly altered as Michael rose from the table, catching up to his side as the two left the hall. What's up? Harry whispered, looking at Michael's well-hidden but still readable eyes. Dumbledore, Michael muttered back. Do you think? Yeah, Harry said with a nod. He's dying and fast. What's the plan moving forward then? Michael asked. I don't know, Harry said with a shrug. I suppose the school would take a break as they try to reorganize themselves after Dumbledore's passing. I doubt he's told anyone outside of Snape. If the school reopens, I guess I come back to make sure everyone finishes the year safely. If not, I'm leaving Hogwarts to focus on the Order full-time. My main focus right now is clearing my conscience with Slughorn and getting the plan rolling with Snape, Harry said with a sigh. Both much easier said than done, but I can't keep letting Tonks suffer. We need to move fast and discreetly, plus I need to plan a lesson for SPIRE and meet with Morgana. Harry cracked his neck before shaking his head. So much to be done in so little time. Don't worry about SPIRE, Michael said. I can take care of the planning for this week. You just work on getting Tonks back. You sure? Normally you hate extra work, Harry whispered back. I guess it just becomes part of the job when being friends with you, Michael smirked. Seriously, Rook, I got it okay. Harry nodded, falling silent before smiling. Yeah, thanks, Chipper. Michael's magic had faded shortly after his face had vanished from his view, as Harry began his descent into the dungeons, his potion book somehow feeling heavier from within his book bag. As he predicted, his arrival to the dungeon classroom had been met with nothing more than a dark classroom. Professor, sorry for tricking you for all these months, but Harry shook his head. No, that's terrible. He sighed as he paced the floor. Professor, I'm sorry that I acted so coldly to you, Arg. Harry growled in frustration. Why is this so hard? Why is what so hard? A calm voice called out. Also, you're a bit early for class, I fear. Harry's eyes shot towards the voice, finding the plump professor waiting in the doorway with a soft smile. I was, Harry sighed before whispering. I'm sorry, It's okay, Slughorn said calmly. I didn't want to deceive you, but I really needed the information for the mission, and I feared that you weren't going to part with it willingly. And Harry stopped finally hearing the words of the professor. Wait, it's okay. Yes, Slughorn said. It's okay. I understand why you did what you did. I wasn't being cooperative and I had the information you needed. You did what you had to do to achieve your goal, a goal that betters the word no less. The only surprise I have is the fact that you wear a lion rather than a snake on your robes. Harry stood, jaw agape, as the professor continued. I apologize for making you have to jump through all these hurdles to get the memory, and I hope you don't think less of me. You are a good man, Harry Potter. You make your mother proud. Harry stood there in silence as he watched Slughorn place his hand upon his shoulder. You have nothing to apologize for, my boy. In fact, I should be thanking you. You made my party a smash hit. Harry's shock turned to a smile as Slughorn continued. Now go on, my boy, find your seat. I suspect your fellow students will be joining us shortly. Harry had looked tense, tenser than Daphne had ever seen, and that was certainly saying something given all the shit the two of them had been through. And yet, for as level-headed as Harry had been in even the most frightening situations, the idea of confronting Snape had left the boy stressed, to the point Daphne felt certain she was sensing the volatility of Harry's magic. The two sat in silence, looking over the Marauder's map as their eyes followed the trail of footsteps labeled Snape. The man was simply sitting in his office, though much to their annoyance, he had a visitor, and it was becoming a frighteningly long visit. What could they possibly be spending so much time talking about? Daphne whispered, her eyes glued to the page. Probably or all the ways they'd like to serve me to the Dark Lord, Harry said, earning a firm elbow nudge from Daphne, causing him to shrug. What? It's true. What else could Draco and Snape be talking about for damn near an hour? I'm not saying you're wrong, Daphne relented with a sigh. Snape. He helped me a lot when I was a new student. I know that doesn't mean I should overlook everything. I want to believe he's not as bad as you think he is. A broken clock is right twice a day, Harry muttered out. That's how the saying goes, right? So he did a good thing once or twice, it doesn't make him a saint. Daphne had wanted to retort, but was silenced by Harry jumping to his feet. Draco left. Daphne looked up before taking Harry's hand. Come on, we can't let this chance slip away. Right, Daphne said with a nod. Dobby. Before she could even finish her sentence, the bouncy elf appeared, dressed in an old t-shirt he'd found somewhere with what Daphne could only assume was 7 full layers of socks. Dobby, where did you get all those socks? Dobby found them. Miss Greenie, Dobby thinks they are very comfy. Good to know, Daphne said softly. Guess I know what to get him for Christmas next year. Dobby, I was hoping you could do me a favor. Do you see this spot? Daphne said, pointing to the map before them. Can you take us there out of sight? Yes, Miss Greenie, of course Dobby can. Daphne smiled at the excited elf, both she and Harry reaching out their hands, their fingers getting clutched by Dobby before they vanished from the room of requirement with a pop. Not being transported, the dungeon had still managed to remain a shock. As for what felt like years, the former potion master made the dungeon his home. The fact that the room she'd always associated with the revolving door of defense against the dark arts teacher now belonged to her head of house was still a difficult concept to grasp. She turned behind her, finding Harry's narrow eyes, the book bag at his side that contained the prophecy pressed close to his hip. She shifted from Harry, giving Dobby a thankful smile before turning back to face the empty hall, the moonlight shining through the corridor's windows. Ready? She whispered, her eyes set upon the door. Harry nodded, the two taking a calming breath, before racing towards the door, throwing it open. What seems to be the problem now, Doctor, though he paused, his eyes catching the faint glimmer of Harry's stern expression. Ah, Mr. Potter, Snape said with a sneer. What is the reason that you've come to bother me at this hour? The pressure Daphne felt from behind Harry, as the two men gazed upon each other, never so much as blinking, sent chills down her spine before Harry whispered. Let's give it up, he said calmly. Your occlumency is too strong to be broken by my passive legilimency, and your passive legilimency is nowhere near what's required to enter my mind. We could draw our wands, but that would cause more commotion than necessary. Snape nodded, abnormally quiet before he sighed. Well, seeing as I can predict what it is you want from me, I suppose I'm forced to listen to your mindless drivel. Don't worry, Professor, Harry said calmly, the words turning into daggers the moment they left his tongue. I'm not here to drivel for long. Daphne watched silently as Harry pulled the orb from his bag. I'm here to ask for your help making a deal. Snape's eyes widened, though somehow, Daphne struggled to decipher how genuine the shock was. By your expression, I assume you know what this is. And if I say I do, Snape hissed, what would you have me do? I don't care what Dumbledore believes about you, Harry pushed on calmly. Spy or not, it doesn't matter for what I need you to do. The crystal ball almost seemed to shudder in Harry's grasp. Voldemort has something precious to me, hidden away in a place only Merlin knows where, and as you can see, I have something important to him as well. What I'm proposing is simple, an exchange. I'll hand over the prophecy if he hands over Tonks alive and untouched. If he doesn't comply, I'll have you deliver the smashed bits instead. And pray tell me, if you do believe that I am a spy, Potter, Snape said, his voice frosty as he stepped closer. What's to stop me from taking the prophecy by force and charming your memory? Daphne felt her whole body quake as Harry smirked, venom dripping from his eyes. You're welcome to try it. Harry, she whispered, placing her hand atop the boy's shoulder. This isn't helping. Harry turned to face her with a heavy sigh as she continued. Look, Professor, Harry doesn't trust you, but I don't think you're one of them. I never have. We're asking for your help. I'm asking for your help. Please, Professor, Tonks is important to the Order. We need here if we want to win. Snape stepped back, his eyes drifting from Harry onto hers. You're a fool to trust me so much. You protected me when you didn't have to, Daphne whispered. I'm asking you to prove to me that you're not as bad as everyone else believes. The head of Slytherin House closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath of his own before nodding curtly. Very well, I'll be sure to pass the information along. But don't expect a positive response. The Dark Lord isn't one for negotiations. Daphne nodded, taking Harry's hand in hers as she headed to the doorway. Thank you, Professor. She hadn't given Snape a chance to reply as she pulled out into the hall once more. That went smoothly. Yeah, Harry grumbled, a bit too smoothly. Daphne gritted her teeth in frustration as she looked up at the stone-clad roof. Why is it that I feel that every time we try to make the first move, we're always a step behind? His muscles throbbed as he dropped the metallic sleeve onto his workbench, finally releasing his held breath. Michael's head tilted, his eyes roaming the length of his craft, his fingers rubbing over the masterpiece in his hand. He smiled, wiping the sweat from his brow before with a snap. The bracer and sleeve switched onto his arm, leaving rubber bands on the slab where the arm once rested. Michael grunted, the weight of the armor making itself instantly known as he curled his arm, testing the flexibility. It's definitely lighter than an arm of pure steel would be, Michael muttered, but it's certainly not as light as I had first imagined it. Claire raced to his side, her gray eyes roaming the steel with care. Wow, this is not as flashy as I thought it would be. Michael chuckled, bringing a smile to Claire's face. You just wait till I add the cosmetic flair, then it'll be runway ready. She rolled her eyes as Michael lifted his hand, spinning to face the target behind him as he fired off a reductor curse. The metal along his arm vibrated, rattling the bones beneath his skin, but the cushioning of the dragon hide had certainly helped minimize the recoil. This is going to take some getting used to before it's fully operational, but we're certainly off to a good start. His gaze refocused upon Claire's soft gray eyes before smiling. All right, let's test this thing out. Ready. Are you, Claire muttered, her blue fire forming in her palms. Are you sure you want to do this? The only way to test this suit's limit is to push the boundaries, he said with a smile. Now come on, hit me. If you say so, Claire sighed, as Michael watched the girl fling the fire from her palm like a trebuchet. The heat was undeniably apparent as the blue fire spread across the metal. Moisture rose from his arm, evaporating almost as quickly as it appeared before. With a grunt, he swung his arm, banishing the fire from existence. He panted, gazing upon his arm. It tingled, and to an extent, the feeling of a phantom fire flickered on his skin, but the arm's metal had prevailed. The runes had worked. He tightened his trembling hands into a fist before throwing them up in the air, a roar of excited laughter erupting from his lips as Claire bolted to his side, wrapping her arm around him. It worked! I can't believe it actually worked. Well, of course it worked, Michael said with a smirk. I'm the one who designed it, after all. Yeah, don't go getting a big head or anything, Claire said, shaking her head as Michael leaned down, quickly catching a taste of her lips. They broke apart, giving each other some space as Michael snapped once more, the rubber bands taking the spots where the armor had once been. Well then, Mr. Engineer, Claire teased, I'm afraid you'll have to put the rest of your experiment on hold, as I believe you made Harry a promise that you'd be the one in charge or organizing the next S.P.I.R.E. meeting. A groan ripped from Michael's throat as he rocked his head back. Why would I agree to do that? He mumbled. Taking on more work to help another person, Merlin, that's so unlike me. The image of Harry's exhausted face popped into his mind as he shook his head. I just saw all the weight he was carrying on his shoulders and I could stay quiet. His head fell forward, his hand covering his face, attempting to shield his eyes from Claire's satisfied grin. This is such a pain. As Claire sat beside him, translating his ideas into writing that actually looked legible, he wrote himself a mental note to give Daphne some praise for her consistent ability to make these plans. Machines were simple, so long as they were working. They all operated the same. People, on the other hand, were far more complicated. While some were ready to begin the training of the Patronus charm, a group mostly consisting of the Weasleys, Claire, and Cho. Others required more of an understanding of shielding, with some in the group lacking the magical strength to even conjure a corporeal Patronus in the first place. It was an exhausting measure, Michael's head resting on top of Claire's as the young girls slept on his shoulders, their scheduling taking a couple of grueling hours to protect. As Michael gazed down at the paper, he smiled, shaking his head with exhaustion. Maybe I need to stop giving the professors a hard time. Their job is exhausting. He gently placed his lips to Claire's forehead, pecking her softly as her eyes fluttered open. Morning, sleepyhead, it's time to get up. What time is it? She yawned out, winking the sleep from her eyes. Time for us to head back to the common room without getting caught. We're definitely way past curfew. He stood, offering Claire his hand, the softness of Claire's skin always shocking him as he rose to his feet. Don't worry, though. I know a way to the common room where there's a 0% chance of us getting caught. Of course, you do, Claire said with a smirk as the two walked towards the exit, pausing only as Michael took one last glance at his metallic arm. Soon, he thought, his heart burning with fire, I'll finish this soon enough, and then I'll be able to be a real help to Harry. I'll be able to help hold that burden. He swallowed as he thought back upon his best friend, Harry. He whispered softly, I hope everything went well. Just hang tough a little longer, we'll get Tonks back for sure. Claire squeezed his hands, his eyes meeting hers as he forced a smile to his face. Everything is going to be fine, you know, she said softly. I know it will, Michael said, his offhand racing through the parts of his untied blue-haired. They have to be. The muffled screams of agony from the integration room in the basement of the Riddle Manor rippled through the air. A twisted grin rose to his face as his bare feet glided against the wooden floorboards of the large house's sitting room. Excellent, he whispered to himself, his establishment connected with his protégé, the boy's face visible in his mind's eye. Draco, he hissed softly as he clutched the orange. The fruit dripping wet from the sister cabinet's location in the chamber. You are doing quite well, my boy. The boy smiled gleefully, forcing him to swallow his laughter at the boy's ease to manipulate. But you need to work faster, much faster, I fear, if we are to meet our deadline. Yes, my lord, the young Slytherin whispered back, bowing his head deeply. My lord, during my communication with Snape a few days ago, I stumbled across something curious. I'd left before having all my questions answered, and I circled back around just in time to Potter leaving his offices. I fear that his loyalty to you may be misplaced. Worry not about Severus, my boy, Voldemort said, for he is loyal to me before all. Worry simply upon your mission, and do not disappoint me. You come from a line of worthless blood. Please do try to redeem your dishonored name. Yes, my lord, Draco whispered, as you command. Voldemort shifted his attention, his scarlet glare now falling upon the woman at his side. She had finally awoken from her exhaustion, and her face had begun to fill out once more, the starvation that shone in her eyes gone. Yet she was still weak, her muscles suffering from a lack of use. He forced a grin to his face as he approached the still groggy witch, his touch making her smile like a dog as he spoke. "Bella, it's good to see you up on your feet once again." "Thank you, my lord," Bellatrix said, kneeling deeply before him. "Forgive my carelessness, my lord. If me being captured inconvenienced you in any way, I beg for you to be merciful with me." "Think nothing of it," Voldemort said, allowing the girl to rise. "Only your captors are to blame for inconveniencing me. They had the audacity to take one of my most loyal from me, and for that they will pay a heavy toll. But for now, I must know, Bellatrix, what exactly does the Order know of our plans? What information did you volunteer?" "None, my lord," Bellatrix said, lowering her head. "I swear it. But Narcissa, she threatened to tell the Order of the prophecy. She plans on begging the old fool of a headmaster to save Draco. Then she will fail, for Draco belongs to me and me alone." Anger boiled through his veins as he thought of the treason's Malfoy woman. "She will die slowly by my hand for her transgression. But you, Bellatrix," the woman's mind opened to him like that of a book, "I know you speak the truth. For your loyalty to me, I will see that you are most appropriately rewarded. I will have you leading my raid upon the Ministry to retrieve the prophecy, once you've recovered." "You will be free to kill whomever you wish," Voldemort hissed. "With Amelia Bones taking command of the Ministry, they are now better dead than alive. I ask you only to spare Sirius Black if you see him, and bring him before me. The troops were under the impression that you had slain him. I will choose to believe the act of him being alive was due to your fragile physical state at the time, for now. But should I find out you showed Black mercy, you will share the fate of your blood-traitorous sisters. Am I understood?" "Yes, my lord," Bellatrix said, bowing deeply. "I swear I will not fail you again." "I do hope so, Bellatrix," Voldemort said as he laced his fingers between each other. "For your sake." Voldemort dismissed her with a wave of his hand, watching as the woman left his sight. "Soon," Voldemort muttered aloud, "soon it will be time to make my move." Chapter 23. A new deal. The young Auror trembled before him as he smiled. There were few things in this world that filled him with as much glee as watching a person break, and yet the Auror had refused time, and time again to grant him such pleasure. "Imperio!" he hissed, clutching his wand tightly in his hand. The Auror's bruised and beaten body had gone limp as she rose to face the bound mudblood before her. The mudblood was nothing special, though none were. The poor wizard had just been an unfortunate training tool. The man quivered, unable to break from his restraints as the Dark Lord smiled. "Tonks, kill him!" He watched as the young witch lifted her gifted wand, the gnashing of her teeth audible as she tried to resist. Her arms quaked with determination as thin droplets of tears fell to the floor. Her breathing had stiffened, the wood of her wand pointed directly at the elderly man's head. "I said, kill him." "Avada!" The girl bit her tongue, blood flowing from her lips as she dropped the wand in her. "I refuse." "I wasn't offering you a choice," Voldemort thundered. "Do it now." A chuckle left the woman's lips as she shook her head. "Bite me, asshole." A wave of his hand sent the witch tumbling to the floor as he lifted his wand. "You're a tough one to crack. I'll give you that, but no matter, eventually, you'll break. I swear to you that by the time I'm done with you, you'll be begging for death." Nothing but an infuriating smile filled the girl's face. "You dare smile, Cruck." His spell was halted by a knock at the door. A cool voice whispered from behind the metal frame, "My lord, may I enter?" The fury which filled his heart subsided as he waved the door open, one of his most loyal kneeling in the hall. Severus waited for his order to allow him to rise. An order which Voldemort hadn't hesitated to give. The Hogwarts professor rose with a bowed head. After all, he knew better than to look the Dark Lord in the eyes. "What news do you have to report, Severus?" Voldemort murmured, his displeasure of being interrupted still pounding in the back of his head. "And what is the urgency that you interrupted my interrogation?" "I apologize, my lord," Severus said, his head nearly touching the ground from the deepness of his bow. "But the news I have to report involves the safety of this girl." Voldemort raised an eyebrow, his eyes sharpening as he allowed his minion to continue. "My lord, as I'm sure you've received reports of by now, I had a conversation with Harry Potter earlier this week." The girl on the floor flinched at the name, but Voldemort paid her no mind. There were more pressing issues at the moment. He approached me with terms, my lord. Terms! The word had tasted like daggers in his mouth as Voldemort continued. "The only terms I plan to accept is his head, freely given." "I understand, my lord," Severus said, his voice calm as it had always been. "But I assure you this negotiation may be one worth listening to. As I can confirm that Harry Potter currently has in his possession the prophecy you seek." Voldemort had felt his blood run cold as he lunged towards the defense against the dark arts professor. Potter had the prophecy? How was he not spotted by our eyes in the ministry? "Are you certain of this fact?" "I am, my lord," Severus said. "And as you are aware, I have a familiarity with that prophecy that your other Death Eaters do not share. I know what I saw, my lord. I can assure you it is the one you seek. The one that speaks of the child destined to vanquish your rule." His elongated fingernails tapped against his thighs as he looked down at his servant. "This prophecy is of great value, and yet you claim that Potter had terms. What negotiation could be done that would make the boy foolish enough to overturn such valuable information?" Severus' eyes leaped towards the girl who writhed in pain at his feet. "The woman in your possession is Nymphadora Tonks. Potter sees her as his older sister. He is kind and is weak, much like his father. That is why the terms he's proposed is an exchange, the prophecy for his sister's life. So long as she remains unharmed, that is. And he plans for me to accept and send along a message for a meeting spot for said exchange with you, no doubt." Severus nodded at his words as he laughed. "The fool," Voldemort bellowed. "He believes me foolish enough to step into an ambush. He's been underestimating me. I will do no such thing. Forgive me for harping upon the issue, my lord, but I implore you to reconsider." Snape's words had caused the Dark Lord's blood to boil, yet he continued. "Potter is angry and rational. He's already heard the prophecy, and should you not comply, he will destroy it, leaving you completely in the dark. I despise the thought, but Potter has the high ground in this negotiation. It will hurt him massively, but Potter can survive to lose a sibling, yet you remaining unaware of the prophecy's contents could lead to your demise." "Severus, you misunderstood me," Voldemort hissed, allowing him to rise to full attention. "I do not plan to do nothing. Draco will retrieve the prophecy from Potter should I instruct him to do so, and you will assist him." "My lord," Severus whispered, "Potter, he's not the same as the boy you fought in the graveyard. His magic, I could sense it. Even if I were to combat him myself, he'd kill me." "Then I suppose we will just be forced to target his weaknesses," Voldemort said as he turned his back on the former potions professor. "Stay on standby and watch over Draco. I will ensure the prophecy is stripped from Potter, and in exchange, I'll send him his sister's corpse." The dark circles that had formed around Harry's eyes had not gone unnoticed by Michael. He'd heard from Daphne that the trade arrangements had gone well, but it was clear that the idea of his sister being in Voldemort's clutches had not made sleep easier for him. The fact that Snape had yet to give them an update of any kind had also caused Michael's skin to crawl. It also hadn't helped that Sirius had only recently informed them of their piled-up schedule. With the proceedings of Fudge's trial in the works, perception needed to be shifted quickly, meaning a meeting between them and the always lovely Rita Skeeter. Daphne had been insistent of trusting the former potions professor, but she was nearly entirely on her own in that regard. He, Harry, and Neville had been burned by Snape's ire far too many times to give him a chance. And while Hermione supported the idea of informing Dumbledore about their goings-on, it was painfully obvious that the old man wouldn't be around much longer. The ever-glowing candles of the Room of Requirement flickered as they illuminated the darkroom. The dancing flames allowed his mind to drift from the pulsing that pounded against his bruised arm, but his attention had been refocused quickly by a gentle squeeze of his hand. "Are you all right?" Claire whispered. "You're normally not this quiet." "I'm fine," Michael said, though in truth he wasn't so sure about his words. "I'm just concerned." Claire nodded, her eyes shifting to face the door in the distance. It's hard for anybody to watch their friends hurt, but in Harry's situation, There's nothing more you can do for him, there's nothing more any of us can do for him, than to work on not being a burden ourselves. Tensions are high, but we can't allow ourselves to sink into despair. If we do so, we've already lost. He nodded, swallowing his frustrations as the iron-barred double doors of the room of requirement flung open. From beyond the door, their small legion of students marched in, led by the red-headed Weasley clan. Good, Michael thought as he scanned the crowd. It doesn't look like anyone's lost faith. His eyes shifted towards Harry, the boy who lived now scanning the schedule with concern before turning to face him once more. His expression spoke loud and clear. Are you sure they're ready? Some of them, Michael replied with a shrug. Harry nodded, though his eyes were somewhat unfocused. Slowly, he climbed the small riser that made him the center of attention. He cleared his throat as the crowd settled, watching him with intensity. Hi, this is still as awkward as always, Harry said as he scratched the back of his neck. Anyway, there is no point in denying the obvious. Over the holidays, the burrow, the home of the Weasleys, was attacked by Death Eaters and burned to the ground. A few good things came of this, Harry continued. The first being that, as you all have most certainly read, Fudge is officially under investigation, giving us a chance to have a minister in Amelia Bones capable of doing what needs to be done during this time of conflict. It doesn't change the fact, however, that while we were able to repel the forces, we were incredibly outnumbered. Harry sighed. We won't be able to win this war on our own. We'll need the Auror Department at our backs if we want a chance at victory. That is why I am imploring you all to write to your families and spread the word. Fudge's undersecretary was behind the attack on the Weasleys' home. He can't be trusted. We need someone new in office, and I need all of your voices to make a change. This bastardization of our leadership ends now. Kids our age should never have to be put in charge, but that's the situation we have to deal with. Let's make certain that in the future, our kids will never have to face the same trials. There was a soft pause. Nobody in the room made a sound as Michael watched Harry's feet shift beneath him. I just wanted to give you all something to think about, but that isn't the point of this meeting today. Michael and I have all seen how your talents have grown over time, and we think that some of you are ready to begin working on the Patronus charm. Currently, Daphne, Michael, Astoria, Neville, and I all know how to cast the spell. We'll break into small training groups and proceed from there. The breakout groups had been formed quickly, as Michael took his group of himself, Claire, Cho, Tracy, Susan, and Ron to a corner in the far right. Jitters of nervous excitement radiated from his fellow students as Michael lifted his wand. Expecto Patronum, he bellowed, thinking of the first kiss he'd shared with Claire in the Forbidden Forest as a squirrel flew from his wand, encased in a soft white glow. All right, show off, Claire muttered, as the crowd stood in awe. We already know that you can do it. No need to be jealous, pretty bird, Michael said as he chuckled. Just showing an example before the lesson begins. Michael flicked his wrist, vanishing the squirrel before he turned to face the crowd. In terms of mastery, the Patronus charm is a hard one to gain control of, but not because of some complicated wrist motion or incantation. The difficulty comes from keeping a calm presence of mind and controlling the stream of magic. Stream of magic? Susan asked, her head tilted to the side. Yes, Michael said. When most spells are cast, they are cast in a singular release. However, the Patronus charm requires a prolonged release, and as such, requires you to expel more magic than you might think. Use too much of it, and you'll become really weak. You might even pass out. And when fighting Dementors, that's the last thing you want to happen. I understand the risks, Ron said, his fingers tapping impatiently against his leg. Just teach us how it's done. Simple, Michael said with a smirk. Think of something that made you the happiest in the world and say the incantation. Control the drain and try not to black out. Now, Michael said, his eyes scanning the crowd. Who wants to go first? The minutes flew by as whispers of white mist shields exploded all around the room. They're determined, Michael thought, watching the sweat beat down the face of his small cohort. Expecto Patronum, Claire shouted from his side, as through the white shield, the mist flickered, forming a tiny shape. Just a little more, Claire whispered, before with a gasp, the shield vanished, her knees buckling beneath her as she hit the ground. Claire, Michael called, squatting beside her as she shook her head. I'm fine, Claire said, panting. I just lost control for a little. Next time I'll get it for sure. I'm certain you will, just so long as next time is tomorrow, Michael said with a smirk. You're nearly out of your magic reserve from now. Your signature is weak enough that I can hardly sense you right now. Let's take a break. Fine, Claire said with a sigh. She glanced down at her exhausted frame as she leaned further into Michael's chest with a smile. It's not like I have the strength to protest anyway. Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room, the crescent moon in the night sky filling the space with a brilliant glow as he watched the flames flicker. I just wish I could sleep, he thought, rubbing the scar the man that held his sister etched into his skin. His muscles pulsed beneath his skin as he gripped the fabric of the couche's cushions. Tonks, please be safe, he whispered beneath his breath. The flames danced as his mind wandered towards the black bat of Slytherin. He's been quiet. I understand with Draco around he risks blowing his cover if it even is a cover at all, but the update has been so slow. What is he planning? Is Tonks even alive? He shook his head forcefully. She's alive, he hissed. She's too stubborn to die. I guess that could be said for the both of you, a raspy voice called out from behind him. Harry turned, catching Astoria's kaleidoscopic eyes as she smiled. They say that sleep is the cousin of death, and you're too stubborn to even do that. Isn't it a bit past your bedtime, short stack? I won't tell if you don't, Astoria chuckled, plopping herself beside him. Tonks is going to be fine, Harry. You need to trust Snape on this one. Do you trust him? Harry asked, glancing at his younger sister. I trust Daphne, and Daphne trusts him, Astoria said, her eyes dropping as she rested against his shoulder. Daphne said that Snape protected her during our first night at the castle. If he did, then I'm willing to give him a chance. I know that it's the last thing we want to do in these high-risk moments, but it's not like we have tons of other options. Harry sighed as he rose from the couch, sensing Astoria's curious stare. Where are you going? To train, Harry said softly. Apparently I'm not tired enough to go to sleep just yet. Can I come? Astoria whispered back. It's Harry said as he swished the crow pendant between his fingers. It's not that kind of training. Astoria's head sank as Harry gave her a soft grin. Hey, we'll go for a flight later, okay? I just need to handle this training on my own. The cloak had always felt more comfortable than the prefect badge as he strolled the corridors at night. Even if he'd been given permission to wander the halls, it never truly made him feel at ease. Though, after his summer with Morgana and Moody, Harry wasn't completely sure if he'd ever truly feel at ease again. The doors to the room of requirement cracked open for him once more. I feel that I've spent at least 80% of my year in the room, he thought to himself numbly as he entered the much darker version of the room. It was hard for Harry to believe that just a few hours ago, this place had been buzzing with enthusiastic students making great progress. But then again, there were a lot of things that Harry found hard to believe now. The blackness of the room encased him, though he knew nothing was around. He didn't mind the dark. When he was younger, Tonks had told him scary stories about the monsters under the bed and in the closet, but those did little to strike fear into his heart now. Especially not when he was set to face a real monster, and this one wouldn't be in hiding forever. He took a deep breath. The cool winter air which permeated through the castle's walls filled his lungs as he sat with crossed legs upon the stone-cold floor. His meditation form had felt like second nature. The weight of his held position hardly affected his as he clamped his hands together. He closed his eyes and sunk into his mind with a heavy exhale. The twisted halls of his manor greeted him like an old friend as he clutched his crow pendant. The pendant flew upwards, following the trace of Morgana's magic like a compass, guiding him towards his ghostly mistress. He turned one of the many doors in the mansion of his twisted mindscape, the witch's eyes falling upon him as she sat in an amethyst-encrusted throne. Do you like the decorations? I conjured them myself. Your mind. Honestly, it was far too modern for my taste. Harry remained silent. For as much as he'd grown accustomed to the witch's banter, his patience had been stretched dangerously thin. Awfully rude of you not to respond, Morgana whispered. Though I suppose I can understand why. I must say, you can be quite frightening when you're angry. That performance on the field at, what was it called again, the Burrow or something, it was quite masterful, especially for somebody your age. I didn't come here for flattery or to provide you with decorating advice, Lady Morgana. Harry's eyes remained even as the witch rose to circle him. I came here to siphon more magic. Will you help? Of course, I'll assist. That is my function in your body after all, Morgana said, her voice soft yet somehow cold as ice. Though I would recommend against it. You've not slept 8 or rested well in quite a while. It would be unwise to proceed in your current condition. It doesn't matter, Harry said. Sooner rather than later, I'll be forced to combat Voldemort. I need to save my sister. I'll do whatever it takes. You are as stubborn as Alastor, I see, Morgana said with a sigh. Though I will impart onto you the same advice I've given you before. Connections with others, it is best to sever them. It is your love for your sister that is making you act as irrationally as you currently are. This love, it will get you killed. Then I'll fight until I die, Harry said, his voice frosty as his ghostly mentor. I am who I am, Lady Morgana. If I die saving Tonks, then so be it. But leaving her to die, that isn't an option. Why must every man I come to welcome into my kingdom be such enormous pains in the ass? Morgana muttered, pinching the bridge of her nose. Very well, you know what to do then. Let's go. Harry nodded, turning his back on the beautiful woman as the two departed to the outside realm of his mind. The Black Lake where the shard of Voldemort's magic core laid never failed to make a chill race down his spine. But there was no backing out. No matter the pain and exhaustion the extraction caused him, it without a doubt left him ringing with power post-recovery. All the pain, it was worth it. Harry snapped, commanding the trunk to rise to his side. The magic he sensed from the locked case was lighter, noticeably, and a smile ripped onto Harry's lips. I'm making progress. He took a seat as Morgana placed herself behind him, her cool, pale hand resting on his back. Are you ready? Morgana whispered. He said nothing, simply grunting his agreement, as with a wave of her wand the trunk cracked open, the enfeebled manifestation of Dark Lord's magical core rising from its imprisonment. A roar poured from Harry's lips as magical draining chains tore from his body, latching around the core. The feeling of fire raced in his veins once more, his exhaustion amplifying the pain. But his breathing stayed steady. Blood trickled from his lips as he bit down his scream, the anguish partially being minimized by Morgana's, as the image of Tonks raced across his mind's eyes. Every vein in his body bulged, but Harry swallowed cry after cry, the magical core shrinking with every passing second. You've taken another 4%. Do you plan to continue? Keep going, Harry bellowed, the skin feeling as if it was being shredded from his body. I can handle it. The pain had grown more intense by the moment, before finally Morgana snapped the chains. Harry fell backward, a glare present in his eyes as he took in his mistress' form. Why did you stop me? I could have kept going. Oh, you couldn't have, Morgana said coolly. Draining his magic is about more than just willpower. If it was, you'd have done the whole thing in one sitting. You've drained this Voldemort's core by 30% now, and in your body's current state, that's all you can handle. You need to rest and allow your body time to heal. Once you leave this mindscape, I dare to say that the pain you'll feel will be so overwhelming, you'll become unconscious. Be lucky I stopped your link. If you pushed it any further, you'd have died. I've come to like you, boy, but you're being far too reckless in your actions right now. Morgana's eyes took the shape of daggers as she hissed. You need to calm down or everyone that follows you will die. Harry swallowed as a sobering wave washed over him, his head falling to the ground. Thank you, Lady Morgana. I guess I haven't really been able to think straight. For what it is worth, Morgana said, taking a seat beside him. I know how intelligent you can be. I also know how remarkably sharp your comrades are. If you actually sit and think a plan through, I'd say you have a shot of getting this Tonks character back. But if you try to brute force it at your current level, you will fail. The image of Morgana had begun to grow fuzzy as Harry's body fell limp. Morgana said, though her voice had sounded muffled. It appears I was right. Your body is losing the capacity to even stay. He went out to train. Those were the words her sister had given her upon arriving at Great Hall without Harry. I hate when he does that, she thought. Her fingers tapped along the long wooden table as she sighed. Of all the days to go missing, it's the day we're scheduled to meet with Skeeter to sway public opinion. Give me a break. She'd been broken from her thoughts as a cold whisper of passing wind brushed by her. Goosebumps erupted across her skin as silently Draco walked by. If he is one of them, then he should know about Tonks, right? But if he does, why is he so quiet? Tracy's hand tapped her side, watching her with strained eyes. What's wrong? If you're worried about Harry. I'm perpetually worried about Harry, Daphne said with a sigh. That's nothing new, but it's Malfoy that isn't sitting right with me. He knows that his side has the upper hand on us, and yet he's acting uncharacteristically reserved. That doesn't sound like something he'd normally do. That's true, Blaise whispered. But remember what both Harry and Michael have said about him. He's different. Hell, I share a dorm with him, but he's hardly ever around. I have no idea where he goes to at night, but he arrives after I call it a night and is gone before I wake up. Whatever his situation is, it's motivated. Draco's eyes fell upon her, bringing a tightness to her chest as he sneered. Slowly, she turned away from the boy, swishing her glass of pumpkin juice before bringing it to her lips. She nearly spat at the taste. She'd had bitter pumpkin juice before, from recipes that hadn't let the sugar dissolve into the liquid, but this was far worse than any she'd had before. Regardless, spitting would cause a scene, and with a gulp, she swallowed, placing the glass down. She leaned over as her stomach rumbled slightly, but her attention had been pulled as Harry appeared in the doorway of the hall. Something's wrong, she thought, watching as Harry walked stiffly towards the Gryffindor table. He's good at hiding pain, but he looks beyond exhausted. I should. Daphne had no sooner risen from her chair before she bumped into a heavily coated figure. Her head of house glanced down at her, his eyes brimming with disinterest as he whispered, "In a bit of a hurry are we, Miss Greengrass?" "A bit, Professor," Daphne replied, her eyes scanning the gray-toned skin of the former potions master. Though, for as hard as she searched, not a single clue of their prior conversation was found anywhere upon his face. "Can I help you, Professor?" "From what I've understood, Lord Black has scheduled an interview between Mr. Potter and the Daily Prophet today. I've recently been informed that you and many others of Potter's associates present at that unfortunate attack on the Burrow will also be in attendance. I've just come to impart some wisdom upon you. We live in a dangerous time, Ms. Greengrass. I would implore you to refrain from being caught alone and off guard." "What do you—" But Daphne's question had fallen on deaf ears as Severus Snape ascended towards the staff table without another word. "That was strange," Tracy whispered, her own eyes following the professor's movements. "What do you think that was about?" "I think that," Daphne muttered, her own eyes not moving from the spot that Snape once stood. "I think he was trying to warn me about something." Her stomach curled again as she pressed her palm to her skin. "Merlin, that pumpkin juice really isn't sitting well with me." She swallowed the thought as she parted from her table with a soft wave. The chattering of the Gryffindor table seemed to stop at her approach, but only briefly as she was recognized as a friendly snake. Beside her sister, Harry looked like a well-put-together mess, a look that only he could master. He was dressed appropriately for an interview, with a white button-down beneath his winter cloak and black slacks, yet he looked off. Though she seemed to be the only one who noticed as chattering continued without another interruption. Only silence filled the space between her and Harry, however, until, as graceful as he entered, Harry stood. So it wasn't my imagination, Daphne thought. He's moving sluggishly. Harry took her hand in his, escorting her from the great hall, earning not a single objection. As they turned the corner, the silence stopped with Harry being the first to speak. "So, what did Snape talk to you about? Did he have any news about?" Daphne shook her head as Harry's head sunk. "Sorry," she whispered, "but what he did tell me wasn't any less odd." This had stirred Harry once more as she pressed on. "He knew that we were heading out to Hogsmeade for the interview today. He told me to watch myself and not leave your side." "Damn," Harry cursed, causing her brow to tighten. "So, what you're saying is you don't want me at your side," Daphne said with a light smile, trying to breathe some levity into Harry's eyes. "You know that's not it," Harry said with a sigh. "It's almost perfect. The day I lose access to my magic is the day he warns us about something bad coming. Honestly, how unlucky can one person be?" "Lose your magic?" Daphne asked, her nose deeply wrinkled. What do you mean you lost access to your magic? I guess there's no point in lying, Harry said with a shrug. I'm sure Astoria already told you I went out to train at night. Daphne nodded, encouraging Harry to continue. His eyes dropped to the ground as he hissed, I was careless. I was so tired of feeling helpless that even in my exhausted state, I went to try and siphon off more of Voldemort's magic. Harry, what were you thinking? We both know how taxing that is on your body. Why would you? I know, I was just so frustrated. Harry's fists clenched tightly as he whispered through gritted teeth. Whenever I siphon magic, it takes a while for my magic to completely readjust to the new addition to my core. But because I overdid it last night, I feel like I short-circuited my magic reserve. Morgana said I should start to feel better by tomorrow, but if we're being honest, I don't feel like I have any magic in my system at all. If you can't perform magic, Daphne said, then we shouldn't go to the interview. We can always call it off and… No, we can't, Harry said. We're playing a game of perception. Rita Skeeter already knows that we're coming to shit on Fudge. If we avoid the interview, it provides her with a different story. One in which we chickened out to talk about Fudge because we secretly believe he's innocent. Shifting the public perception into Fudge's hands is not something we can allow to happen. So, what should we do? Listen, I know you're more than capable of taking care of yourself, Harry said calmly. But if it looks like anything is going to happen, don't stick around. Get out and I'll be right behind you. I hate to run, but that's what Michael and Neville have trained so hard with me for. They'll cover our escape. Wow, Daphne whispered. That almost sounded like you trusted someone to fight on your behalf rather than having to go at it yourself. Dare I say growth? Whatever, princess, Harry said as he rolled his eyes. Their soft banter had been interrupted by the ringing of the castle's bells, signaling the hour change. 9 o'clock already, huh? Harry said with a quiet hiss. Guess that means the carriages will be arriving soon. Is everyone? Harry didn't even have a chance to answer his question before getting the answer as the remainder of the original S.P.I.R.E. pulled out of the Great Hall. I guess so, Daphne said as she turned to face the other members. All right, to Hogsmeade we go. Chapter 24. Sectum Sempra. Harry's body itched as the carriage pulled into the sleepy hamlet of Hogsmeade. His fist clenched tightly as the cold winter breeze of the village brushed against his face. He closed his eyes. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to stir up the magic from his core but found nothing. So this is what it feels like to be a muggle. Harry's tucked his hand back into his pocket as he sighed. Honestly, it's not very comforting. Daphne's hand placed itself upon his shoulder, turning his attention to the blue-eyed blonde that glanced at him with a gentle grin. Harry, I get how you feel, but… Yeah, I know, Harry said with a nod. I have to remain calm. Getting worked up won't solve anything. Neville walked behind him as Michael and Claire took the space on his left, their meeting point of the 3 broomsticks approaching quickly. Chimes rang from the arch of the doorway, announcing their presence as they stepped into the bar. As per Sirius' request, it was empty, with just 2 figures present. The first, the friendly face of Madame Rosmerta, and the second was the far more predatory gaze of Rita Skeeter. The tavern owner hurried around the bar, collecting bottles of butterbeer to disperse as the journalist twirled her index finger through her curled, pale blonde hair. Harry kept his sigh in his chest as Skeeter's skin wrinkled from her grin. She looks far too happy to see me. He rubbed his thumb against his pointer. That's never a good thing. Harry, Rita said as she hopped to her feet, how lovely it is to see you again. It's been far too long, my dear. My dear, he closed his eyes as he shook the notion from his mind. Yes, it certainly has, Harry said. I understand that on most occasions, pleasantries would be in order, but I fear I am far busier than I'd have hoped, so I'd like to get down to business as soon as possible. The woman sat down with a pout but nodded. I assume you are already aware of the reason for this meeting. Well, I must say, you are just as uncordial as ever, Rita said as she snapped, the quill and pen rising to her side. But yes, I am aware that you are here to discuss your qualms with the Minster and his investigation. Correct, Harry said. And as it is a critical discussion, I expect you to write down the words I am about to say yourself, exactly the way I tell it. Oh, don't worry about my quick quotes quill. I'm certain our conversation will flow much better without my pausing to write, Rita said with a smile. Harry glanced over at Michael. His best friend's eyes followed the dancing quill awaiting the order. Quietly, he nodded as a smirk broke out across Michael's face. With the speed of flashing lightning, Skeeter's green cover erupted into flames. "My notes!" Rita shrieked, but Harry said not a word. Rather, he watched as the quill and inflamed notebook smoldered beneath Skeeter's foot as she tried to stamp out the fire. "Whoops," Michael said with a shrug. "My bad, looks like I still have a bit to learn about wandless magic. Oh well." From his pocket, Michael pulled out a shrunken notepad and quill before. With a snap, he expanded it and tossed it into Rita's hands. "I hope this will suffice." "Not bad, Corner, not bad." Harry smiled at the petrified silence of Rita before she nodded, flipping open the notepad. "Excellent. It's a good thing that Michael had a notepad on him. Otherwise, this whole interview could have been a bust." "Yes," Rita said as she found her voice, though far quieter than the tone she'd taken before. "Very fortunate." Harry smiled as the front cover of Rita's notebook flipped open. So, where to begin? A fire burned his muscles as he twitched in his chair for a brief moment before commanding his body to stop. The eyes of the reporter filled with fear to notice his discomfort as she began. "So, Mr. Potter, you've made claims that you were present at the Weasleys' home in Ottery St. Catchpole, otherwise known as the Burrow, the night that the Death Eaters attacked. Is that claim true, and if so, how involved were you in the incident?" "It is, in fact, true that I was there," Harry started. "Those behind me also accompanied me, and certain members of the Order of the Phoenix." Harry fiddled with his tie for a moment before he continued. "As for my involvement in the incident, while it pains me to report it, my fellow students and I were required to fight on the front lines to keep the Death Eaters at bay." "Truly," Rita said, her eyes wide as she jotted down his words. "Now, Mr. Potter, you stated that members of the group known as the Order of the Phoenix accompanied you. The Order was quite a well-known organization in the days of the first rise of the Dark Lord. The members of the organization were public information at that time. Though now, they seem to be flying under the radar, per se. Are you capable of shedding light on the number of members and who is in command? Is it still Albus Dumbledore?" "While I understand the intrigue of your question, the interest is misplaced." Harry's eyes forced a shiver into the woman as he continued. "The better question is, why has the Minister of Magic allowed the degradation of the Auror force to such an extent that a private defense group is needed? The Minister may argue that, in his opinion, there was no need to keep so many Aurors on hand post-war," Rita said. "Is there no truth to this statement?" "Perhaps there is," Harry said calmly, "though given the fact that the body of Voldemort was never found and that he currently lives now would give little credence to his argument. We may all be entitled to an opinion, but when your opinion is tested and proven to be false, then it isn't prudent to continue the defunding." "In fact," Harry pressed, "I would not be surprised if, during this investigation, records are revealed that both Fudge and former Undersecretary Umbridge received bribes to defund the Auror Corps." "You believe evidence will unfold that shows Minister Fudge and former Undersecretary Umbridge in the pocket of wealthy donors," Rita said, writing her thoughts down furiously. "Do you have any idea who some of these donors may be, and why do you suspect such a thing?" "I know that Umbridge, at the very least, was involved in the incident that occurred at the Burrow." Harry's eyes hardened. "And I am confident that upon your questioning with the Weasley family later this week and throughout the trial, it will be confirmed that it was Percy Weasley had disclosed information regarding the Burrow to Madame Umbridge in the hopes of securing Auror protection for his family. Albus Dumbledore himself set the wards, and if you are under the impression that a group of Death Eaters no matter how large could crack the great Albus Dumbledore's wards, without prior information I dare say you are mistaken." Rita twisted in her seat. "This army that reportedly arrived at the Burrow, how large was it?" "Large," Harry replied plainly, "at least for an average Death Eater strike force, though I suppose it is important to note that not only wizards make up the ranks of Voldemort." Rita's brow furrowed as Harry continued. "In the raid against the Burrow, both werewolves and giants were present." "Giants," Rita stuttered. Harry nodded. To add fuel to the fire, I'm also quite sure that just as he did before, Voldemort has also brought whatever Dementors remain to his side. The name of the Dark Lord made the reporter quake, but Harry paid it no mind. In short, what I am saying is this. We have a minister who defunded the Aurors and left us vulnerable to these raids and disappearances by Death Eaters because we are so greatly understaffed. All while hearing and employing officials like Madame Umbridge, who would be charged with aiding and abetting terrorists if she were alive. I do not think of Fudge as a bad man. His incompetence has placed us into a deep hole, and we must work tirelessly to dig ourselves out. Otherwise, Voldemort and the Death Eaters will crush us. Just as my father and mother showed the strength to stop Voldemort the first time, I am calling upon the power of the wizarding world to help me end Voldemort once and for all. I have no further statement, Harry said, before turning to face the French model, but I'm certain that Claire Belmont here would love to give you her thoughts on Minister Fudge as well. For as exhausted as he was, Daphne found Harry remarkably composed. It was an odd sight. She'd usually been the level-headed one, but the tides had turned. Now Harry sat coolly, and all she could do was keep her expression flat as she clutched her stomach. Sweat poured down her face as she desperately tried to pat away the wetness on her skin. No, this isn't normal. I need to see Madame Pomfrey. This isn't right. Harry had stunned the Daily Prophet reporter. The peppy Rita Skeeter sunk deeper into her chair, chained in silence. Harry, Daphne whispered, earning his attention. I need to get back to the castle, she said, Harry's brows furrowed at her words. I haven't been feeling well since this morning. If something does happen, I'm not going to be of much help. Do you have any idea what's wrong with you? Harry whispered, though the calmness in his voice was heavily forced. She shook her head as Harry sighed. Okay, take Michael back with you. I have Claire, Hermione, and Neville here if something happens. Just try and feel better soon, okay, princess? She smiled. I'll try, Flybe. Half-melted snow crushed beneath her boots as she exited the 3 broomsticks. She was thankful that Michael hadn't fussed about coming with her, but her mind refused to drift from the intense pain she felt in her stomach. Noise blared from her belly, filling her with nausea as vomit rose and fell in her chest. She stumbled as her head pounded, her shoulders rubbed against Michael's with every step she took. The icy winds hurt her lungs as her breathing became ever more labored. Hey, Blondie, Michael whispered, holding her waist to help her stand. Are you all right? What's going on? Her eyes drifted towards a stone wall, tucked in the corridor between Scrivenshaft's, Quill's shop, and Gladrag's that the snow had recently been swept from. Come on, Michael said. Let's sit for a bit and let you regain your balance. Her protest never escaped her lips. There wasn't much of a point after all. Michael wasn't wrong. A grunt escaped her lips as Michael rested her back against the stone walls, her breathing still strained but slightly more comfortable. You look awful, Michael said. You weren't looking sick at the S.P.I.R.E meeting yesterday. Oh, Merlin, Michael growled. Please don't tell me you got some fast-acting illness that's super contagious or something. I really... Michael, Daphne croaked. I think... Her hands trembled as she clutched the cloth that coated her skin. I think I've been poisoned. Poisoned, Michael muttered. By who? Light flashed into Michael's eyes as he ducked, a blue bolt of magic flying over his head. Another hollow layer of blue wrapped across the alleyway, acting as invisible walls. Daphne's eyes widened at their sudden closeness before he grabbed her waist, rolling her away from the wall and out of another blue-coated spell. What the hell is going on? Michael's hiss hadn't fallen on deaf ears as a hushed snickering grew louder. Damn, I missed twice, an invisible voice called out. I must say, Corner, you're as quick as ever. That voice, Daphne thought, her stomach sinking at the recognition. From beyond the corner, 2 figures emerged, both larger than average, with heavy glares plastered on their faces. Crabbe, Goyle, Daphne whispered. What are you 2 doing here? They followed me, an icy voice called out. The wind rushed through the corridor, kicking up the chunks of frost before a figure became visible. His eagle-like features were as sharp as ever, and though his skin had paled considerably, he didn't look any less menacing. I apologize for what's about to happen, but I have orders to carry out. Malfoy, Michael hissed. Why am I not surprised? Michael's knees dropped as he got into his combative stance. Well, what do you want? With you, nothing, Malfoy sneered. At least, not yet. It's her I have business with. Daphne curled from the pain in her stomach as Malfoy smiled. I have to give my aunt credit, who knew just a few drops of malevolent mixture could be so effective. Malevolent? Vomit poured from Daphne's lips onto the snowy ground, her forehead touching the ice as the shadow of Michael moved in front of her. The heat that radiated from her face was capable of melting the snow around her as she wiped the spit up from her lips. So you used a switching spell on my pumpkin juice this morning, Daphne muttered. Cunning, but for what reason? You were a fool to trust Snape, Draco chuckled. He told my lord about the prophecy Potter has, and my lord turned around to tell me. He says no to your terms, by the way, so he's proposing Potter a new deal. The prophecy for your life. Fire filled her chest, but Michael didn't move. Tusk, Michael's tongue clicked as he shifted his feet. I hate to say it, but that deal is off too. Michael rolled his shoulder back, popping the joints as he growled. See, Daphne, she's important to my best friend, and he asked me to keep her safe, so if you want her. Michael snapped, and Daphne's eyes filled with amazement as a black metal clipped onto his arm, coating it entirely. A larger chunk clasped onto his chest, this one gray and uncolored, yet equally as thin and padded. His palm glowed from the sapphire crystal as he waved them forward. Come get her. Metal, Draco cackled at the sight. You think that armor is going to save you. He flicked his wand, reducto. Daphne had wanted to yell for Michael to move, but the words got caught in her throat. The Ravenclaw stood firm, and Daphne's eyes nearly rolled from her head, as with an effortless swipe Michael, he batted the spell away. Draco stepped back, a growl leaving his lips as Michael grinned. You know, you've been a pain in my ass for a while, Malfoy. Honestly, I should be thanking you for giving me this opportunity to break you in half. Michael raised his arms as the blue glow from the sapphire-embedded glove grew brighter. What the hell is happening? Draco roared, the fury overcoating the confusion. Stay still and find out, Michael said with a smirk, picking an alleyway as your ambush point. What a way to make yourself a sitting duck. Michael's gem began to blink rapidly as he chuckled. If you value your life, I suggest you cast a shield. Crab's Goyle, Malfoy cried. All right, the two said, lifting their wand in unison. Protego Maxima. Confringo, Michael roared. Daphne swallowed hard as the wave of orange flames ripped through the corridor with a thunderclap sound. Two screams cut through the alley, followed by a thud. Deep breaths filled Michael's lungs as the smoke began to clear. The results spoke for themselves. The faintest rise and fall could be seen from the chests of Crabbe and Goyle. Their robes and wands burned to crisps as they laid beaten on the ground. Michael's arm shook, his free hand wrapped around his wrist, holding it up. I think I may have overdone it, Michael, get down. Daphne screamed as a jet of red had only just barely been blocked by Michael's arms. The Ravenclaw skidded backward, his arm limply hanging at his side as the final smoke began to clear. Draco's wand arm had been coated with burned skin, the sleeve of his shirt turned to ash, and yet he stood. Really bad time to still need to work out the kinks, Michael growled, he too finding the bloodlust in Draco's eyes. You dare attack me, half-blood, Draco roared. I'll make you pay. Blondie, Michael said, stepping back. You need to clear out. I'm not going to be able to babysit and fight him. You're not going anywhere, Draco howled. Bombarata. Michael's hand pressed down hard on her head, forcing her down as the alleyway's wall erupted at the spell's impact. Come on now, Daphne grumbled. How much more public can a fight be? Where are the Aurors? Wait, this blue light, an anti-apparition and silencing charm. But this is so advanced, how did? Bombarata, Draco bellowed again. Defindo, reducto. She watched as Michael pulled her around, the spells slamming into his body without reprieve. Michael, just run, I'll be fine. Trust me, Blondie, he growled. As much as I'd love to take you up on that offer, I can't. Daphne's brow knit as Michael smiled, his vest blocking another direct hit as he swallowed a grunt of pain. I made Harry a promise that I'd protect you if he wasn't around. I won't break that promise. So what's your plan? Daphne hissed as Michael pulled her from the line of fire once more. Keep taking hits until he gets tired. I'm still working on that. Michael said, turning his bruised back to her. Pratigo? A blue bubble-like shield coated them as Draco's eyes seemed to glow yellow with pulsing magic. Harry wasn't kidding. Whatever Draco went through this summer, he's definitely not the same. Magic stirred in Daphne's chest. Come on, think of something, Daphne. There has to be something. She watched as Michael grunted through gritted teeth, his shield reflecting spell after spell. If he wasn't so worried about protecting me, I'm sure Michael could take him, but how did he get this much stronger so quickly? For enemies, Daphne swallowed at the memory of the potion book's calligraphy. Better than doing nothing, I suppose. Daphne pressed against the wall, clawing herself up as she lifted her arm. I can hardly move, she hissed, the poison feeling like fire in her veins. I just have this one shot. Michael, duck! Without hesitation, the Ravenclaw did as she commanded, and with all that energy that remained in her core, she shouted, Sectum Sempra. Blood erupted from Draco's body like a volcano, with red stains coating herself and Michael. The boy that had backed them into a corner now laid discarded on the ground, his body torn to ribbons. Daphne, Michael said as he panted, his injured arm hanging down at his side. What did you do? Words failed her as her exhausted frame slid back down against the alley wall. Desperate coughs and gasps filled Draco's lungs as he twitched on the ground. What kind of spell was that? She thought as her hands trembled. What did I just do? Daphne, Michael said, his good arm placed atop her shoulder. Daphne, are you okay? She bit her lips as her body shivered, the cold hardly registering with her as Draco continued to bleed out. Do I help? But he's the enemy. He's still just a kid like us. What do I do? What do I do? What do I? Her internal voice fell silent, however, almost as silently as Draco had first appeared. Another plume of smoke arrived, and from it, Severus Snape. You foolish boy, Snape hissed. What part about waiting for my arrival was unclear to you? I knew you were behind this, Michael shouted with rage. We should never have trusted you, you bastard I'll. Michael, Daphne said, her voice calming as she watched Snape swipe his wand over Draco's wounds, sealing them. Professor Snape, was this what you were warning me about? He nodded, though his focus never left Draco's side. If you knew this was going to happen, why didn't you? Stop it before it took place, Snape answered. It wouldn't be wise. I encouraged you to stay next to Potter because I knew that if it came to a fight like the Dark Lord had encouraged Draco to partake in, Potter would win. Especially with your safety on the line, unfortunately, his inability to carry out simple instructions seems to have rubbed off on you. Even in these situations, he still insults Harry. She clenched her fist, releasing the tension, not the time. Still, you remained relatively unharmed, so I suppose the plan worked in the end anyway. What plan? In what way is Draco ambushing us a plan? Michael hissed. I assume that Draco told you himself, Snape said. The Dark Lord proposed a different exchange. I couldn't protest that when I brought him the original terms. But now, Snape's eyes fell to Draco's limp body as he continued to wave his wand. It seems like he'll have to reconsider the original offer. He's cruel, not stupid. Snape released a tired sigh as he finished binding the last of Draco's major wounds, leaving him with a handful of minor injuries. Why aren't you completely healing him? Daphne asked. Because if I did so, Snape said, he'd be back around the castle being a problem. The hospital wing is one of the best places for him to be right now for all of us. Snape turned, and Daphne felt as if she'd been doused in a cold river. As for you, Ms. Greengrass, Sectum Sempra is not a spell to be used lightly. I'm not sure how my book fell into your hands, and I don't mind if it is of use to you. But understand something, my spells are not for the faint of heart. Wait, are you saying that? Yes, Snape said as he rose to his feet, Draco limply hanging in his arms. I am the half-blood prince. His dim blue eyes followed the young Gryffindor as he paced around his office. The boy's fist clenched tightly, every cell in his body fighting his will to scream. Harry slammed his fist against the stone walls with a grunt as Dumbledore rubbed his temples. Damn it, Harry hissed. What the hell is happening? Dumbledore sighed. For all his patience, his heart pounded with fire at the afternoon's events. He's supposed to be after me, Dumbledore muttered beneath his breath. So what is the benefit of attacking these students? Unless does he not understand how powerful Harry's become? He was working under Voldemort's orders, Harry growled. He probably knows where Tonks is. He attacked Daphne and Michael. Harry's magic felt non-existent, but the rage in his eyes told the whole story. He'll pay for laying a hand on them. If he thinks a few cuts are bad, he's in for a big surprise when I get my hands on. Don't touch him, Dumbledore whispered weakly. His heart dropped as the venom in his eyes matched the hatred of his former pupil. Please. The word had sounded strange to the headmaster. He'd never had to ask for anything, and yet he had no choice. What do you mean, don't touch him? He's a monster, he's a threat to your students. I know you're all about the greater good, but… Keeping Draco unharmed benefits you as well, Dumbledore said, his head low. The Dark Lord holds Draco in a unique position. He's given Draco a job to complete, and it's in our best interest to let him finish it. Currently, for lack of a better word, Draco is our hostage. If you damage him, what do you think that Voldemort will do to Tonks? Harry had stopped in his tracks, his eyes falling to the floor. It is unlikely that Voldemort will be so forgiving of Draco either. Trust me, the boy will be punished far worse than anything you'd administer. But with Draco defeated, the ball is back in your court, so to speak. Voldemort attempted to break the negotiation, and he failed. Now would be the time to send him a message that you won't tolerate any more games, and Severus, who Voldemort employed to guide Draco, can be that messenger. I can't imagine how infuriating this situation is for you, Harry, Dumbledore said, but I implore you, please be patient. Dumbledore took a calming breath as he continued. After his failure, it's unlikely that Voldemort will attempt to use Draco again, and I will ensure that Severus will run interference in the name of following Voldemort's orders between your group and Draco. But please, listen and wait. And if he attempts to attack my friends or me again, Harry hissed. Then do whatever you must, Dumbledore whispered, but I'd caution you to tread carefully. You're under a microscope right now. You taking Draco's life could paint you in a negative light, regardless of your excuses, and as such could be used in Fudge's favor. I ask you, is your revenge of Draco or Fudge's removal more important in the big picture? Harry fell silent once more as Dumbledore nodded. Go be with your friends. Try and relax if you can, maybe even take a flight. For now, I ask that you trust in my advice and wait. Chapter 25. Broken Mind's veins throbbed across his bald head with anger as Severus kneeled before him. I helped that boy reach heights he'd never be able to accomplish naturally, and yet he failed such a simple task. Defeated by one of Potter's pathetic followers, no less. Magic pulsed from his body, forcing the room to quake as he grit his teeth. Worthless boy. My lord, Severus said, his eyes glued to the floor. I understand your frustration, but if I may, I implore you to show the Malfoy boy mercy. At least for a little longer. Prior to his failed attack, he informed me that he felt that his project was almost ready for living transport. Draco, he may be foolish at times, but he isn't unintelligent, which is rare when compared to the other children of your followers. He's honestly your best chance at attacking Hogwarts from the inside. At his command, the trembling of the room stopped. A chilling breath left his lips as he halted his fanatic pace. Yes, Voldemort said. He will pay for his failures, but I suppose you are correct, Severus. His job is of great importance. Killing the old man, that is a necessity. His eyes flicked towards the stairwell that led to the dungeon. As well as delivering Potter a message that I will not be toyed with. Severus shivered beneath his glare. You're dismissed, Severus. His servant nodded before he exited the room. His bare feet slid against the wooden planks of the manor before he descended the curved staircase. Screams from the defiant witch permeated the basement wall. Barty's methods had proven far more successful than any others. The girl hadn't spoken, but she didn't talk back. The door flung open at his command. The once-proud Hufflepuff Auror met his gaze with a tremble. His servant kneeled at his arrival. My lord, he whispered. Barty, Voldemort hissed, tell me, are there any new developments? No, my lord, Barty said, turning to the Auror who muttered incoherently to herself. I fear I may have taken my interrogation methods a shade too far. I may have broken her. A shame, Voldemort said, but I suppose it matters not. It appears that she held true to her convictions. We'll hold on to her. There is a chance that she may rebound. As unlikely as it is, she could still have value to us. For now, though, a blue light sparked from the tip of his wand. I need to prepare a package. Hold out her wand hand. A grin cracked across his lips as he slashed his wand over the girl's hand before with a thud. It fell to the ground. With a flick, the Auror's gaping wound sealed, her dismembered hand floating at his side. Wait until Draco completes his little job for me, then send this to Mr. Potter for me. You know the methods of sneaking in messages into the castle. Be sure to inform him that if he harms my property, I'll harm his. After that, we'll play his game. Barty bowed deeply, taking the free hand in his. Voldemort's fingers curled deeper into his palms as his lips curled. Once Draco's mission is complete, there will be nobody capable of stopping me, but there is no such thing as a force that is too overwhelming now, is there? With the Dementors, werewolves, and Death Eaters at my back, it is unlikely any resistance would be possible. But there is one group left that served to be a pain in my side during the First War. You don't mean? Yes, them. His eyes hardened at the thought. Send an emissary to their kingdom in Transylvania. I want to see if we can come to a negotiation without the need for unnecessary combat. The vampires are powerful and would make wonderful subordinates. Yes, my lord, Barty repeated once more. As you wish. Waking up to a woman in his bed still felt odd. The fact that the woman was Narcissa Malfoy, though she went by Narcissa Black now, was also strange. Strange but good. Everything about her was good, the smell of her hair, the softness of her skins, the sounds she'd make during their shared nights. All of it was beautiful. His eyes cracked open to the sound of crying from the nursery, followed by the rushed footsteps of Sirius. Remus chuckled. How much things have changed. He was really fussy last night, wasn't he? Narcissa whispered at his side, turning to rest her head on his bare chest. Poor Em was packing all night. Unlucky shift, I suppose, Remus said with a smile. Hopefully, she'll get some rest now that Sirius is taking over. He's not bad at it, Narcissa said warmly. I've known him since he was young, never would have imagined him as a dad. Me either, Remus said. He was never the most responsible person, but between Harry and James now, he's certainly stepped up to the plate. Remus felt his skin grow hot as Narcissa slid on top of him. For a woman of her age, she looked incredibly young and unbelievably gorgeous. I'm sure he's not the only one who'd be a good father if given the chance. Narcissa's grin turned sultry as she leaned in, catching his lips with hers. Narcissa, you don't know what you're talking about, Remus whispered. I'm a monster our kid would certainly be. I love you, Remus, Narcissa said, kissing his chest. I love Draco, I always will, but my pregnancy, my marriage, my ability to raise him, all of them were compromised and filled with hell. I want to start a family, a real family with a man that I love. That man, it's you, Remus. Narcissa, you don't know the sacrifices you'd have to make. We'd never be able to be married. Wizarding marriages aren't as simple as Muggle ones, and our child would never have the chance to. It doesn't matter, Narcissa whispered. Our child may not have access to great wealth or status, but he'd be loved. Even if he did have lycanthropy, I'm familiar with caring for children with it. I want you, Remus. I don't care about being formally married. I just want to be happy with you. I love you too, Narcissa, Remus whispered. I don't think now is the right time or... Don't think, just do. Her kiss was searing, and Remus felt as if he'd lost control of his arms as they wrapped themselves around her thin waist. Her tongue fought his, but the heat of the moment had turned frosty as the charm that signaled an incoming flu call rang throughout the house. The two groaned with displeasure as they separated, their barren feet touching the chilly winter floorboards. Narcissa wrapped herself tightly in her robe as Remus followed after her, his chest fully exposed to the cold air. It was there that he saw one of his least favorite people flickering in the green flame. He'd known that Harry had gone through his plan of informing Severus, yet it didn't make him any better seeing him in the fire. I'm sorry, was all he heard the Hogwarts professor say before Andromeda broke down into tears. Narcissa raced to her sister's side, cradling her gently in her arms as Andromeda quivered. What happened? Remus hissed. Severus remained passive. What happened? Remus growled. I heard your question the first time, Remus. The potions master said his name as if it were some awful curse. I was simply conjuring the best way of delivering the news. Our plan, Severus continued, may have hit a road bump. He felt Narcissa's eyes lock on Severus. Draco, what of Draco? For as much pain as her son had caused her, it was clear she still loved him. Severus' eyes fell to the side as he sighed. Draco, he will live, but Merlin only knows for how much longer. Why? Remus whispered, the footsteps of Sirius and Emmeline now entering the room. Why do you believe Draco's life to be at risk? Because, Severus began, once he hears of what happened at the manor, I fear Potter may kill Draco himself, and I am not capable of protecting him. Why would Harry, Sirius started, before his eyes widened at Andromeda's trembling figure. Number is Tonks, are we too late? She's not dead, but, Severus sighed, I saw her before I met with the Dark Lord. Prolonged exposure to the Cruciatus curse, I'm sure you know the result of that. The Dark Lord seemed intent on sending Potter a message. I have a bad feeling I know what it is. I have to get to the castle, Sirius said. If Tonks is, Sirius couldn't even say the words as his body shook with anger. If Harry finds out, he'll be inconsolable. I need to be there. No, Remus said, turning to his friend. I'll go watch over the situation at the castle. His eyes fell to the crying James, before watching as Ted tried desperately to comfort his wife. Your family needs you here. I'll head to the castle and watch over Harry from a distance. If no news comes, he needn't know I was even there, but if it does come, I'll stop him from killing Draco. That would be beneficial, Severus said. A skilled Legilimens may be able to heal a tortured mind if not too much time has passed. But the Dark Lord sees Draco as his property. If more damage happens to him to the point he becomes unable to do his job, Tonks will die. Furthermore, Severus continued, the Dark Lord's only goal currently is to kill Dumbledore and Potter. We all know that Dumbledore is living on borrowed time as we speak. Draco's plan puts only the staff and Dumbledore at risk. Upsetting this plan will bring Voldemort himself to Hogwarts, and should that happen, the casualties will be innumerable. I could care less about Voldemort, Remus said, his eyes filled with exhaustion. It's Harry's wrath I'm worried about. Exhaustion wasn't anything new to Dumbledore. He'd been over the century mark for over a decade, and while it wasn't unusual for wizards to have longer lifespans hardly, and Wizard's life was as filled as Dumbledore. Out of the group known as the Marauders, he'd always been the proudest of James, but the werewolf Remus Lupin held a soft spot in his heart. I should have done more for him. Dumbledore swallowed as he watched his former defense against the dark arts professor pace across the carpeted office. Guilt had been something he'd wrestled with in abundance these days. Between Harry, Aberforth, Grindelwald, Voldemort, the Order, Dumbledore wondered if he'd done anything right in his life. I'm telling you, Albus, Remus said, if what our suspicion is comes to fruition, Draco is in danger. And with you in your current state, I doubt there is anyone in this castle capable enough from stopping Harry. What of Miss Greengrass? Albus said as he calmly stroked his beard. She's stopped Harry's dangerous decisions in the past. Perhaps she will be able to. No, Remus said, the werewolf's eyes locked to the ground. Harry loves the girl and would sacrifice a lot for her. This is true. But Tonks, she holds a place in Harry's heart that is irreplaceable. If Harry learns that Voldemort hasn't followed the rules of their negotiation, there's nothing in the world short of killing him that could give him pause. Even Daphne's influence on him has limits. That's why I've come to the castle, Remus said. Should Harry discover the true nature of Voldemort's plan, I will act as the mediator. When it comes to Tonks, I fear there is nothing Harry wouldn't sacrifice for her. He loves her, Albus. And as you and I both know painfully well, love is powerful. I don't oppose you staying at the castle, though you may wish to reconsider, Dumbledore stated. From what I recall, James left Harry a rather handy tool that reveals everyone's location. Should he discover you in the castle, I fear that it may raise more questions than answers. So, what can we do? Remus muttered, the wolf in him appearing in his growl. I will do some investigating of my own, Dumbledore said. I will follow Draco around and keep tabs on his whereabouts. My time is approaching rather quickly with or without his intervention. I suppose it's time to stop playing so carefully. Albus stood, a transfigured cane helping his weak legs balance as he smiled. "I wish to atone for my sins before I die. I swore to truly help Harry this year, to protect him at all costs, even from himself. Allow me one more chance to handle this situation my way. I promise, this time I'll show some better results." He'd been grateful for the werewolf's patience, but a tightness had formed in his chest as he prowled the halls of his castle beneath his invisibility charm. He'd always been a bit different from his parents. Albus thought as his silenced heels clicked along the stone floor. He'd always been more ruthless, but never had I imagined a day would come where he'd become a danger to another student. "Harry," he thought softly, "please don't allow yourself to slip into despair. Remember, Harry, love." It wasn't long until his plan came to action. His legs ached as he moved. The age of his weathered frame was quickly becoming a damning reality as he heard the creak of the hospital wing door open. It had been hard to convince Madame Pomfrey to turn a blind eye to Draco and allow him to sneak out. It was even odder how hard Dumbledore felt he advocated for his death, but it was necessary. If there was anything Dumbledore could do to save him, to save both of them, he'd do it. It was about time. He lived up to his duties. As headmaster, his life was a small price to pay. He took a deep breath, suppressing his magic to a minimal, as Draco popped his head from the massive doors of the infirmary. His beady eyes scanned the corridor, before, like a whisper, he stepped from beyond the shelter of Madame Pomfrey's domain. Dumbledore nodded, impressed at the way Draco silenced his steps before moving. "You've grown quite a bit yourself, haven't you, Draco? If only it could have been for the better." Albus' heart felt heavier than his body as he trailed after the Slytherin. Draco turned every corner with such certainty. Albus could see in the boy's eyes that Draco was certain he'd found his way if only he were able to see that he'd lost it years ago. The boy's mastery of the secret corridors had been impressive for someone with no inherited knowledge like Harry had. It only spoke to the boy's deductive eyes. Every floor the two descended had made Dumbledore feel even more ashamed. "You had so much potential, Draco. Why didn't I steer you better?" He stopped his thoughts as they arrived at the girls' lavatory. Dumbledore knew the castle like the back of his hand, inside and out. It hadn't been through the girls' washroom that he entered the chamber to take back the youngest Weasley's body, but no matter the rationality, he'd always found himself avoiding the bathroom of Moaning Myrtle. The metal hinges to the door creaked open, and with an exhausted sigh, he followed the son of Lucius into the bathroom. He'd been touted as one of the greatest wizards ever to walk the earth, and yet he stood silently, unable to intervene as Draco played the recording of his master and opened the chamber door. Dumbledore slowed himself as he followed Draco down the slide leading to the chamber's entryway. He'd been sure he collapsed the tunnels into the cave, but as was quickly becoming apparent, the son of Lucius was far more skilled than his father. The rubble that Dumbledore had left in his wake had vanished without a trace. Perhaps, Dumbledore thought to himself as he floated gently above the ground with his gentle steps, maybe this new generation possesses the ability to surpass even my own. The sound of rolling water whispered in his ears as he approached the shattered statue of Salazar Slytherin. The stone turned to solid black tile before the clicking of Draco's footsteps became audible once more as he canceled his charm. "Good," Draco said, a sigh of relief filling the air. "It's still in one piece. Perhaps I still have time." So that's how it is," Dumbledore said as he stroked his beard, "a vanishing cabinet, which means that its sister must be in Tom's grasps." Dumbledore stepped back as the sound of frantic chirping began making itself clear from behind the cabinet's doors. A sinister grin filled Draco's face as he swung the door open. A small, yellow chick chirped loudly, but Draco's face soured. The chick hadn't arrived in one piece. "Damn!" Draco barked, his eyes falling to a note strapped to the bird's side. He watched as Draco read the letter. Quietly, Dumbledore focused his mind like a scalpel, wanting to read the note from a distance, but was met by the brick wall of Draco's occlumency. Impressive Draco, truly. The boy turned on his heels, his eyes resting upon Dumbledore for a minute. Was his life in danger? No, even in his weakened state, Dumbledore didn't fear Draco. But for a moment, concern filled his mind. Had I pressed too hard? Dumbledore pondered. Did he notice me? Another silent sigh escaped his lips as Draco turned back towards the cabinet, lifting his wand. For what must have been hours, Dumbledore gazed upon Draco as he poured his magic into the cabinet, desperate to fix the damage. Twice he'd seen Draco lean his head over the sewer waters and vomit. 4 times he watched as Draco pulled clumps from his hair, and once he'd watched silently as Draco fell to his knees and cried, gripping his head. "Harry, I wonder if you saw this, would your heart change?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No, you've never been one to sympathize with your opponents. Your heart has always been harder than mine. I wonder, will that make you stronger than I?" The alarm charm on Draco's watch had woken Dumbledore from his thoughts. "Damn it all," Draco hissed. "What do I do? Do I stay? Do I go back? What am I supposed to do?" Tears streamed down his cheeks as he slammed his forehead into the cabinet frame. "I have to kill him," Draco whispered. "It's the only way." Chapter 26. A present the halls of Hogwarts had never felt as uncomfortable as they currently did. Hogwarts had once felt so welcoming to her, now felt as if it was pushing her out more every day. She'd nearly killed a student less than a week ago, granted. That student was Draco Malfoy, and he had been trying to attack her, but it still felt wrong. Adults, Death Eaters, monsters, that's who she'd agreed to fight. It was naive of her to think, perhaps, but she'd never wanted to harm another student. She'd never wanted to hurt Draco the way she had. Sympathy, Daphne thought to herself as she clutched her fist. Why do I care? Because I could have so easily turned out like him, Daphne thought as she turned to face the boy protectively hovering at her side. If it weren't for Harry, filling me up with hope that I'd save Astoria, perhaps I would have considered joining him too. "Hey," Harry whispered, softening his hawkish eyes as he rubbed his thumb over her hand. "You all right, princess?" Daphne stayed silent for a moment, pushing quietly towards the great hall, though never far from Harry's warm frame. Harry gripped her hand, stopping her before she whispered, "Not really." He turned her, pulling her into a tight hug. Her face rested in Harry's firm chest as she whispered, "I know it sounds stupid, but I feel guilty. I feel like I did something wrong." "No, you didn't do anything wrong," Harry said. "You heard it from Claire and Michael themselves. Neither blames you for Michael getting hurt. He's doing just fine now. He's just a bit sore and—" "I wasn't talking about Michael," Daphne said. "He's annoying, but he's my friend. I'd have done the same for him. Daphne's eyes locked upon Harry. "Am I stupid that I feel bad for what I did to Draco?" The grip around Harry's arms loosened as she gritted her teeth. "I know he's done so much terrible shit. I know he doesn't deserve forgiveness. But I can't help feeling that if things were just a little bit different, if things changed just a little, maybe I'd have ended up like him." Her eyes fell to the ground. "What if you'd never approached me? What if I gave in to my despair and joined him if he claimed he had a way to save Astoria? If that happened and we fought, would you kill me?" Harry broke their held eye contact as he glanced out the glass window, taking a deep breath before turning back to her. "Yeah," he muttered, "I would." His face sunk as he continued, "Right or wrong, I lived my whole life with one purpose, to avenge my parents. I'd kill every single one of them if I had to. I told you, the night this whole thing on the clock tour started, you are a much better person than I could ever hope to be, Daphne." "We were only 13, and both of us were exhausted when I first told you that," Harry said. "I wouldn't blame you if you didn't fully understand what I was saying then, but that part of me, no matter how I feel about you, or how much I care about Astoria, Michael, or Neville, that part of me will never change. Does that frighten you?" "A little bit," Daphne whispered. "But in fairness, I feel like everything that's happening in my life frightens me. I came to Hogwarts with the idea of learning how to be a great Medi-Witch and save Astoria. Then I developed feelings for you, and now I wrapped up in a war. I don't regret anything, but sometimes I stay up at night and wonder how the hell I got here." Her spine shivered as Harry placed his hand on her cheek. "I'll let you in on a secret, but I'm sure you already know. This whole war, it scares the fuck out of me. It scares me that I have so many friends and family willing to put their life on the line for me. It scares me that they look to me to be in charge and fulfill my destiny. Life terrifies me every day, but you make it more bearable. You make me feel like I have a life once this war is over. Something I never thought I'd have before, and I am so thankful for that. What I'm about to say goes for every aspect of our relationship," Harry said calmly. "I will never force you to do anything you don't feel comfortable with, but I need you to be honest with me. Michael, Neville, and I, If it comes down to it, we'll take a life to protect each other. If you're coming, I need to know that you're willing to do the same." Daphne nodded. "I'll do what I have to do. You're important to me, Flyby. If you think I'm letting you go on a mission without me, you're insane." Harry smiled as she pressed. "I said I felt guilty about harming someone our age. I never said that I wouldn't do it again if the situation were the same. Protecting you and our friends, that's a top priority. I guess. Part of me just wishes that it never came to this, that it never got this far." "Yeah," Harry said, taking in a long pause as he wrapped his arm around her. "Me too." He sighed as he placed his lips to her temple. Daphne nodded. "I know this sounds crazy, or maybe it doesn't. But with Draco disappearing from the hospital wing and Professor Snape being unusually quiet, I just feel as if things are going to get a lot worse before they get better." "Unfortunately," Harry said, his eyes falling to the floor, "I think that you're right about that too." Draco's disappearance had been weighing on Harry's mind heavily. The full moon that appeared yesterday had left Harry with some hope that Draco had simply been confined during his transformation, but he'd yet to return. Dumbledore, too, had been missing for a few days, and that was beyond coincidental. Yet Harry had claimed to have spotted him on the Marauders map, and after sending a letter to Moody about the situation, he knew the last person to confront was Dumbledore. In a way, Daphne often marveled at Harry. The boy had grown far more patient and level-headed. Third-year Harry would have been blowing things up by now, but this Harry remained collected, his fear never getting the better of him. It was a trait she admired greatly. For as reckless as he could be at times, nobody operated better under pressure than Harry Potter. The chatter from the Great Hall passed over her as she scanned the Slytherin table looking for the missing Draco, but as she'd expected, the boy was nowhere to be found. If he were in the castle, though, he couldn't survive forever without coming up eventually. She parted from Harry, passing the Ravenclaw table, watching as Claire nearly shoved the awful medicine vial down Michael's throat. He gagged but waved shortly after catching her eyes. Compared to the Michael she'd seen the first year of Hogwarts, who spent his days chasing around bones or pulling pranks for attention, she could hardly believe she was looking at the same person. She sent Blaise and Tracy a quick grin, taking her seat beside the auburn-haired girl before listening in on her and Blaise's conversation. "Nothing again, huh?" "No," Blaise said. "We all thought that Draco just disappeared because of his situation, but he still hasn't gone back to the common room. Stranger still is that Crabbe and Goyle have been keeping quiet. Granted, they're idiots, but I feel like they know more than they let on." Daphne nodded in agreement. Buffoons they might be, but they more than likely had some information. Something to look into, she thought to herself. She glanced up at the table, finding that Harry had done the same. It hadn't taken her long to understand the sour expression that coated Harry's face despite clearly being on the map. Dumbledore was not at the staff table. "Damn," Daphne hissed, "something is definitely wrong here." As expected, the sound of flapping wings soon soared over the house tables. She gripped the falling Daily Prophet tightly in her hand before laying it out on the table. A grin crossed her face as she read the headline, "Boy Who Lived Weighs In on Fudge Trail, a Call to Action." Not bad, Skeeter, Daphne thought as she skimmed the print, not bad at all. A soft thud filled the air, pulling her eyes from the paper before a chill raced down her spine. The hall had quickly grown silent. The air had begun to get thicker, and her heart pounded heavily in her chest. For the first time in her life, she'd sensed magic, and for the first time in a long time, she felt true bone-chilling fear. For a moment, she felt death as Harry stood from the Gryffindor table and left the Great Hall. Harry felt his blood freeze in his veins at the package's contents. For a moment, he'd felt time fall still as he saw the note that rested in the dismembered hand. "Dear Mr. Potter, we have a present for you. Simply press your wand to the box and reveal your gift." It was so simple, yet it worked. His skin crawled as he watched present take its shape, the shape of a dismembered hand. He didn't need to note to get the message, but it was read all the same. "You harmed the Dark Lord's property. We harmed yours. This letter will turn into a portkey at midnight tonight. Bring the prophecy. Or the bitch dies." Crow. Red filled his vision as he lifted from his seat, the eyes of the hall watching him. "Harry, is that?" Harry paid his little sister no mind, in truth, Astoria's words barely registered in his mind as he turned to the door. His muscles felt tight, as if constricting his ability to run. He wasn't sure where he was going. His mind felt foggy. Footsteps rushed behind him, one then two, then more. Distantly, he heard his name shouted, but he couldn't talk. He couldn't breathe. For a moment, Harry felt himself floating in a cloud of nothing but anger. His footsteps stopped as he pulled up to the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. The muscles in his neck throbbed as he tried to open his mouth, his capacity to speak vanishing from his mind as with a feral roar. He commanded the statue to erupt. "Harry," a voice he thought may have belonged to Hermione called out, but there were no words to share. His body pulsed as he climbed every stair towards the mahogany door of the headmaster's office. "Harry, please, tell us what happened," Hermione called out from behind. "Harry, you need to." Her words fell silent as with a tug of his hand, the door flew off its hinges. Sitting across from him was the missing man himself. Dumbledore sat with his hands folded, his frame skinner than Harry could ever recall, the twinkle in his eye completely absent. His view of the headmaster was blocked by the swooping black cape of Severus Snape, a stern sneer plastered against his lips. "Mr. Potter," Snape scolded, "what is the meaning of this intrusion?" The headmaster and I, the potion master, quickly fell silent under Harry's glare. "Move," Harry ordered now. "You cannot speak to me," Harry growled as his magic exploded. The former Death Eater's figure slammed against the wall with a heavy thud. "Shit," a voice muttered out behind him, both Tracy and Blaise racing towards Snape's side. "Professor, are you all right?" Harry didn't care to hear the reply. It didn't matter anyway. Snape's life was inconsequential in comparison to Tonks. His steps felt like that of elephants as he approached the headmaster's desk. "Well, Harry, my boy, you certainly know how to make an entrance." Dumbledore sat forward, his eyes thin as he pressed on. "How can I?" "Where's Draco?" Harry muttered. "Pardon," Dumbledore replied. "Don't play dumb with me," Harry barked. "You both go missing on the same day. I know you are aware of where he is. So tell me, where's Draco?" "Perhaps I do know where he is," Dumbledore said, his fingers tightly laced. "But I must know, what do you plan to do if I tell you?" "I'll start by taking his hand and go from there," Harry said, his face twitching from the fire that burned in his chest. Dumbledore said, his head deeply bowed. "So I take it that Severus's suspicion of what happened to Tonks is correct. I do feel sorry for the young lady, and I understand she was very dear to you, but I will not disclose Draco's location. He still has a role to play in this." "I don't think you understood me clearly," Harry said. "Tell me where he is, or I'll pull the information from your head by force." Dumbledore's eyes widened in fear. "You're not strong enough to repel me now, and I've learned all I care to learn from you. If you live or die, it doesn't matter to me anymore, Professor. And if you think that I value your life over Tonks, you're wrong." "Please, Harry, you must understand. Draco has a role yet to play in." Dumbledore tried to speak, but Harry cared no longer. "He's dead," Harry whispered. "When I find him, he's dead. He has no more roles to play, I promise you that." Harry inhaled, placing his palms atop Dumbledore's desk before, with a low growl, he muttered, "Legilimens." The twisted library of Dumbledore's mind had crumbled to ashes. The magic upkeep for even the most basic of occlumency shield now failed him. There was no denying it. The once-proud headmaster of Hogwarts now stood on death's door, and in truth, Harry no longer cared. Part of Harry felt as if he didn't quite care about anything else but saving Tonks and ending Draco. That's all that matters right now. Everything else can wait. Dust coated the library's floor, the lighting dimmer than Harry had ever seen. No books soared at him, not pressure weighed on his shoulders. Even the protective image of Grindelwald sat motionless, unable to rise from the ground. Unlike his mind that relied on confusion to protect his secrets, Dumbledore's occlumency was always orderly. After all, he had believed himself to be the most powerful wizard alive. Why would he think to reorganize his mind? "You claim to be great at evaluating others," Harry thought as he turned into the row where the books that started with D were. "Yet you never even consider to evaluate yourself." Fitting. Harry's head pounded with fury, yet there was no denying that the sheer breadth of knowledge Dumbledore possessed was astonishing. His memory books stacked what looked like 100 meters high in each section. Harry's throat dried at the sight. For the briefest moment, Harry felt hopeless until, with a whisper, he spoke. "Accio, Draco." Just as he'd done before, this time, a purple book zipped into his hands. He pulled the cover open, damn near ripping it from its binds as he skimmed through the most recent updates. Dumbledore's handwriting was pristine in his mind as Harry began to read the headmaster's thoughts. "Severus had informed me that Draco's plan is near completion, though I fear for his safety once Harry learns of Nymphadora's condition. I will try, but I do not think that Harry will be willing to understand the role I see Draco to play in my vision. Currently, the boy is wisely staying hidden. Had I not trailed him, I doubt that even I'd know that he is presently resting the Chamber of Secrets. Tom must have gifted him something to allow him the parcel tongue required to enter the chamber through the second-floor girls' lavatory. While disturbing, Draco has undoubtedly done some powerful magic in the chamber. I only hope that." "Damn," Harry cursed, watching as with the last of Dumbledore's occlumency, he blurred out the words. "Just stay out of my way for once." Harry dropped the book, beginning to feel it heat up in his hands. "Tusk, it doesn't matter anyway. I don't care what he's doing, I just needed to know where he was." Harry stumbled back into Michael, who caught him after exiting the headmaster's head. Sweat poured down Harry's neck as he watched Dumbledore lift his head from his desk, his body trembling from his expended magic. "Harry," he whispered, "please don't do it." "I'm sorry, Professor," Harry said as he turned his back on the withering old man. "But as I told you before, I'm not as good of a person as you think I am." The aching groans of the elderly headmaster vanished from earshot as Harry quickly raced down the steps. "Harry! Potter! Rook!" Michael's shouts all fell on deaf ears. Harry wasn't interested in talking any longer. There was nothing left to say. With alacrity, Harry raced down the steps of the castles, unable to even think of secret passages that may have shortened his trip. In truth, Harry felt as if he could think of nothing more than the objective. Draco would pay for what he caused, and Harry planned to relish it. Seconds passed like hours, minutes like days, but finally he arrived at the lavatory mentioned in Dumbledore's journal. "Harry," Daphne whispered, "why are we the Parseltongue story?" From out of the toilet, the former witch marched into the open. For a moment, her expression was stern until Harry felt her eyes fall on her. "Ah, Harry, you're back. Did you come to see me again?" "Where's the chamber?" Harry whispered. "What?" Myrtle whispered. "Where did Draco go?" Harry hissed. "I know he's in here. You live here. You must have seen it. Where did he go?" Harry, what's wrong? Why are you?" The ghost fell silent as Harry shot her a glare. If looks could kill, she'd have died all over again. "Unless the next words out of your mouth involve telling me where Draco is, I suggest you keep it shut." Myrtle's apparition trembled, sinking to her knees. Her eyes wide behind her glasses, her non-tangible throat looking as if it was trying to swallow something. Her hand quaked as she lifted it, pointing to a sink in the far corner of the room before she sank into the ground, out of Harry's sight. "Over there, huh?" Harry said as he stepped towards the separate sink. His eyes tightened at the smallest sigil of a snake that had seemed to have been inscribed on the faucet's base. "Tilda open, Tilda." Nothing happened for a moment, but then the next second the sink began to move. The sink, in fact, sank right out of sight, leaving a large pipe exposed, a pipe wide enough for a man to slide into. "Harry," Daphne whispered, is this the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry nodded distantly. His eyes sinking into the abyss of the pipe before, without another second's hesitation, he plunged down the tube. Screams for his safety echoed as he slid, but he didn't care about himself anymore. "Tonks," Harry thought as he continued down the pipe, his knees buckling slightly from the impact when he touched the ground. "I swear I'll save you." "I made it," Harry shouted, alerting the others, though he didn't really care if they slid down or not. What was bound to happen next was between him and Draco. Nobody else mattered. Harry scratched his scar. The tunnels made him uncomfortable, but he'd gone too far to turn away. Despite their age, the plumbing that surrounded the chamber was incredibly well maintained. Traces of rubble still remained, but it was clear to Harry that Draco had done some renovating to make the chamber look brand new. Footsteps resonated behind him, but Harry didn't turn to see them. Rather, his eyes had become fixed upon a moss-coated statue of a man's face. He'd seen the face before in his textbooks, but standing before a figure of that magnitude had made Salazar Slytherin truly feel larger than life. The clicking of black stone had replaced the sound of scraping gravel as Harry stepped foot onto the chamber's grounds. Water that flooded the stonework seeped into his socks, forcing a squishing echo. His eyes shifted, just catching a glimpse of a blue bolt of magic flying towards him. Harry swung his arms, catching the bolt and redirecting it into the water. The magic erupted with the impact of a crater. For a moment, a hole had become visible in the water to the point that Harry could see the bottom. He felt the tension from his friends behind him, but Harry didn't bother to lift his guard. Instead, he stood calmly, watching as from a room in the distance, the blonde Slytherin prefect appeared. Well, it looks like you've discovered my hiding space." Draco's expression was filled with forced smugness. "And you brought your entourage along. What's the matter, Potter? Too afraid to fight me yourself?" "They came of their own free will," Harry replied, his voice cold as ice. "They'll just be spectating." Harry flicked his wand into his hand as the two boys began to circle each other. "I promise you, resisting me is futile, so why don't you just tell me where my sister is, Malfoy?" Draco growled before he flicked his wrist, a jet of red light now barreling towards Harry. Harry hadn't even blinked as he batted away Draco's spell, the impact leaving a black, sizzling mark on the masonry below. "You couldn't even beat Michael. You don't have a chance of beating me. Talk, and I might leave you alive." "You don't have the guts to take a life, Potter," Draco shouted. "You don't have the—" "Defindo," Harry muttered, a wave of light silencing Draco as he clutched his abdomen. Blood leaked from his chest, his white Oxford dripping red as he gazed up at Harry. "If I had put a bit more power into that, I'd have split you in half. I plan to do just that with my next attack. If you'd like to remain in one piece, I suggest you answer my question. Where's Tonks?" "Go to hell, Potter," Draco barked. "Avada Kedavra." A smirk burned across Harry's face as he slammed his foot to the ground, conjuring a wall from the tiles. Green flashed across his eyes, but Harry didn't need to see. He sensed Draco's magic. That was all he needed. Harry forced his arms up, commanding the ground to bend to his magical whims. Draco's scream filled the air, and Harry chuckled, watching as the boys squirmed. Draco's screams had sounded like music as Harry increased his spell. The black chains that sprouted from the ground subdued the boys' movements. Harry snapped, reaching out his arm before, as if his palm were a magnet, Draco's wand flew to his hand. Harry ran his fingers over the hawthorn wood of Draco's wand. He watched the look of fear manifest upon Draco's face before, with a flick, he tossed the wood into the water. The wand sunk like steel into the murky waters, and Draco trembled with every step that Harry took towards him. "Let's try again," Harry said, gripping Draco's chin in his hand. "Where is my sister?" "If you think I'd betray my lord for you, you're me's. Crack." Harry's fist pounded as he slammed his knuckles into Draco's face. Blood gushed from his nose. The Slytherin leaned forward, but was stopped as Harry clutched his now white hair with his offhand and pummeled him once more. "Wrong answer," Harry said, gripping the top of Draco's head once more. "Let's try again. Where's my sister?" "The Dark Lord won't forgive you for—" Blood spilled from Draco's lips, silencing him as Harry swung his leg into his core, knocking the wind from his body. Draco flopped forward, stopped only by his chains as he gasped like a fish out of water. "I don't care about what your lord thinks of me. I do know that once I'm done here, I'm going to kill him, though. But before that, let's try one more time. Where's Tonks?" Draco heaved, desperate to regain his breath. "I won't ask again, Malfoy. Where is my sister?" "I won't," Draco hissed. "I will be saved. I won't tell." Harry's frown hardened as he lifted his wand once more. "I gotta hand it to you, Malfoy. You're much tougher than I thought, but that doesn't matter. I'll make you talk, one way or the other." Harry took a deep breath. "Cruci." "Harry, stop!" Harry felt his body tense as Astoria's hand wrapped around his wrist, pulling it down. This isn't you. You need to get a grip. Let me go, Astoria, Harry growled. What they did to Tonks, it's unforgivable. I'll make them pay, I'll make them all pay. I'm not letting go of you, Harry, Astoria whispered, placing herself before Draco. You're not the kind of person that would stoop this low. You're angry, and I know that I can't fully understand the pain you're going through, but I won't let you go any further. If you torture him, Astoria said, you may get the information you want, but once you get back Tonks, will you ever be able to live with yourself? If you torture him, how would you be any different from the bastard who killed your parents? Harry felt his body tremble. When we fight, we both know there will most likely come a time when we have to kill. But this, it just feels wrong to me. This isn't combat. Draco, he's not a threat to anyone the way he is. We can capture him and send him to Azkaban or through the Veil if necessary. We're not in the place where we need to resort to torture or killing. Move, Astoria, Harry growled. I won't, she whispered. I can only imagine how angry you are, but you've always said how you never wanted to be like them. There are other ways to get the information you need. You're not torturing him because it's the only way to get information. You're torturing him because you're angry. That's not right, Harry, she swallowed. I won't let you become like them. I won't let you become somebody you'd hate. If you want the information that pulled it from his mind like Dumbledore, he doesn't have the strength to resist you anyway. Just look at him. If you cross that line, Harry, Astoria muttered. If you torture just because you lost your cool, you'd never be able to forgive yourself. She stepped closer, bringing down Harry's arm. That note is going to turn into a portkey with or without Draco telling you the answer. When midnight comes, we'll know where Tonks is. Probe his mind for information, do whatever you want, but don't become a person Tonks would be ashamed to see at your reunion. You're better than they are, Harry. You're better than Malfoy. I've always believed that, so please, don't prove me wrong. Harry's body trembled as Astoria wrapped her arms around him. Get what you need and leave him for the Aurors to decide his faith. Please, Harry, we'll do whatever we can to get Tonks back. We'll fight with you until the end, but I don't want to fight for the lesser of two monsters. Harry's heart felt heavy. His muscles tightened and strained as he gazed into Astoria's eyes. He deserves to die. Yeah, Astoria said, I know, but we don't always get what we deserve. If we did, I wouldn't be on borrowed time and you wouldn't be an orphan. Remus wouldn't be a werewolf and Tonks wouldn't be kidnapped. Harry swallowed as Astoria peered into him with her kaleidoscopic eyes. We don't have that much time to plan everything, Harry. We don't have the time to beat on Malfoy to let your anger out. If you want to let loose, wait until we get to the bastards that actually took Tonks. The use of unforgivable, we're better than that, Harry. You can't stand for justice while laughing in its face. No matter what I do, you won't move, Harry whispered. I'd die before I let you become the thing you hate, Astoria whispered. Harry watched as the girl remained steady as he lifted his wand. Go ahead then, Astoria said, her eyes misty. I know you won't. You're my big brother, Harry. I know that you'd never hurt me. It's not who you are. Astoria, get out of the way, Hermione hissed. It's not safe over there. Do you hear that, Harry? Astoria hissed. Look behind you. They're your friends, Harry, and even they're a bit scared of you right now. If the people who follow you do so out of fear rather than love, how are you any different than him? Harry's eyes hollowed for a moment as he turned, watching as both Michael and Neville watched him with concern, and Daphne. Harry had felt his stomach churn as he watched the fear he'd created in his girlfriend's eyes. This isn't you, Harry, Astoria said as she wiped her eyes. I know it's not. He's responsible for Tonks' pain. I don't care if you're the person to kick him through the veil yourself, Astoria screamed. I'm not arguing that he deserves to live a life of luxury. I'm not even saying he deserves to live in general. All I'm saying is that I don't want you to resort to their methods. Please, Harry, please. Harry sighed as he gnashed his teeth. Fine, he whispered, Legilimens. Draco's mindscape looked like nothing Harry had ever seen before. It looked somehow even less organized than his own. For a moment, Harry wondered the blank space, stopping only to find a manifestation of the boy rocking in the corner, his head curled with fear. Can't fail, must live. Can't fail, must live. Harry watched the rocking boy with disgust as he placed his hand to the rocking boy's forehead. Very well then, let's see what we can find. Romania, it had been a place that Voldemort had never considered revisiting. How long had his body roamed the area, desperately clinging to life? No, Voldemort thought to himself, I will erase those days from my memory. I will never be that weak again, I will rule. And once I come to terms with them, I will rue with impunity. Voldemort floated above the rocky grounds of Mount Isvorul Kalamanului. The story of vampires had been nothing but legends to the Muggles, but Voldemort knew they were far more than myths. Of all the creatures that roamed the magical world, they were the only ones who posed a worthy opponent for wizards. That was something that he could not stand. The castle loomed over the town of Transylvania, hidden in clouds of mist. But to those who dared to venture, they'd find a sight reminiscent of nightmares. The iron-studded stone doors were the first sight one came across, their bridges' rails now clattered, rattling chains. Massive bolts seemed to hold and protrude from the castle's stone, and the castle great round arches seemed to swallow the sun. Magic radiated from within the castle, far fouler than the magic that coated the walls of the castle he'd once called home. The castle where his plan was set to commence. Please, master, the voice of Bellatrix had rung in his head, allow me to accompany you. I beg you. The witch had made a foolish request. Vampires respected only one thing, power, and showing up with accompaniment only mitigated the Dark Lord's magnificent. His hovering ceased as he arrived at the castle's doors. The pale creature awaited his approach, his yellowed eyes watching his every movement. Yet Voldemort didn't waver. The beasts would soon learn not to stand as equal to him, but for now, he'd relent. The gate's guard was well dressed, coated from head to toe in designer material, a black, well-fitted top hat resting over his hair. Voldemort, is it? The vampire muttered. Our Lady has received word of your arrival. My name is Herbert Varney. I've been selected to test your ability. Our Lady has no interest in meeting with lesser men. Voldemort's eyes hardened as he gazed upon the impudent monstrosity. Vampires had been well known for their natural occlumency, but few legilimens were as gifted as he. It's Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord said, his eyes never leaving the vampire's yellow glow. I imagine it's been quite a long time since you've visited the mortal world, but it is customary to bow before a lord. I bow to nobody but our queen, Valda. Suddenly, Varney fell quiet before he clutched his head, falling to his knees. His sharpened nails dug deeper into his scalp, ripping his hair onto the floor beside his discarded hat. There, Voldemort whispered, much more appropriate. He released the mental pressure, watching as the well-dressed creature gasped with relief. Now, take me to your queen. As you said, I have no interest in dealing with lesser men. Yes, Lord Voldemort. Chapter 27. Mission start. Michael leaned into his corner, watching as Harry paced the room. Michael's heart was heavy. It wasn't that he didn't understand Harry's anger. It was something he could, at the very least, sympathize with. But Draco's expression, his limply hanging body after Harry had left the pathetic snake's mind. It didn't sit well with anyone. Rook, Michael thought to himself, his eyes never leaving Harry's form. If you keep going like this, you're not going to last long. His eyes shifted from Harry towards another surprisingly quiet figure. You're afraid of him right now, aren't you, Daphne? Angry, upset, irritated, there were a lot of expressions Michael had seen Daphne sent her best friend, but this was the first time he'd seen fear in her face. Does she think he'll hurt her? Michael thought before shattering the thought, no, even if he completely lost his shit, I doubt Harry would ever truly hurt us. I mean, Astoria's still in one piece, that's got to count for something. He watched the way Harry's body trembled with the anger in his chest. Still, if you don't get a grip soon, Rook, you're going to do something you'll regret, and no amount apologizing will be able to fix that. The room of requirements doors opened once more. A flock of red heads now entering the room. Harry's eyes instantly zipped towards them, and Michael held his breath as he watched Tracy try her best to explain the situation. It only made sense to inform the Weasleys, after all. Unlike the other S.P.I.R.E. members, they were officially a part of the Order thanks to their parents. A portkey? Ron asked, his brow furrowed. Exchange for Tonks? It was clear that all the Weasleys seemed a bit less informed of what was going on than he'd first suspected. Then again, why would they know more? Harry thoroughly propped Draco's mind to the point the boy was made unconscious, and Draco didn't know that much about the exchange. Do we know anything else? No, Harry growled, holding up the note delivered alongside the hand. All I know is that in a couple of hours, this thing is going to turn into a portkey, and I'm going to get my sister back. By yourself? Fred asked. Are you sure that's a good idea? George continued. You don't even know where that thing will take you. Why would you go by yourself? Ron muttered. It doesn't matter, Harry said. Getting Tonks back is the only thing I care about. This thing could take me right into Voldemort's throne room, and I wouldn't care. I'm done waiting. You are aware that the portkey is most likely going to be a trap, right? Michael called out across the room. Harry nodded silently as Michael nodded. All right then, I might as well go grab my shit. I doubt this is going to as peaceful of an exchange as we'd all like once we get there. He yawned. It may not be perfect, but some armor is better than nothing. You're going, Harry said, his voice riddled with confusion. Of course I am, Michael said. We all are. The room nodded in unison as Michael sighed. You're walking on thin ice right now, Rook, and part of me is worried you're going to crack any second. But I gave you my word that I'd fight with you, and I don't break my promises. He pushed himself off the wall, walking towards Harry, the two now inches apart. Whatever plan it is that you have, just try not to get us all killed. I'm going to need your help on that, Harry said, his quaking anger subsiding for a moment. I'm not a premeditated plan kind of person, and honestly, right now I'm so angry that I can't even think straight. When I get there, wherever there is, I'm going straight for Tonks. If you are all insistent on coming, I need someone I can trust to lead when I can't. Michael groaned as Harry locked eyes with him. I trust you, Michael. I need your help. Fine, but you're going to need to send Dobby to get my stuff, Michael said, his eyes never drifting from the raven-haired boy. He rubbed his fingers on his temples, watching as the elf quickly came and went. This is going to be such a pain. The room bubbled with tense silence as he closed his eyes. Dobby had come with equipment and sat comforting at Daphne's side. Something that Michael could only assume she desperately needed as Harry had distanced himself from the pack, both for his safety and theirs. Seconds passed like minutes, minutes like hours. Michael's head throbbed as he ran scenario after scenario. No, because if we do this and they do that, it's a wrap. We need to keep this parring together but if they do this, then what's our counter? If we go with plan A and they counter us, then plan B should go into effect. But if plan B fails, what's plan C come on? Think, Michael, think. Claire's hand rested on his shoulder, relaxing his body as he watched each move take place on his mental chessboard. Not that it mattered much. He didn't even know the layout of the board. There wasn't much planning he could do with the information he had anyway. But that didn't matter now. They needed a plan, and the time was arriving quickly. Okay, Michael said as he opened his eyes, the morning light fading into the afternoon glow. I have a plan. Harry stood rising from his hunched position for the first time in hours, the others falling in behind him. All right, here's the plan. Daphne watched the shifting of the second hand on the grandfather clock. 11:58, now 11:59. She turned to Harry, hoping to see something in the boy's face that would give her some comfort, but was met with nothing but a blank look. Harry, Daphne thought to herself, please come back to me. She felt a spark zip through her body as Astoria took her hand. It's going to be fine, you know, Astoria said, though her sister had hardly managed to fake the confidence that Harry could. Michael's plan, it'll work, I know it. Daphne nodded, catching Michael's eye as she whispered, Dobby. Just as before, her elf popped to her side. How can Dobby help Ms. Greenie? You're going to be going with us somewhere. Once we get there, I want you to go to Grimmauld Place and bring the rest of the order for backup. Okay. Of course, Ms. Greenie. Dobby will wait with you now then. Daphne nodded as they passed the final 30-second mark. Her heart had seemed to stop beating, her mind focused solely on fighting back the tremble in her legs at the thought of just how crazy what they were about to attempt was. Still, there was no going back now. Okay, Michael called out. Everybody grab hold of Harry to the letter, and for the love of Merlin, please don't let go until I tell you. Daphne watched the blue-haired boy turn to face the clock once more. It's showtime. In the blink of an eye, the enlarged letter began to glow, before the group was thrown into a blue vortex. Violently, the spun. Had Daphne eaten, she was confident she'd have thrown up. For all the screaming that rattled through the vortex, however, Harry remained quiet. The boy who lived didn't even bother to look up from the letter. Harry was in a completely different world. They landed with a groan, a bitter chill instantly overtaking their bodies as the sound of crashing waves filled their ears. Daphne's hands pressed up against the stone floor, forcing her to her feet as the gray sky above began to be encompassed by a light blue bubble. "Is that an anti-apparition spell?" Claire confirmed, watching as the blue surrounded them. "Look like Michael was right when he said it was a trap. They got us right where they want us." "Dobby," Harry muttered, breaking his silence for the first time in what felt like forever. "Go deliver the information to Sirius." Dobby nodded as he looked up at the sky. His body trembled, but no amount of snapping seemed to allow him to vanish. "Dobby can't apparate Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby doesn't know why." Harry said, watching as Bubble Full encompassed their force. "Looks like you really scared him last time, creature. Now he's even prepping for house elf magic." "So we're on our own," Neville said. "That's not exactly great news." "Bigger problem," Ron called out, as Daphne followed the redhead's gaze towards the jagged black stone fortress in their path. The top of the imposing walls cut through the darkened skis, and the sound of screams and maddening laughter ruptured through the walls. "This place is Azkaban," Astoria muttered. Michael sighed. Not a bad choice on their part. Daphne watched the Ravenclaw study the building. The prison was already pretty short-handed on Aurors after Harry and Daphne destroyed over half the Dementors. The others fled to Voldemort's side when given the chance. If Aurors were the only ones left manning the prison, waiting until midnight definitely gave the Death Eaters enough time to clean up what little resistance remained. The Death Eaters alone are strong enough to be a problem, but what kind of promises did they make to the reciting inmates? Michael's face turned hard as stone as he growled. "Our number of opponents may have increased significantly. If Tonks is really injured, getting out of here in one piece is slim at." "We're going to be fine," Astoria barked. "We managed to fend off a horde of werewolves and giants in one piece already. These are nothing but weakened criminals and thugs. There's no way we'll lose to people like that." For all of her little sister's bravery, hardly anybody resonated with the belief. Regardless, Michael continued, "The divisions after we rescue Tonks will remain as follows. Harry's squad consists of Daphne, Astoria, and Dobby. Tonks will join that party once she is retrieved. Neville's group will be Hermione, Fred, and George." Neville nodded before Michael turned to Claire. "My team will be Claire, Ron, Tracy, and Blaze. Both Neville's team and mine are going to be running interference, buying enough time for Harry to channel enough of his magic into the anti-apparition spell to break it. Once that happens, we get the hell out of here." "Does everyone remember the plan for the exchange? From what I predict, I don't think that we'll need to change that part," Michael called out. Daphne nodded alongside the rest of the students. "The mission objective is to retrieve Tonks and get out alive. Don't start fights if you can avoid them. I want everybody here at the breakfast table tomorrow, so watch each other's back and please, try not to die." The winds halted as Harry approached the black spiked gate, his palm outstretched. The coldness of Harry's stature made her core twist as with a growl. Harry pushed a jet of air from his palm, breaking the gate open. "Let's go," Harry said, not even bothering to take a look back as he broke open the final door and entered the foul prison. Daphne's blood froze in her chest as the walls dripped a painted blood red. Her throat dried as she stepped over each discarded corpse that had been piled atop each other with no remorse. She reached her hand up to cover Astoria's eyes, but her sister pushed her hand away, taking in the view. The view so brutal Daphne hardly noticed the man that sat in the center of the first floor on a transfigured, comfortable-looking armchair. "Crouch," Harry hissed. Barty Crouch Jr. rose from the chair with a twisted smile, licking his lips with satisfaction as he gazed upon the group of students. Yet Harry remained still, his expression unchanged. "Where's my sister?" "She's alive and in our care," Barty replied with equal coldness. "For now. Where's the Dark Lord's prophecy?" "It's with me," Harry replied. Sweat beat down the back of Daphne's neck as she forced her calm facade to her face. "Show me," Barty hissed. Not until you take me to see Tonks, Harry replied. You're not in a position to make demands, Potter, Crouch growled. I believe I am, Harry said, his demeanor unfazed. Within the prophecy, there is the key to killing the Dark Lord, and I know it. You were there in the graveyard. You saw how hard I fought to protect Cedric. If I really didn't have a way of killing Voldemort, do you think I'd have brought my friends along? And I'm supposed to believe that you'd give up that knowledge to me so easily, Crouch sneered. No, I expect you to believe that I'm someone willing to sacrifice a lot for the people I care about. Something that shouldn't be that hard to believe. But I promise you, should you kill Tonks and break the terms of our agreement, I will take great pleasure in ripping you and your lord to shreds. Barty smirked, the sight forcing the hairs on the back of Daphne's neck to rise as the man turned. Very well, Potter. Follow me. I'll take you to your sister. But try any funny stuff to my fellow Death Eaters or me, and your sister's as good as dead. I'm not interested in any of you right now anyway, Harry said, as he began to walk after the son of the former DMLE head. I'm capable of killing all of you whenever I feel like after this is over. I don't need a sneak attack. Is that so? Barty said, as Daphne followed behind Harry, her boyfriend being led through a long and winding corridor. If I recall correctly, you couldn't even hope to stand your ground against my lord the last time you two dueled. Things have changed, Harry whispered. I'm not the same person I was then. Daphne watched as Harry's eyes shifted in his sockets. But speaking of Voldemort, he's not here, is he? I don't sense even a remotely unusual magical signature. No, Barty whispered. The Dark Lord, he's on a more delicate mission. What mission? Harry asked, her boyfriend's composure making her feel uneasy. One of a sensitive nature, Barty replied, turning into another corridor before embarking up another set of stairs. And I'd advise against trying to probe my mind with legilimency. Should I even detect the slightest foreign presence in my mind, I'll have my people kill Tonks before you even get to say goodbye. Harry growled, but Daphne watched as the boy's expression shifted. Good Harry, she thought to herself, it's not worth the risk. Higher and higher, she followed her boyfriend and one of the Dark Lord's most faithful into the fortress. Imprisoned men hollered and called out to her, Hermione, Tracy, Astoria, and Claire as they passed, spewing the most raunchy of vulgarities. Daphne hardly paid the words any mind. Rather, she counted the imprisoned wizards, each of them capable of destruction worthy enough to place them on level 5 of Azkaban. 110, no, now 120, the number of possible opponents was beginning to feel absurdly large. Michael and Neville each pulled their significant others closer to their sides, but Harry had shown not even the modest amount of concern for her or her sister as they marched deeper into the prison. Harry, are you even still in there? She swallowed hard as Harry and Barty came to a stop before a large chamber door, the warden's home. The history books told of a dark wizard by the name of Acrisdes, who founded Azkaban. Before its use as a prison, the vile island had been used as a torturer's playground. Acrisdes had killed and tortured countless muggles here and somehow managed to sleep so soundly at night. Even with centuries passing, the room, it made her feel nauseous. A snap of Crouch's fingers had opened the door, revealing a room decorated with chains and dripping with the aroma of blood. Though, in truth, the warden's room hadn't differed much from the new decor of Azkaban, complete with another 10 lifeless Auror's corpses discarded on the ground. Proudfoot, Daphne's eyes sharpened at Harry's random name drop. What? Daphne asked in confusion, finding the bleeding carcass that Harry's eyes had become fixed upon. His name is Richard Proudfoot, Harry whispered. I never met him, but Tonks always talked about him. They were friends in the academy. They were indeed, Barty muttered as he licked his lips once more. Even with her broken mind, the girl looked almost ready to cry as we tortured him to death in front of her. I almost thought that she hadn't completely cracked for a minute. After all, vegetables don't feel. The gnashing of Harry's teeth had become audible to Daphne's ears, but the boy did his best to remain measured. I won't ask again, Crouch, where's my sister? Yes, your sister, Crouch said, clapping as a group of Death Eaters appeared from the side room carrying Tonk's bruised and beaten body. Always such a one-track mind with you. Daphne shivered at the sight of Tonk's injuries. So many broken bones, and look at all those black spots. Internal bleeding. She should be screaming in pain, but she's only mumbling. I can't even hear what she's saying. What the hell did they do to her head? Well, Crouch said, you've seen your sister and she's still alive, which, considering the Dark Lord's policies, is pretty merciful. Now that you've seen her, show me what I want. Daphne watched as Harry turned to Michael, the two sharing a nod as Harry pulled the small glowing orb from his pocket, enlarging it with a wave of his hand to its standard size. The blue mist swirled in its glass container as Harry took a step forward. Crouch had met his step, dragging Tonks behind him like she was a disobedient dog. One step, and then another. Daphne's heart felt ready to beat out of her chest. Slowly, she lifted her wand alongside the rest of the group, matching the Death Eater's position. Harry's grip on the prophecy tightened as he placed the sphere into Crouch's hand, Harry's hand breaking Crouch's clasp of Tonk's torn clothing. Here it comes, Daphne thought as Harry released his prophecy and pulled Tonks away, floating her wandlessly towards their side. Now! Harry shouted, slamming his foot down, creating a wall of the ever-burning flames between themselves and the Death Eaters. Switch! Michael shouted, snapping, the prophecy orb being replaced by a small boulder as Michael gripped the glass, tossing it to Harry. Daphne watched as Harry caught the prophecy, conjuring a shield as he stepped back towards the group. Perfect! Michael smirked. S.P.I.R.E, Harry bellowed as he tossed the prophecy to the ground, shattering the orb to dust. Light the fuckers up! The mission had begun. Verney stumbled as the beaten vampire guided him through the palace. Still, Verney's endurance only further served to solidify his decision. The foul beast was nothing more than a grunt in the ranks of the vampire's dominion, and a legilimency probe that would have killed an average wizard was shaken off by even a lowly vampire like him. As painful as it was to admit, the vampires would be far better allies than enemies. The castle itself was incredibly well maintained, far more so than his putrid father's manor. Perhaps if things went well, he'd consider moving his forces here. No, he quickly killed the thought, the manor's position is far more beneficial. Plus, the decor of the castle only filled him with sickness, as the same Gryffindor red seemed to be stitched into every fabric in the castle. Voldemort quickly refocused his mind. If even a grunt could cause him a minor difficulty, he needed to be on his guard. Nothing had registered exactly as a threat, but he'd instantly realized there were far more powerful magical signatures littered through the castle, the majority of which stood behind the large wooden door he and Varney had stopped before. Voldemort flared his magic, chilling the room around him. His power was absolute. It needed to be known. Verney bowed before the door, his head glued to the floor as he whispered, "Lady Sanguina, a visitor has arrived to speak with you. He has passed the test of merit. Will you allow him entrance?" "Enter," the melodic voice of a woman called out. The doors swung open, and Voldemort found himself in the castle's great hall. Discarded bodies filled the floor, drained entirely of blood. With other muggles laying paralyzed upon the table, the vile creature's fangs in their neck. Voldemort pushed the grunt aside, stepping into the room unassisted. The yellow eyes of the woman locked with his as she rose from her throne. The woman pulled down her hood, revealing a river of flowing silver hair. She was pale like fresh snow, and slim, her height perhaps only an inch or two taller than Bellatrix. But she walked in a manner that differed from one of his most loyal significantly. Bellatrix did everything for his approval, but this woman, if she could even be called one, walked with unquestionable authority. She walked like him. She descended the steps of her throne, meeting him on level ground. "Lady Sanguina, why do you lower yourself to this mortal's level?" her crowd of vampires bellowed. "He's just a lowly wizard. We can." "Silence," Sanguina whispered. "None of you would be capable of challenging a wizard of such power. I sensed your arrival the moment you set foot in Romania. You are the one they call Voldemort, are you not?" "Lord Voldemort," he hissed, "it is only fair that we show each other proper respect during negotiations. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Carmilla?" "I suppose," Carmilla whispered, But I must say, I'm quite intrigued by what you have come to negotiate. We of the living dead share very little interest with you mortals. We have no interest in gold. We cannot eat your foods. We are not driven by lust, and few oppose our power. I do wonder what you have to offer. I offer you dominance over Romania and power over Britain, Voldemort spoke. I wish to create a world where wizards rule supreme, and the bastardization of magic comes to an end. Help me win victory of Britain, and I will ensure your people no longer need to live in the shadows. Do this, and I will have my soldiers burn Romania to the ground so you can create a civilization built upon your race's dominance. What I offer you is an alliance. I must say the offer is tempting, but my people will only follow one of their own. We bow to no mortal. We bow only to the bloodline of the great Alucard, the blood which runs through my veins. Join me, Voldemort whispered, and I will make you my second. You need only listen to my commands when rarely given. And you will be granted full reign over my armies for your own use. Unless you overrule me, Carmilla said with a smirk. Your way with words is quite impressive, but I don't subscribe to covenants of words. The vampire summoned a knife to her hand. For far too long, my people have lived in the shadows, cast aside by the Romanian ministry. You offer us assistance to destroy the ministry after the completion of your war. It is indeed a tempting offer. We will join you on these conditions. I remain the sole ruler of Romania as you rule wizarding Britain. We will assist you in your cause, but as I said, my soldiers will only follow one of their own. They must have faith that their leader will stand equal to you. I have already offered you a place as my second, Voldemort growled. Yes, but I propose another safeguard, Carmilla said, cutting her thumb, allowing the blood to fall into a glass tube. A union of our blood. From this combination, a child will be born, half of your bloodline, half of mine. That child would fulfill the condition of being of Alucard's blood while also remaining your rightful successor and right hand. A successor, Voldemort scoffed at the notion. Only those who die need successors. This foul beast thinks far too highly of herself. But if what she is saying is true, then a child of Alucard's blood could be a powerful tool in the future. Yes, perhaps I will participate and secure the vampire's loyalty. And after the child is born, should Carmilla fall in combat, well, I suppose there is nothing that could be done about that. Very well, Voldemort hissed, taking the blade from Carmilla's hand, forcing the devious grin behind his stone-faced mask. Let our alliance begin in earnest now. He watched as the steam rose from the vial, his blood mixing with that of the living dead. Forgive me, great Salazar, I am only doing what must be done to fulfill our legacy. Chapter 28. Snap Sirius felt as if his heart was about to explode as the face in the fire spread the news. Dumbledore's face, even through the flames, glowed with weakness. He looked like the walking dead, and for a moment, the reality of a world without Dumbledore cemented itself in his mind. But it wasn't so much Albus' appearance that worried him, it was his words. Harry Potter and his friends were no longer at Hogwarts. Sirius' head went blank as he tried desperately to listen to Dumbledore's story. But in truth, Sirius feared he already knew. There were few people that Harry would act this recklessly for, and only one of them was in the custody of the enemy. Ted gripped Andromeda tightly. Andromeda had always seen Harry as her child, equal to Tonks. Now, both were missing, and the woman looked about ready to faint. He's going to be all right, Andy, Ted said as he tried to comfort the nearly weeping woman. Harry, he's strong, he'll be okay. On his left, he watched as Remus' body trembled with anger. Why? Why did I think he could handle it? I should have stayed. Who cared if it would have hurt Harry? I should have. Remus, Narcissa whispered, there's no point in dwelling on the past right now. I never expected it to be this soon, but I think the mission Draco's been working on is complete. Her eyes shivered as she continued. I didn't think it would come so quickly, but if Draco has completed his mission, we need to get to Hogwarts now. His cousin's face filled with fear as she started once more. If we delay, students will lose their lives. I don't trust the Death Eaters to stick to the mission. But I need to find out where Harry is, Sirius hissed. He's my godson. He's my responsibility. If anything happens to him, how will James and Lily ever forgive me? That boy was trained well, Moody said, silencing the room. When he calls for backup, we can assist. We'll break out into small groups with half of us remaining at the castle, the other going to wherever we are needed." Moody's electric blue eyes zipped to the back of his head as he growled. "Potter's a lot of things, but he isn't stupid. They'll be okay. We can't worry about that right now." "If you are planning to come," Dumbledore said, "please don't interfere with their mission. Keep them away from the students, but lead them to me. Understand this, please. It is imperative that I die for the greater good." Sirius' eyes widened. Just how deep is this man's commitment to that mantra? He shook his head, wiping the thought clear as he growled. "If you're expecting me to throw you a pity party at your death, you're mistaken. Live or die, it's no skin off my back." He could feel the glowing eyes of Molly Weasley aflame with rage, but Sirius couldn't care less. He sighed deeply. "Open the flue, we'll be there soon." Dumbledore nodded glumly, before turning away the fire turning back to its orange flame. Sirius turned, facing the sky as Emmeline held his hand. "I want to go with you." "I know," Sirius whispered, "but what about James?" "I'll stay behind," Andromeda croaked. In the state I'm in, I wouldn't be much help on the battlefield anyway. Just promise me you'll come back to your son alive." "Yeah," Sirius said with a nod. "I promise. I've got too much left to live for still." His eyes dropped to the fire, which flickered green once more as he clenched his fist. "Harry, please tell me where you are." The green flames swallowed Sirius as he closed his eyes, opening them seconds later only to find himself in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore looked worse in person, his right arm coated in a putrid black sheen. The man looked down at his desk, scribbling with his offhand. "A little late to be starting your will, isn't it?" Sirius thought to himself, but his attention shifted from the headmaster who'd failed him time and time again. To die alone, Sirius thought the image of the headmaster's pale face still in his head. It's a fate nobody should suffer. But I suppose these are the consequences for the greater good. Though Sirius had done a masterful job of turning his back on the elderly man, Narcissa clearly had no intention of doing so. With the speed of a cracked whip, she broke free from Remus' side and raced towards the headmaster's desk. The once Malfoy matriarch stood as if she was Voldemort herself over the headmaster's desk before with a grizzled voice. She growled, "Where is my son?" Sirius sighed as he turned, taking a stand at Remus' side as he watched the way his cousin trembled. No matter what they do, mothers always love their sons, or at least most do. His skin crawled as he heard his mother's voice, screaming at him to leave and never return. "You had a mother that loved you dearly, Draco, and you chose to follow the footsteps of your failure father. Why?" "Where is my son, Albus?" Narcissa hissed. "Where is my baby boy?" Her fist curled as Narcissa slammed it against the wooden table. "I don't care if he's a monster. When he's at this school, he's still your responsibility, isn't he? So tell me, where is Draco?" "Narcissa," Remus whispered, but the woman looked as if she couldn't hear a thing. "I did my best to try and save him," Dumbledore said. His voice cracked with remorse as his body trembled. "But in my weakened state, I was overpowered. Your son, he's spent the year working in the Chamber of Secrets. But I suspect that Harry's already got to him. I'm not sure, even if somehow you manage to get there, what you'll find left of your son." "Harry wouldn't kill Draco. Maybe rough him up a bit, but he'd never kill Draco," Emmeline whispered. "You don't know the Harry I saw enter this office." Dumbledore's face filled with misery. "He was inconsolable. If the man I saw is the man he will become, then the light has already lost." "You said my son's in the Chamber of Secrets," Narcissa whispered, her skin paling. "It's real. I mean, of course it's real," but she shook her head. "Where is it? Where is my boy?" "It's buried beneath the second-floor girls' lavatory," Dumbledore whispered. "However, as none of you are capable of speaking Parseltongue or have a recording of it like Draco, you will not be able to answer. The Death Eaters will be emerging from within the chamber, however, due to a vanishing cabinet that Draco has repaired, the sister of which I assume must be in the Dark Lord's clutches." Sirius' teeth gritted against each other as he snapped. "Why? Why would you allow him to complete the cabinet? Why put your students at risk?" "Sirius," Dumbledore whispered, "how I wish you could understand, it is all for the greater good." Fire erupted in Sirius' chest, but Dumbledore continued, "I have already informed the professors to keep their children in their houses' common rooms. They only need to come to me. Please try to understand. I am doing what must be." "You're full of shit, Albus," Sirius growled. "Your power, your reputation, I had hoped you'd be of use to Harry. But all you did was cause him problem after problem. I'll do my part to protect the students, but if you think I'll be crying at your funeral, you're wrong. You were a great man once, Albus, at least. I grew up believing that. But time after time, all you've done is disappoint me." Dumbledore smiled gently. "Perhaps you are correct, Sirius. My practices of peace and nonviolence, perhaps they have caused the world more trouble than they are worth. But I cannot change. I believe in the power of love and forgiveness, Sirius. I believe that love is the key to Harry's victory over the Dark Lord. Of course, my methods may be outdated. Perhaps I made my own share of blunders in my desire to avoid another large-scale war. These are regrets I will take with me to my grave, but let this be clear, I do not care about your forgiveness. I only ask that if you deviate from my path after my death, you show as much mercy as possible. The light cannot bathe in the darkness and remain pure. That is what I believe." "Nobody can go through war and remain pure, Albus," Sirius whispered. "One look at you is proof of that." Sirius sighed as he turned to face the office doors. "We have no idea how many Death Eaters are on their way. We need to take up smart defensive positions. Remus and I know every passage of this castle like the back of our hands. If we want to take out as many of these bastards as possible and stay alive, you'll follow our orders carefully." "All right," Sirius nodded. "If the Death Eaters are coming out of the second floor, that means we have to guard floors 2 through 7. It's unlikely they'll target the Slytherin common room, and in order for them to target the Hufflepuff common room, they'd have to go out of their way. Meaning we'll place people there, but only the smallest group. The biggest concern is the 6th and 7th floors. Gryffindor Tower most likely requires the most protection, as if they believe Harry to be there, they may make a concentrated strike. Ravenclaw common room may be less of a target, but it isn't as out of the way as Hufflepuff's. Remus and I will assist where needed. We are likely to have the fastest mobility of the castle. Emmeline and Narcissa, I want you 2 guarding Hufflepuff with Professor Sprout. If we put Moody up there with Professor McGonagall, I know for a fact that the Death Eaters aren't making it through. Meanwhile, Ted and Professor Flitwick will make sure that nobody breaches Ravenclaw Tower." Sirius growled. "Which only leaves Snape, and I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. I'll keep my eyes on him." Sirius turned towards Dumbledore. "Why don't you make yourself useful by granting us permission over the house elves in the castle? They are the only creatures capable of apparating in the castle and can help us deliver messages faster. Other than that, stay out of the way and wait for them to kill you." His eyes fell on Remus, the man's mousy brown hair seeming to grow grayer by the second. "Remember, our primary objective is to protect the students. Don't worry about apprehending Death Eaters or possible damage to the castle. Do what you have to do to keep these kids alive and well, and if anyone hears from Harry, I want me, Moody, and Ted on me to their location. Clear." "Clear," the order replied. "Okay, well," Sirius said as he gulped down the last of his fear. "Here goes nothing." Blue light blinded her sight as the S.P.I.R.E. shot a volley of into the Death Eater hordes. Harry's hand pressed down against her head, forcing her down as a bolt of red zipped over her tucked frame. "Confringo!" she heard Neville shout, the explosion causing her head to rattle as her sister's tight grip pulled her from the cracked chamber. "Aguamenti!" Daphne shouted, a jet of water pouring from the tip of her wand before she lowered herself, placing her hand in the puddle. "Shock!" Astoria watched as the voltage from Daphne's palm carried through the water, the screams of the off-guard and electrified Death Eaters filling her ears. "Break off into your divisions now," Michael ordered. "Harry." "Right," Harry barked back through the cloud of dust. "Come on, let's go." Subtlety, Astoria watched as a figure shifted through the debris. "Astoria, grab my hand." "Okay," Astoria whispered, reaching out before a jet of red forced her hand back. Barty Crouch's eyes glowed with anger through the dust, his wand gripped tightly in his hand. "Like hell I'm letting you get away. You're dead Potter, you and your friends." He licked his lips. Astoria could feel her heart pounding in her chest as Barty barked, "Bombarda Maxima." Astoria jumped, diving to her right, the figures of Daphne and Harry lost in the wreckage as the stone floor of her previous standing place erupted beneath her. She shrieked as she felt her heels slipping towards the gorge. "Astoria!" Harry and Daphne called out her name, but the scattered dirt had filled her lungs. She shivered as she felt her back make contact with the feeling of another body. She turned, her wand quaking from the tightness in her grip, until a glint of blue hair caught her eyes. "Astoria!" Michael whispered. "Why are you?" "Crucio," Barty roared. Astoria shoved the Ravenclaw, the two tumbling down into the chasm together. She bit back her scream as she felt Michael's arm wrapped around her, his armored half barreling towards the ground as he outstretched his palm. Ventus. They hit the ground with a thud. A painful groan escaped Astoria's lips as she clutched her side. Michael's breath was ragged as he looked up towards the hole they'd fallen through. "Thanks for the save," he panted out. "Right back at you," she whispered. Her body pulsed as she ran her finger, feeling the future bruises already making their spots now. It was only one floor, but that was a hell of a fall. Michael nodded, the two standing back to back, their eyes straining to see through the chaos. Getting separated from the group definitely isn't great. The goal of the numbers was to keep our backs covered. Splitting up like this isn't good. Coughing broke through the tense silence as Astoria heard two familiar voices call out, "Michael, hello!" Two whisperers of red flickered in the falling soot before the youngest Weasley, and Tracy's face came into view. "Astoria," Tracy hissed, "what are you doing here? Where's Blaise and Claire?" "It looks like we all got separated," Michael muttered. Astoria could see the panic that Michael was desperately trying to swallow as he scanned only to find no sight of the half-vila. "The objective remains the same. We." "Pratigo!" Ron shouted. A shield of blue magic materialized before them as a bolt of blinding white magic shot towards them. Astoria spun on her heels, the four wizards standing with their wands out as two cloaked figures appeared. "I guess we'll save the talking for later," Michael muttered as he lifted his palm. "Get behind me and step back. Things are about to heat up." The man's blue eyes pierced through the smoke as she did as Michael asked. Yaxley, she thought to herself. She swallowed hard, watching as the second man followed closely behind, Gibbon. She gritted her teeth as Michael stood at the point. I didn't get a clear count of just how many Death Eaters were actually in there. How many enemies are we fighting? Michael's hand began to glow as Astoria cast her shielding charm. The blue shield had only just formed before with a thunderous roar. Michael released his magic, Expulso. Astoria's eyes shut tightly, trying to mitigate the effects of the blue light's eruption. Cries of agony appeared and vanished within seconds before the sound of a thud rattled in her ears. She opened them to find Michael kneeling on the ground, steam rising from his hand as he panted deeply. "Michael!" Astoria shouted, racing towards his side. He lifted his hand. "Worry about me when we're out of here." "For now," he growled, rising to his feet as he pointed at the hole he created in the black stone wall. "We need to keep moving." Astoria's legs felt like jelly as she chased after Michael, the boy managing to keep up a record pace through his stumbles. "Pratigo!" Ron bellowed. "Bombarda!" Exhausted heaves flew from each of their lungs as Tracy and Ron took turns blasting curses at their oncoming pursuers. "Michael!" Tracy called out. "What's the new plan?" "Same as the old," he spat, ducking a jet of light before Astoria spun, shooting a reductor curse at Michael's aggressor. "We need to buy Harry time. I hate to say it, but if anyone has even a chance of breaking this anti-apparition spell, it's him." Dead end, Astoria hissed as another wave of dust began to rise. She watched as Michael's eyes shifted from wall to wall before, with another shockwave of magic, he broke through the left wall. "Come on, keep moving." They barreled through the wall before Ron suddenly stopped, turning to face the opening. This should slow them down a bit. Astoria watched as Ron tossed an orb the size of a marble to the ground. Upon contact, the sphere erupted, and from it rose a foul, liquid-like stench. "Portable swap," he called out, answering the unasked question. "Took one from Fred and George's stores a week ago. I was going to use it to prank them back, but this seemed like a bit more of a pressing matter." Astoria nodded as Michael grinned. "Not bad, Weasley." Ron nodded as they continued their sprint. Their breath halted as they came to a small spherical clearing at what Astoria only assumed to be the center room of the prison floor. Her breaths were ragged as loud yelling pounded in her head. Cells seemed to stack up to the ceiling, each filled with prisoners who'd done crimes worthy of having them placed this high into the Azkaban towers. 30, no 40, Astoria thought to herself as she counted the prisoners. How are we supposed to fight this many people at once? Her breath stalled in her chest as two more black clouds manifested before them. Maknair, Dolohov, Astoria hissed in her mind, the men not even bothering to hide their faces any longer. The two circled them, their wands drawn. Grizzled smiles rested on their lips as Dolohov called out to the horde of prisoners. I've come with a proposition for you, boys. The Dark Lord, he's looking to recruit some members to his cause. How would you lot be interested in tryouts? Cheers of excitement bellowed from the imprisoned men as Maknair took over. Glad to hear the enthusiasm, but our Lord doesn't take weaklings. The game is simple. We'll release you from your cages, and if you manage to kill one of these kids, consider your spot secured. We don't have our wands, one called out. Then make do with what you do have. I'm not asking for specificities, I just want these kids dead. Understand? The chained prisoners chanted loudly as the two Death Eaters lifted their wands. Good, begin. Astoria bit back her desire to shout as wizard after wizard jumped from their cages. One charged towards her, his body starved and frail. She stepped back as Michael stood before her, slamming his armored fist into the man's face. I'm not playing this game, he growled. She turned to Michael as he gripped her tightly, the four standing back to back as the prisoners surrounded them, their eyes shimmering with their lust for freedom. I've seen Harry do this, she heard Michael whispered aloud. If he can do it, so can I. Astoria hadn't even a moment to question Michael before with an exhausted roar. He commanded the stones to rise, the four of them standing in a pillar 3 feet above the ground. Listen to me, Astoria, Ron, Tracy. I'm about to use up the last of my magic right here. I'm going to be out of commission after this next spell. Watch over my body, will you? Astoria nodded alongside her two teammates before Michael lifted his sapphire-embedded palm. Here we go, he muttered as he took a deep breath, the weakened prisoners swarming them like bees. Confringo. An ocean of orange flames blazed on the floor below. Quickly Astoria jetted forward, grabbing Michael's hand and pulling him into the center of his raised pillar. Her stomach curled at the scent of burning skin as the wails of agony began to hollow out. Some ran, others tried to climb back to the safety of their cells. Only one figure remained unmoved. Maknair glared at her behind his protective shield before he smirked and pointed behind her. Through the smoke, a black apparition cloud descended. Dolohov, Astoria cursed shit. Ron, Astoria shouted, above you. Huh, Ron called out, a lost look in his eyes as a wave of purple light zipped towards his frame. Astoria closed her eyes, not wanting to see the impact before quietly she heard a thud. For a moment there was silence, and then Tracy screamed. Astoria's eyes flashed open, her mind foggy as she glanced at Tracy, the girl standing completely unharmed. Then she saw it, blood. No, Astoria whispered as Tracy fell to her knees, her body trembling in fear. Damn, she heard a boy whisper feebly. I got careless. From over her shoulder, Astoria watched as the youngest Weasley laid on the ground, his face white as a ghost as he trembled in pain. Damn it all. A weak smile filling his lips as Astoria watched Ron turn to face Tracy. Hey, I don't think I'm going to make it. I just realized I never said thank you. Thank me, Tracy cried, her eye filled with tears. Thank me for what? For being my friend. Astoria felt paralyzed as she watched Ron's eyes close. After Ginny died, I was in so much pain. I started acting out, being an asshole. I hated every Slytherin for what they did to Ginny. He chuckled. Merlin, I was such an idiot. But then you showed me kindness. You were there to talk to me when I was feeling hurt. You didn't push me away. You saw me as your friend, not just somebody to pity. Stop talking, Tracy whispered. Just stop. Don't lay there and act like you're going to die. I can't let you die. I'll fix you up and... Ron took her hand silently as he shook his head. I'm not going to make it, Tracy. He coughed as trails of blood leaked down his chin. I'm on my way to see Ginny now. At least I hope I am. Please, he said faintly. Tell my family, tell them I'm sorry for making them go through this again. Tell them I'm sorry for pushing them away. Tell them I said thank you for loving me. Steam rose from the ground as the Death Eaters below began to douse the fire. Yet for all the heat, Tracy still trembled as Ron laid limply in her arms. Astoria watched as Dolohov looked up at their pillar, his face filled with boredom. Ah, looks like he finally croaked. I got to admit, he lasted longer than I thought. Now we'll just take our time eliminating you two girls. Sit tight for just a second. You bastards, Tracy growled as she rested Ron's head gently on the stone floor, rising to her feet. Avada Kedavra. Tracy, no. Astoria screamed as she watched the Death Eater just barely avoid the blitz of green light. Dolohov's lips curled as he hissed, You're playing around with dangerous magic, girl. Magic that I don't think you're ready for quite yet. Tracy snarled as she jumped onto the now flameless ground, her wand drawn. Astoria, she whispered, take care of Macnair, Dolohov is mine. Tracy, we shouldn't. I'm going to kill him, Tracy growled. I'm going to make him pay. Are you now? Dolohov said with a chuckle. Very well then, come and try it, girl. Tracy barked as a jet of orange magic zipped from her wand. Dolohov sidestepped as he lifted his wand, shooting another purple curse from its tip. Tracy weaved through the strike, following a volley of her own. She can't beat him. Dolohov is one of Voldemort's elites. Michael could maybe take him, but Tracy odds aren't high. I need to help her. Astoria swallowed as she lifted her wand. Expelliarmus. Her neck tingled as she jumped to her side, her shoes skidding against the wet stone floor before catching Macnair's eyes. I believe your friend told you not to interfere. A girl your age should listen to her elders. Astoria snarled as she lifted her wand. Okay, Astoria, she whispered to herself, I can do this. Just don't lose focus and stay calm. She commanded the shaking of her hands to cease as she circled Macnair. Wait, counter, and strike. No wrong moves. Astoria watched as the man flicked his wand, a stunner soaring towards her. She swerved slowly, the heat from the bolt grazing her cheek before she steadied firing out a disarming charm. Macnair batted away the spell with ease as Astoria's eyes grew hawk-like. Each of Macnair's movements became slowed as she dodged the next spell, countering with a stunner of her own. This time, Macnair jumped, slipping on the wet floor as Astoria fired a reductor curse at his feet. Macnair slid back, but the impact knocked him backward. Astoria gritted her teeth as she met the man's intimidating glare. I'll admit, you're not bad for a shrimp. I can see now why the Dark Lord wants you alive. She paused, the blood in her veins ran cold as Tracy's scream broke the silence. Crucio! She heard Dolohov shout from behind her as Tracy withered in pain. Come on, Astoria, think. Her eyes widened as she looked at Macnair's grin. You said the Dark Lord wants me alive, right? Then let's make a deal. I come with you guys, and you leave us alive. I'll do whatever you want, just don't kill my friends. Macnair smirked. Drop your wand and I'll consider it. Don't do it, Tracy screamed through her agony. This is nothing, Astoria's wand hit the ground with a gentle drop as she looked up at Macnair's ever-growing grin. He nodded, and a wave of relief flooded her body as Tracy's screams subsided. That's a good girl, Macnair hissed. Now come closer, keep your hands where I can see them. Please. Harry, that was so cool. Her voice rang in her head. You have to teach me, promise me. Okay. Harry's word resonated with a gentle chuckle, but it's not easy. Wandless magic, it's tricky. But maybe you'll catch on quickly. After all, you're probably the youngest Patronus user ever. You're a prodigy short stack. I can do this, Astoria whispered to herself as she took steady steps towards Macnair. First, channel the magic in my core. Then, create a focal point for my magic to leave from my body. Third, drag the magic from my core to the focus point. Good girl, that's it, just like that, Macnair hissed. Finally, fourth, push the magic from the focal point out into the material realm. She sighed as she lifted her finger. Depulso! Astoria's shoulder popped as Macnair flung backward. The impact of the man's frame against the wall echoed with a devastating crack as trails of blood leaked from the groaning man's head. She held out her palm, recalling her wand to her hand as she spun, meeting Dolohov's eyes. Expelliarmus. Astoria ducked quickly as Dolohov's wand flew towards her, jetting just above her hair before falling to the ground. She panted as she recentered her wand upon him, her eyes turned to daggers. "Back away from her now," she shouted, watching as the Death Eater stepped back, baring his teeth. "I said get back." Dolohov turned to smoke just as another reductor curse shot from her wand, leaving the ground right in front of Tracy smoldering. Astoria watched as the man's smoke-like figure danced around the room before fleeing, his wand still on the ground by her side. She gasped as she felt the exhaustion fill her body, her legs buckling from her weight as she watched Tracy try to squirm to her feet. "Don't move," Astoria panted, a pause for air needed between each word. "Just stay right there. I'm going to find Daphne and Harry. I'm sure they'll be able to help. Just sit tight, okay?" Harry wasn't joking when he said it, Tracy muttered as she locked eyes with the Gryffindor third year. "You really are something special, Astoria." Panic gripped Daphne's heart as she chased after Harry, the chasm that swallowed Astoria haunting her mind. "We need to go back," Daphne called out, watching as Harry gripped Tonk's limp frame in his arms. "Astoria needs our help. We can't just—" "We need to keep moving," Harry muttered. "If I don't break the anti-apparition charm, all of us will die. Astoria's strong, she can handle it, plus I doubt she's alone." Harry swerved to the side, a bolt of blistering yellow magic flying past them as he scowled. "You're not going anywhere, Potter," a man with pallid skin and black, coal-like eyes hissed out. "The Dark Lord will make you pay for destroying what was his," the woman at the man's side roared. Caro siblings, Daphne hissed in her mind, readying her wand. Yet Harry seemed to pay them no mind as he continued running towards them, tonks in hand. "Out of my way," he hissed. The wizards didn't move. Rather, they laughed, lifting their wands in response. "I gave you an order," Harry said, his voice colder than the winter air. "Move." A pulse of magic erupted from Harry's eyes as the Caro siblings fell to their knees, gripping their heads as they screamed. Daphne felt a chill race down her body as Harry glanced at her. She swallowed as she lifted her wand. Petrificus totalis. The two Death Eaters hit the ground face first, the walls ringing as their heads rattled against the floor. Dobby huddled by her side, watching her back as Harry pressed onward. Her heart pounded a mile a minute as they ran, ducking bolts or lunging, freed prisoners. "You're mine!" a man shouted, the yellowness of his rotting teeth all she could see from shadows before with a snap of his fingers, Dobby sent the creep flying. "Dobby will protect Ms. Greenie, no matter what." Daphne nodded appreciatively as they continued to run through the chaos. Her body weaved through the carnage, dodging spell after spell. Harry's body acted almost as a 2-second predictor of oncoming attacks as her eyes followed the boy who lives' every move. "Don't you dare run from me," a voice from the dust called out. "Avada Kedavra?" Daphne's voice hand vanished as a bullet of green light shot towards her. Harry growled in the distance, summoning a blockade that erupted on contact. She flew backward from the impact, barely rising to her feet in time as Harry summoned black chains from the walls binding the aggressor in a bone-crushing grip. For the briefest second, a watery look filled Harry's eyes, the venomous glare fading. "So you are still in there, Flybe." Her joy hadn't lasted long as she screamed, "Harry, behind you!" Harry ducked as Daphne rolled to the side, a screaming red light flying just past her ear. Bright lights flashed as the spell made its impact, clouding her sight. For a moment, all she saw were flashes, and then she started falling. Her eyes opened as she saw the black stone of the prison floor quickly approaching. "Immobulus!" she shouted, gasping as she watched the tips of her blonde hair brush against the cold floor. She closed her eyes, releasing a deep sigh before canceling the spell and hitting the ground with a thud. A groan ripped from beside her as she watched Tonk's body be pushed off the ground. "Harry," she thought, watching as the boy picked himself up from the impact crater. He wasn't able to stop himself completely while holding Tonks, so he took the impact for her. Whimpers of pain that Harry couldn't swallow completely left throat as he fell to his knees beside his unmoving sister. "Are you all right, Tonks?" he whispered. "Just hold on a little longer, okay?" "Daphne, she knows the great doctor. You'll be fixed up in no time." Harry," Tonks muttered, her voice faint and broken. "Yeah," Harry said, taking her sister's hand. "Yeah, it's me, Tonks. Try not to talk so much right now, we're going to get you help. I promise you're going to be just fine. Harry, Daphne called out, as Harry hissed in pain, his body stumbling to rise from the ground. Harry, are you okay? Let me help you, just stay where you are and… Harry, Daphne's heart swelled at the voice in the distance. Daphne. Astoria, Daphne called out. Astoria, we're over here. She smiled as through the debris, her sister ran towards them, her face coated in scrapes and dust. Blood cacked her sister's clothes, and her bright kaleidoscopic eyes looked hollow and dim. Astoria, were you alone? Did you find anybody? No, I was with Michael, Tracy, and Ron. The pain in her sister's face filled her with dread as tears began to roll down her cheeks. Daphne, we need your help, Tracy. She's hurt, and Ron. Ron's D. Potter, Crouch's voice ripped through the smoke. How dare you humiliate me? Sajita Canaictum. Harry, Daphne turned, watching as a volley of glowing white arrows raced towards her boyfriend. Got to move, she hissed to herself, watching as Harry stumbled to lift his arm, the socket clearly dislocated from the fall. No, her heart sinking in her chest. He's too far, I'm not going to. Splash, blood coated the floor, erupting through the floating dust. Harry, Daphne shouted, her lungs ready to flee from her body. Wind from the upper levels brushed through the room like a sea current, the dust cloud drifting. Her heart stopped as she saw the blood-stained body of Harry hunched over, but it wasn't his blood that coated his clothes. No, Daphne whispered, as the head of Tonks hung limply over Harry's shoulder, blood trails leaking from her lips, a volley of arrows deeply embedded into her back. Tonks. Coughing rattled through the air as she watched Harry's body tremble, his hands dangling at his side, his breathing inaudible. Good, you're okay, Tonks whispered, as blood spilled from her mouth, drenching the back of Harry's shirt. Tonks, Harry said, his voice trembling. Why? Harry's body quaked as he clenched his fist. Why would you do that? You didn't need to protect me. I'm stronger than you are now. I could have protected you. I didn't ask for this. I didn't want you to do this. Why did you? Sorry, kid, Tonks whispered, her voice so faint only the pure silence made it possible to hear. My body, it just moved on its own. She smiled as her head fell limp, the strength of her second wind leaving her quickly. I guess no matter how strong you get, you'll always be my little brother. Forgive me, Harry. Stop talking, Harry said, shaking his head. Daphne, she was studying to be a doctor. I'm sure she can help you. You're going to be okay. Right, Daphne. Her boyfriend's eyes fell to her, her emerald orbs shaking. Why are you just standing there? He shouted, redness filling his face. Help her, please help her. Harry, Daphne whispered. The damage to her body, it's too much to. Try, Harry cried. Please, Daphne, please, he said. His voice growing fainter. Please, you have to save her. Please, I'll do anything, just save her. Please, you have to. Don't yell at her, Tonks whispered. It's not her fault. She's right, I'm not going to make it. No, that's not true, Harry said, his voice cracking in his throat. We're going to go back home, and you're going to get better, and then… Tell them I'm sorry. Tonks' words rang in the silence as her body began to slip from Harry's grip. Daphne watched as her boyfriend sat paralyzed, his sister's head now resting on the ground between his feet. Harry, Daphne whispered, taking a step closer to his trembling frame. No, Harry whispered, a foul magic rising from his scar, cloaking him in a dark glow. He clutched his head, shaking it as he shouted, No, no, no. Daphne stepped back, the ground beneath her shaking as Harry's screams grew louder until a plume of black fog broke from Harry's body, sending her tumbling backward. The walls shook with Harry's outrage as cracks broke in the apparition bubble beyond the prison gates. She crawled up to her knees, her blood freezing in her veins as Harry turned to face her, his left eye gleaming red once more, just as it had during the purging ritual. No, Harry, not now. A cackle erupted from Harry's lungs as he threw his head back, the dark mist surrounding him like a blanket. Barty Crouch's eyes lit with fear as he stuttered. This magic, it feels different. What the hell? You're going to pay for this, Harry said, his laughter ceasing, replaced with a twisted grin. I'm gonna kill you. Chapter 29. It's yours. Sirius' breath felt heavy, his knuckle white as he clenched his wand. Harry, he whispered in his mind, please be all right. The young boy's laughter filled his memories as Sirius clenched his jaw. James, Lily, I'm sorry that I'm not with him right now. Forgive me. A charmed, mimicked siren's sound blasted through the castle walls, pulling him from his thoughts as the haunting cries of house ghosts and frightened students filled the air. All Hufflepuff students, the fat friar called out, drifting down the school's halls. Return to the common room at once. The castle has been breached. Return to the common rooms in an orderly fashion. Sirius muttered. So it begins. A pop echoed out at his side as he turned to find an elderly house elf at his side. Crea, he started but swatted the thought. Creature was dead. This was just another one of the castle's elves. The Death Eaters, the elderly elf stuttered, his tiny eyeballs wide with fear. They're here, Lord Black. Laughter echoed down the corridors of the second floor, solidifying the elf's assertion. Go tell Remus Lupin to meet me on the fourth floor. We're going to try and pick some of them off there. After that, go find somewhere safe to hide. Okay. Yes, Lord Black, the elf bowed deeply, right away. Sirius closed his eyes, a deep breath filling his lungs. James, Emmeline, I will make it back to you. Sirius turned, leaning against a slightly pushed-out stone, a passageway emerging from beyond the wall, a single staircase in view. Sirius hurried up the stairs, smiling as he saw the graying hair of Remus. I had a feeling you'd come the same way I did, Moony. Well, it wouldn't be much use knowing all the passages and never once using them, would there, Padfoot? Remus replied. The two sat silently, shoulder to shoulder as they listened through the wall. Sirius' bones resonated with anger as he heard a familiar laugh. Bellatrix, he growled. This time I won't make the same mistake. You'll pay for. Sirius, Remus whispered. We need to keep our cool. Remus' ears twitched at his side as he inhaled a deep breath. I hear 4 different walking cadences and 7 different scents. Bellatrix on her own is a handful. We need to split them up. Divide and conquer is our best bet. He unclenched his fists as he nodded. Fine, but what's the plan? Do you remember what Harry did to escape the graveyard? Remus muttered softly. We do that and bring 2 of them out to the pitch. Once the elves bring us there, they can clear out until we want to be popped back in. It's risky, though. We only have 1 shot at this. Sirius smirked. And when exactly have the risks ever stopped us before? Remus smiled as the 2 called out to the castle to send them elves, and the castle granted them the request. Hastily, Sirius explained the plan to the elves, the creatures accepting but trembling with fear. It's all right, we won't let you 2 die, but we need your help. Blinky and Naughty will fight, the elves said, fighting their fearful shivers. Hogwarts is Blinky and Naughty's home too. Sirius smiled at the elves, kneeling beside Remus, allowing for them to climb onto their backs. Ready, Moony, Sirius whispered as the approaching footsteps rattled just beyond the wall. For prongs, Remus whispered. For prongs, Sirius said, before with a swipe of their hands, the stone wall shattered. The masked Death Eaters jumped back in shock, but Sirius didn't plan on giving them any recovery time. His hand gripped the black cloak of the masked man tightly, sparing just a second as he glanced to see that Remus had done the same. Naughty now. Yes, Lord Black, the elf cried before with a pop they vanished. Sirius crashed into the grassy pitch like an asteroid, his body groaning from the impact as he stumbled to his feet. Grass stains marked his slim, black trousers, and friction burns laced his forearm's skin beneath his ripped Oxford shirt. But he paid the pain now mind, spitting the stray blades of grass from his mouth as he gripped his wand, his eyes focused on his opponent. You all right, Padfoot? Remus called out over the pop of the 2 vanishing house elves. Better than ever, Sirius barked. Now let's do this, reducto. A jet of blue magic sprung from his wand, earning a desperate grunt from his selected prey, as he jumped from his wallowing on the pitch just in time to avoid being added to the crater. The man's mask slipped from his face, and Sirius' eyes hardened. Blood dripped from the man's nose, red coating his thin face. Dirt fell from long and unkempt black hair, and his yellowed eyes matched the color of his stained teeth as he snarled. Black. Well, this is certainly a strange place for a family reunion, Sirius quipped as the 2 wizards circled. Though I suppose I've always wanted an opportunity to ask you a question. How does it feel to be married to a woman who desperately wants to fuck somebody else, Rodolphus? Quiet you, filthy blood traitor, Rodolphus roared. Avada Kedavra. Sirius slid back on the grass, watching as the green light turned the grass brown. That certainly struck a nerve, Sirius thought to himself, catching a glimpse of Remus' duel against the other man of the Lestrange clan. Looks like we'll get to wipe both of you out, Sirius said as he readied his wand once more. Good, it's about time I eliminated one of the most shameful branches of the Black family tree. Expulso, Sirius cried, Rodolphus groaning as he jumped back once more. Evada. Not a chance, Sirius hissed. Expelliarmus. The flashing green light in the distance faded as Rodolphus' wand flew into Sirius' grasp. Tultura! A crescent wave of black light erupted from Sirius' wand. Rodolphus ducked, the top of his hair vanishing as the black slash cut through it like a knife. He panted heavily, but Sirius smiled, pointing to the sight behind him, the shadows on the grounds of the pit shifting. He watched as Rodolphus turned, his eyes growing with horror as Sirius' black wave cut the foundation of the Slytherin house bleachers. The wood creaked as Rodolphus ran, desperate to escape the collapse. No, you're not getting to survive, petrificus totalis. Rodolphus's body hit the ground with a thud, his eyes paralyzed with fear as the shadow of the collapsing stands grew more massive over him. Sit there and accept your fate, just as you forced so many others, just as you forced Alice and Frank. The crashing rubble crushed the Lestrange brother instantly. The tumbling wood silenced his screams. Brother! Rabiston shouted, but Sirius paid him no mind as Remus regained the Death Eater's attention. His hands felt numb as they rested at his side, his eyes scanning the destruction. Rot in hell, he thought to himself, you sick bastard. Bombarda Maxima, Remus called out in the distance, his spell met by an ear-shattering scream as Sirius turned just in time to watch the other Lestrange explode. Blood and guts coated the Quidditch pitch as he faced his best friend. 2 down, the werewolf whispered. 5 more to go, Sirius said with a nod. Let's move. Elf-based apparition had always made Sirius feel more nauseous than usual, but he supposed that hardly mattered, not now. The halls of the corridor were dark, the lights extinguished, and the wee-hour sky dim and starless. Sirius' breaths felt loud, yet shallow, as through the darkness he heard the softest of footsteps. Suddenly, Remus gripped his shoulder, throwing both their bodies to the ground as wisps of green light flew over their heads. Shit, Sirius hissed, his wand rolled out of his hand from the sudden drop. This darkness, he whispered, it isn't regular. Remus nodded. Whoever cast this is exceptionally good with the smokescreen spell, and to make it this thick it's dangerous. Sirius nodded in agreement as he stood with his back to Remus. I lost my wand, any chance you could summon it for. Jump to the right, Remus roared, following his own instructions as they just barely managed to dodge another green wisp. They're far from here and just shooting blindly down the corridor. I can barely hear them even with my advanced hearing. We need to go right. Sirius turned to his silenced friend, his eyes wide with concern before, through smoke-filled lungs, 2 flashes of red light cracked in the distance. Allies, Sirius whispered. Who? By the sound of it, 2 girls, but... Remus' voice once again fell quiet as a blast of wind jet through the 5th-floor hall. He turned to Remus, watching as the man lowered his guard. For a moment, Sirius found his mind foggier than the room. Then Remus whispered, Ms. Bones, Ms. Chang. The fog had cleared from the hall, but Sirius found nothing clear as he glanced at a group of students. 2 girls stood at the front, their faces coated with soot and blood, but oddly they were smiling. We had a feeling you'd be back at the castle for this, Professor, the raven-haired witch called out with a grin. I'm sure you'll find a fair share of improvement in my defense against the dark arts grade now. Sirius' eyes widened as he looked at the 2, now unmasked Death Eaters, stunned and bound in the corner of the hall as the group of students grinned. What are you doing out here? Remus asked. All the students should. Be inside, we know, the one Remus had referred to as Ms. Bones said. Wait, Amelia's niece. Sirius, though in confusion as the redhead continued. But if we stood and cowered with fear because of a few Death Eaters, all the training Harry gave us would have been in vain. Harry, training. Wait a minute, Sirius muttered, recalling Harry's letters. That means you're... The S.P.I.R.E, the students called out in unison as Sirius picked up his wand. Hogwarts is our home, and if Harry isn't around to protect it, the raven-haired witch called out, taking control, then it's up to us. Her eyes tightened as she grinned, turning her back of both him and Remus. I think a few more got to the next floor. One of them was Bellatrix, and we're not stupid enough to believe we can handle her on our own. But what we can do is hold any new arrivals here. You were one of the best professors we've ever had, Professor Lupin, even if you are a werewolf. We know you can handle it, so just leave the small stuff to us. A smile crept upon Remus' face as he nodded. Well said, Ms. Chang. If we're still capable, I'd give 20 points to Ravenclaw. A small hum filled the castle's walls as Remus chuckled. Well, look at that. Looks like I still can. You're certain you can hold any new arrivals here? Yeah, Amelia's niece grunted. Leave it to us. Let's go, Remus whispered, turning his back on the kids. Are you sure they can handle them? Sirius replied, chasing after Remus to the next staircase. Of course I do. They were my students after all. Sirius ran up the stairs, paying his stealth no mind as he raced up yet another floor of the Hogwarts castle. His heart pounded in his chest, but he paid the discomfort no mind. Time was of the essence. The sooner the Death Eaters were stopped, the better. A scream filled his ears, however, pulling him from his thoughts. He racked his mind for a moment, trying to put a name to the voice, but Remus wasted no time. Faster than Sirius could blink, the werewolf bolted, leaving him in the dust. His breath grew heavy as he chased after his friend. 6th floor, he thought to himself. Who do we have on the 6th floor? His blood, however, grew dangerously cold as he walked to where his friend stood. Magic radiated off the former defense against the dark arts teacher as the cries grew louder. You dare defy me, you worthless whore. I gave you everything, everything. And you think that you could get away with shamming me, having an affair, sleeping with a beast no less. You dare shame the Malfoy name. Sirius' fist curled as he watched the silver-handed witch make the blonde squirm on the ground in agony. Why is she here? She should be down with Emmeline, unless... Draco, she panted through the curse. Is Draco alive? Why, Sirius whispered, why did you break from the plan? Why did you try to save him once again? Narcissa, he can't be. Sirius' mind went blank, however, as a beastly snarl left Remus' lips. Faster than Sirius had ever seen the man move, Remus pounced to a position behind the head of the Malfoy household. The height difference between the two wizards, in theory, wasn't much, but as Remus stood behind the man torturing his love, he looked like a god casting judgment upon a sinful mortal. Crack! Remus' fist collided with the older Malfoy with the speed of flashing thunder. Sirius had learned years ago that werewolves had been blessed with strength above that of a standard wizard even in their untransformed state. For as long as he'd known Remus, he'd felt the man's peaceful nature had been the one to disprove the myth. He quickly realized how wrong he was. Lucius' body hit the brick wall with a devastating impact. The stones of the Hogwarts walls seemed to nestle him in place as the brickwork wrapped around him. The once-proud servant of the Dark Lord heaved for breath, but Remus spared him no sympathy. Vicious growls ruptured the air as Remus hung of Lucius like the shadow of death. How dare you harm my Narcissa? Remus' fist curled as he glared, his eyes filled with hatred. You won't live to regret that. Remus' fist fell as if it carried the weight of a boulder behind it, Lucius just barely moving his head far enough to the left to avoid becoming a bloody painting on the castle's walls. Lucius panted like a frightened animal as he fought against his imprinted grave. Sirius looked away, as Remus clutched the man's head between his hand, dragging him across the wall, stones falling to the ground. Narcissa, help me, Lucius screamed, but the once Malfoy matriarch didn't move. She doesn't belong to you anymore, Remus growled, holding the wizard's head against the wall with a single hand as he curled his left fist. Blood shot from Lucius' mouth as Remus' fist made contact with his gut. Sirius averted his face as he stepped away, not wanting to get the man's blood on his clothes. Sirius flinched at the sound of fist after fist colliding with Lucius' limp frame. The groans of pain were loud at first, the first 10 making him sound out with vigor. Around the 12th punch, he'd begun to sound like a whimpering child, and by the 15th, the man fell silent. Sirius turned as Remus let out his final frustrated sigh, the beaten body of Lucius Malfoy sliding to the ground like a sack of scraps. Sirius sneered at what remained. The man's eyes were swollen shut, his lips and nose busted, bleeding and covered in black and blue. If the man was breathing, Sirius couldn't hear it. Remus pulled back, his body trembling as he gazed upon swollen knuckles before with a tired breath. He stumbled towards the fallen black sister. "Narcissa," Remus whispered, reaching out his hand to the shivering woman. "Are you okay?" She nodded as Sirius watched Remus pull her up, allowing the woman to rest on his chest. "Yes, I'm okay. Now." Sirius smiled as he watched Remus place his head against his cousin's. "Narcissa, about what we were talking about before. Thunder cracked overhead, or perhaps it wasn't thunder at all. The castle shook as through the darkened skis, Sirius watched the dark mark appear. "I killed him!" A voice that could only belong to Bellatrix yelled out from the rooftops. "Dumbledore is dead." Sirius muttered to himself as he took his battle stance. "It looks like you finally got what you wanted, old man." A world without Dumbledore, he thought with a heavy sigh. I wonder what will happen next. Only minutes passed, but it had felt like hours before the footsteps he'd been expecting finally arrived. Sirius watched as the woman that had once been his captive stumbled down the stairs with giddy laughter. Her laughter ceased as she eyed the chaos. "Sirius," she whispered, "what do you want?" He raised his wand. "I'm here to handle you the way I should have in the beginning. You're dead, Bella, it's over." Sirius watched as the woman scanned, finding the body that Remus had discarded. "Lucius," she muttered. "Is he?" Sirius nodded as Bellatrix's eyes widened. "What of the others?" "Dead," Sirius whispered, "just like you're about to be." "I don't know about that," Bellatrix said with a smirk. "I just so happen to have something that might change your mind." She chuckled as she smirked, the once invisible body of Draco suddenly appearing at her side. Bellatrix placed her wand at Draco's throat. The boy looked battered and bloodied as if he was just barely clinging to life. "Harry," Sirius muttered in his mind, "did you do this?" "Lower your wand, or I slit the boy's throat," Bellatrix said, her grin filled with venom. "Is that supposed to stop me?" Sirius said, his face plastered stern. "I don't care about him." "Perhaps you don't," Bellatrix whispered, her eyes shifting to Narcissa. He quaked with fear. "But she does." Bellatrix licked her lips. "Tell me, Sirius, are you so heartless that you'd force a mother to watch her son die in front of her? If you are, then maybe I was right. We're not all that different after all." "Sirius," Narcissa cried, "please, spare her, please, I beg you, please." He stayed silent, watching as Bellatrix dug her wand deeper into Draco's throat. "Naughty," he called out, the elf appearing at his side. "Here's the deal, Bellatrix. Naughty takes you to the edge of the Hogwarts ground, you walk out and you get lost. In exchange, you tell me where my godson is." "Why, Sirius, that's such a generous deal," Bellatrix said. "I was actually ordered to inform you of Potter's whereabouts anyway. But I'm not saying a word until you give the elf the orders." Sirius nodded. "Fine. Naughty, when I say so, you take this witch to the edge of the Hogwarts grounds and leave." "Yes, Lord Black," the elf nodded. Sirius' eyes shifted to the dark witch, who smiled. "Excellent." He watched as Bellatrix pulled a note from her black gown. "The note has everything you need to know. Come and take it in your hand." Sirius nodded, wrapping his hand around the note. "Now I'll let go when you give the elf the order." "Now," Sirius whispered, as he watched the dark witch vanish with a pop, the note in his hand. He swallowed his anger as he watched a black apparition cloud erupt just beyond the Hogwarts grounds. He sighed as he opened the note. His eyes trembled as he read. Azkaban Neville heaved, his breath heavy as he danced around the fallen bodies of escaped prisoners. His eyes scanned a mile a minute, desperate to find any indication of an attack coming. It was his job. He, for the first time in his life, was a leader. He gripped his wand tightly, taking the fastest glance at the group behind him. It was larger than he'd expected. He'd had both the twins and Hermione, but he'd been given Blaise and Claire to command as well. He was thankful, though. More eyes meant less chance of a sneak attack. But his blood ran cold when considering the other side. Both Harry and Michael's group lost members. I hope they're okay. It was the last clear thought that Neville had before, as usual, the universe came to mock him. He'd lost count of how many floors they'd fallen, how many stray prisoners they'd defeated. For a moment, Neville had simply forgotten how to breathe as a wave of magic unlike any other he'd felt before swept through prison's halls. No, Neville thought, his legs trembling beneath him, he can't be here, not now. Neville, Hermione whispered behind him, the placement of her hand on his shoulder not even registering in his mind. Are you okay? You're so cold and you're sweating really. He's here, Neville whispered. Voldemort is here. What? The twins shouted. How can you be so sure, I mean? This foul magic that I'm sensing, Neville said. There's only one creature that it could belong to. He released a shaky breath as he nodded. I'm going to go up ahead and see what the situation is. You all need to find a safe place to hide until you can escape. We're going with you, Hermione snapped. Or at least I am. If Voldemort really is here, I'm not going to let you go and face him alone. Hermione, it's two. It's 2-0, Hermione barked. I care about you, Neville. I won't let you go by yourself. Neither will we, Fred and George said, their eyes firm. That bastard, he took our little sister from us. We'll never forgive him. We're with you, Claire and Blaise replied. The best shot we have of surviving this thing is staying together. If we break from the plan, even with this crazy new variable, our chances of survival decrease significantly. Claire smiled. Michael trusts you, Neville. That's enough for me. Neville growled but relented. They'd all been willing to come this far. It was foolish for him to believe they'd turn away now. His body radiated from the dark magic. His stomach curled with fear. Every step had made Neville feel like he wanted to vomit as he took each step closer to the foul magic. His group, Neville could see the fear they tried to hide behind their eyes, but he'd never wished to be somebody else so badly. Neville had never wanted to be someone incapable of sensing magic more. Despite knowing it to be false, Neville felt the halls of Azkaban stretched infinitely. Desperately, he'd wanted to order his group to retreat. Hell, he wanted to retreat himself. But that wasn't an option. He wasn't the frightened first year anymore. Forward was the only option. Finally, light broke through the dark corridors, though it wasn't gleaming with a warm color. Screams of agony echoed through the walls, and Neville felt his eyes grow. He knew those screams. They belonged to Harry. He broke from the pack, racing towards the prison's center room as fast as he legs to carry him. How he'd wished he'd have waited. The room was filled with nothing but destruction. The glass beyond the steel-barred windows had shattered. Stones collapsed from the walls, allowing passage from the cold winter air. Cracks fissured through the ground, and the epicenter of it all, Neville saw Harry, kneeling and cloaked in a black mist. Astoria and Daphne laid glued to the cobbled floor, unable to move as tears filled the Greengrass girl's eyes. For a moment, Neville felt his head fill with fog. Then he saw her. No, Neville whispered, finally catching the limp figure of Tonks discarded upon the ground. We were too late. Harry, Daphne cried, please listen to me. Listen to my voice. You have to calm down. Please, Harry, I know you're hurting, but we can't. Harry turned, and from his corner, the redness within the boy who live's eyes had become painfully clear. Not again, Neville thought, his hands trembling from the pressure. The purple glow erupted from around Harry's neck, the crow pendant of Morgana floating in midair as it tried to combat the darkness from encompassing Harry. Neville's heart fell still as he watched helplessly, unable to do anything as Harry ripped the pendant from his neck, shattering it in his hand. Slowly, Harry rose from the ground, turning towards the Death Eater before him. His twisted grin grew cold and lifeless before with an icy tone. He whispered, I don't care anymore. Why, you freak, Crouch roared. Avada Kedavra? Harry lifted his hand, and Neville swallowed as he watched the green bolt stop in place. Harry's snap echoed through the empty room, and Neville's jaw nearly hit the floor as the green light vanished. What? How did you? You Death Eaters, you always make killing look so easy. The voice had come from Harry's mouth, but Neville had never heard such coldness in the boy's voice before. You just cast a spell, and because of that, you think you should be feared. Harry's lips curled. You don't know the first thing about fear, but don't worry, I'll show you what it means to truly be afraid. Magic pulsed from Harry, his footstep making the hall tremble as Barty lifted his wand. Stay away from me. Don't come any closer. Spell after spell flew from Barty's wand, but Harry or whatever had possessed him didn't care for the Death Eater's pleas. Harry deflected each of the man's spell with nothing more than a swipe of his hand before suddenly, Harry reached out his own. Crouch's screams had suddenly fallen silent as fear radiated through every bone in his body. Oh no, Harry muttered. Don't grow silent on my behalf. I want to hear you scream. Neville's body shook as Barty shot up into the air. Don't get all quiet on me now, Crouch. Come on, you love this stuff, don't you? Go ahead, scream for me. Harry's open palm hand begun to constrict, and Neville's throat went dry as the sound of Barty's cracking bones rippled through the room. Just as Harry had commanded, Barty began to scream. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Scream, scream and cry, just like you forced so many others, just like you forced her. The sound of approaching footsteps surged behind him as the remainder of his group appeared. What's happening? Claire called out, but grew silent as she saw the carnage. No, Fred whispered. We're too late, George finished. Where is everybody else? Blaze whispered. Where is Tracy? Wait a minute, is that? Neville nodded. Yeah, that's Harry. That magic you said you were sensing, Claire whispered. It was Harry's, wasn't it? Neville nodded silently as Claire stepped forward. What do we do? I don't think there's anything we can do, Neville whispered beneath the sound of Barty's screams and cracking bones. I don't think there's anything we can do anymore. If there is, Neville's eyes floated to Daphne. She's the only one that can maybe reach him. Harry, Neville heard Daphne cry. Please, please come back to me, please. Neville closed his eyes. Doubtful Daphne's words even registered over the tormented screams of the mangled Death Eater. A thud forced his eyes open as the desperate gasping of Barty was all that could be heard. Mercy, Barty panted, his body unable to even turn to face the man he was begging. Dumbledore wouldn't. I've broken your body, Harry whispered, silencing Barty's desperation. Now I'll slowly break your mind. I'll rip your brain apart piece by piece just as I did your body, and only once you've plateaued, only when your brain is no longer capable of registering the amount of pain you're in, then you can die. That is my mercy. His skin burned as he sunk beneath the black fog. His mind was clouded, his body tingled, the warmth turning to cold numbness. You're weak. A voice rattled in his mind. You let your own sister die. You're a failure, Harry Potter. Stop, Harry whispered. Please stop. Worry not, Harry Potter, the voice hissed. I can make you strong. I can give you the power you need to take your revenge. To kill the man that hurt her, the man that took her from you. Kill him, Harry muttered. Make him pay. Give in to me. Don't resist, the voice hissed. Give me control of your body, and I'll make your enemies pay. Yes, Harry whispered. Make them pay. Light illuminated his eyes, the numbness persisting as he hovered over the lake. I know this place, Harry muttered numbly, his body coming to a hard stop as a hand wrapped around his wrist. Potter, the woman hissed. She looked so familiar, did he know her? He shook his head. He couldn't have forgotten, and yet Harry didn't feel like he knew anything anymore. Potter, as your mistress, I command you to step away. If you open that box, he'll be free, he'll destroy your body. All of your training, it'll be for nothing. If you give in, he wins. Harry's eyes drooped slightly as he broke his hand free, the woman fatting away like dust in the wind. I don't care anymore. Potter, you must stop this, you must. But the woman's voice vanished. Only his voice remained, only his promises lingered. Good, Harry, the voice whispered, good, come closer, release me, give me control. I will break him for you. Yes, Harry whispered, his voice dull and broken. Break him for me. He watched as a chest flew from the river, landing before him on the grassy ground of an isolated island. The trunk rattled, desperate to break free, the voice in his head growing louder and louder. I can stop the pain, Harry. Just release me, and it will all stop. Make it stop, Harry whispered, his hand reaching closer to the chest, a key suddenly manifesting itself in his hand. Please make the pain stop. The trunk's wooden texture grazed his fingertips as he smiled. Finally, the pain will be. Harry, stop! Another voice called out, though this one differed from the other two. The voice was warm and pleasant, like a soft summer breeze. It sounded familiar and comforting, as if he was wrapped in a cozy blanket. Harry, my love, it's time to stop. Her hands were soft on his shoulder, smooth and silk as she rubbed his shoulders. Harry, it's okay now. You, the voice hissed venomously, Lily. Ah, it's you, the woman said, her voice filled with disappointment. I have to say, I'm not exactly thrilled to be hearing your voice again, Voldemort. Her soft grip tightened gently against his shoulder as she growled. Though what makes me even more pissed is the way you're talking to my son. Why your son? Harry whispered. Her hands guided Harry's shoulder as she turned him towards her. The woman's hair flowed with a like red rivers. Her face was pure porcelain and smooth, and embedded above her nose was two glowing emerald eyes. Mom, Harry muttered, is that you? She smiled. So you recognized me. Glad to see Sirius hasn't just been showing you pictures of your dad. Though I must admit, you look so much like him, except for your eyes you have. Your eyes, tears crept down Harry's cheeks as he reached for his mother's hand. What are you doing here? Am I dead? No, my love, you're not dead, she said, her grin widening as she took his hand, pulling him to his feet. As for why I'm here, well, I did die to protect you from him. Her eyes shot daggers into the wooden trunk, every aspect of him. Potter, don't listen to her, Voldemort hissed. She's an illusion, a fake. Be rid of her, do as I command, do. He's far more chatty than I remember, Lily said, as she smiled at him. How about a change of venue? We have a lot to talk about. Snap! Harry blinked as the area around him shifted. No longer was he floating in the center of a darkened lake. Now he found himself atop lush, green rolling hills. He turned, seeing his mother sitting on a swing that hung from the twisted branches of a tree that greatly resembled the whomping willow. His mother laughed. You have the same confused look as your father. Sorry for not asking you where to go, but I suppose that anywhere is better than there. Your mindscape is a mess, by the way. Would it kill you to try and organize your thoughts? Harry stayed quiet as his mother laughed. I was only kidding, no need to get so serious. I think you're perfect the way you are. She waved her hand, another swing appearing at her side as she patted the wooden plank. Come on now, take a seat. Harry nodded, unsure of what else to do. The wood creaked under his weight, but his mother smiled, gazing at him with radiant eyes. I always loved this place. Even though there are some bad memories associated with it, this place was still where Save told me I was a witch for the first time. Save. Severus, Lily said. Though, with you spending so much time with Sirius, I have no doubt you call him by your father's name for him. He wasn't always such a bad guy, though. We used to be good friends. Honestly, I still don't think he's that bad. He just made some wrong choices. Then again, which of us is perfect? Harry stayed quiet as his mother turned. Why are you so quiet? It's your first time meeting me, isn't it? I figured you'd be more excited. Sorry, Harry whispered. I'm kind of confused. Harry's fist clutched on the rope of the swing as he hissed. You're supposed to be dead. And yet, here you are, but then you tell me I'm not dead, and I'm just so confused. Magic is a confusing thing, his mother said. And yet even more confusing is the power of love. What I'm doing is a combination of both. I'm using the magic imprinted upon you by my sacrifice to talk to you now. Honestly, I never really imagined it would come to a point where my appearance would be necessary. And in doing this, I'm using up all my magic that lingered to protect you up. On the bright side, though, I finally get to see the young man you've become, so it's not all bad. Why? Harry whispered. Why didn't you just let us all die together? Harry's teeth scraped against each other as tears ran down his cheeks. Do you know the hell I've been through because I had to live? His mother's eyes softened as Harry pressed on. At first it wasn't so bad. Sure, I didn't have you or Dad around, but I had Sirius, Remus, Andromeda, Ted, Tonks, and I was happy. I learned about magic and got really good at it, but then I went to Hogwarts and everything changed. People always expected so much out of me, Harry cried. The professors, the other students, Dumbledore. I just wanted people to accept me for me, but all everybody saw was the boy who lived. Then I met Michael and Neville and Daphne, and I was finally happy again. But then I got entered into the stupid tournament, and Voldemort came back. He killed Creature and Cedric, and I couldn't do anything but watch. It hurt, but somehow it was the way people looked at me that made it so much worse," Harry shouted. "They looked at me like I was a god, like I was somehow supposed to save them from Voldemort, and it felt like the entire world forgot I was just 14. But I knew Dumbledore would be of no help, so I had to train even harder than before. I ended up trusting a crazy man like Moody, and he took me to see Morgana, and she put me through hell, but I was okay with it because I got stronger." Harry's heart felt coated in flames as he continued. "Then the Death Eaters started going on the move trying to recover a prophecy because I'm somehow the chosen one, the only one able to kill Voldemort. So I worked even harder than that and got even stronger, but that didn't stop the Death Eaters from killing Tonks and—" "Damn it!" Harry shouted as he released the ropes, running his hands through his hair. "I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm so angry and Harry," his mother whispered, breaking his tirade. "How old are you now?" He wiped his eyes as he stuttered. 15. 15, huh? His mother whispered. "I can't believe it's already been so long." She smiled as she rose from her swing, taking Harry's hand and pulling him into her. Her hands wrapped around his back as Harry's head sunk into his mother's shoulder. "I wish I could have been there for you, Harry. I know that your father and I would have loved to meet your friends, see you excel in school. Hell, I'm sure he would have gotten a kick out of teasing you about your relationship with Daphne." His mother smiled at the name. "Good choice. By the way, high-quality girl that one is." Her face softened. "As for the first question, your father and I, we knew of the prophecy, and while we hoped so badly that child wasn't you, somehow, when Voldemort appeared at our little house, I knew it would be you." Harry felt his mother's arms tighten around you. "I wish I could tell you it was planned. I wish I could tell you that I threw myself in front of you knowing you'd live. But in truth, I didn't. I was so certain the Dark Lord was going to kill you that day, and no matter how many times he asked me to move aside, I knew that I didn't want to live without you. In doing so, I seem to have imparted upon you a miserable destiny." Harry watched as his mother's eyes sank. "I'm sorry about that, but I suppose it's worth so little if I apologize now. It won't change anything anyway. You're the child of prophecy, Harry. No comforting words can change that." Harry's fist tightened at his mother's words. "What I do know, though, is that I believe in you completely. You will defeat Voldemort, and you will live a long and happy life, that I am certain of." "How do you know?" Harry said. "Why do you have so much faith in me? I'm not a great student like you, I'm not smart like Remus, I'm not a strong wizard like Dad, "You are all those things and so much more, Harry," his mother said, as she rested her chin on his shoulder. "Then again, perhaps I'm biased, but that's not really my fault. After all, a parent's duty is to have undying faith in their kid." Harry felt the hands of his mother flicker on her back as her eyes filled with sadness. "It looks like my protective magic is wearing off. Once it's gone, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other for quite some time." "No," Harry said as she clutched his mother tightly. "Don't go. Please don't go." "I'd stay if I could," his mother said. "But as that isn't possible, instead I'll give you one last gift." She pulled away from him, her fingers tilting his chin up as she smiled. "I'm going to give you some motherly advice. Don't let the power inside you control you, make it bend to your will. It's your power, take it." "It's not my power," Harry said. "It's his." "It lives in your body, doesn't it?" His mother said with a soft smile. "Take it, Harry, it's yours." "I don't know how to," Harry said, his head bowed to the floor. "Even with Morgana's help, Dumbledore, he was wrong about many things," Lily said. "But the fact that you're even standing here is proof of one thing he got right. There is no magic that is stronger than love." She snapped, and Harry stumbled, the swing set replaced with the wooden trunk once more. "I haven't got much longer once I leave. The protective magic that once ran through your blood will vanish. You'll have to be more careful, okay? But for now, let's get this power under control." Harry's hand shivered as he reached for the trembling wooden trunk. "I'm scared." "I know, my love," his mother whispered, "but I promise you this time will be different." His breath slowed as his mother placed his hand on his back. "You're ready, Harry, do it now." He swung the trunk open with a roar as the crippled body of Voldemort rose from his chest once more. He motioned to summon his chains, but the head of his mother's shadow shook. "Take it, Harry! Demand its power!" Harry nodded. swallowing hard before he wrapped his hand around the ill-formed body's head. Harry panted, his heart racing as his fingers sunk into the Dark Lord's skull, a white glow filling the skis of his mindscape. Power coursed through his veins, but this time he wasn't the one screaming. The Dark Lord's twisted figure roared with anguish as Harry demanded more of the monster's power. "Stop," it hissed, "release me." Harry had no intention of doing either. Voldemort's magical shard began to shrink, its feet turning to dust falling to the ground as Harry screamed from the new magic that flooded his body. Soon the crumpling reached the figure's torso, then its upper chest, until finally, the head of the man that taunted him vanished from his mind. He clenched his fists, releasing them slowly as he watched his body glow, though he felt cold as the hand behind him faded away. He turned, watching as his mom began to undergo the same process as the Dark Lord's magical shard. "Mother," he whispered. "It's time for me to go now, Harry," his mom said, her hands no longer visible. "You're ready, Harry, I know it." "Thank you, Mom," Harry whispered. "But I need to know, were you real or was this all in my head?" "Of course this happened in your head," his mom said, her head floating in the air as she smiled. "But why on earth should that mean that it is not real?" Her face flickered in the mist as she called out, "I love you, Harry. Your father and I always have, and we always will." "Yeah," Harry said, forcing a smile to his face. "I love you both too." He closed his eyes as his mother faded away, a bright light filling his mind as the warmth of his mindscape vanished. The black, cracked stones of the Azkaban floor rested above him, and his body pulsed with the new magic within him. His eyes fell towards the dead Death Eater at his side as he rose to his feet, the sound of footsteps stumbling beside him. He wiped his eyes once more as he turned, finding Daphne shivering behind him. "Harry, is that you?" "Yeah, Princess," Harry said with a gentle grin. "I'm back." His eyes softened as he looked at the pain in her face. He brushed the tear from her eye. "I'm sorry for everything, but I'm better now." His eyes flickered back towards the hall as a new presence emerged in the distance. Faster than Daphne could ever hope to follow, Harry flicked his wrist, pushing her back before igniting a wall of black flames between them. "Harry!" Daphne screamed as he turned his back to her. "He's coming," Harry said, his voice calm and collected. "Voldemort." He took a deep breath, releasing it slowly as the sound of footsteps rang through the hall. "I need all of you to get out of here. Find Michael, Tracy, and Ron and get out of here. This isn't a duel any of you are ready for just yet." "Stop it," Daphne shouted. "Stop pushing me away. I want to fight with you, Harry. You promised I love you, Daphne," Harry said, his words making the Slytherin fall silent. "I'm sorry for taking so long to say that. I'm sorry that I pushed you away over the course of this past month. I'm sorry for so many things I've done to you over the years. But I just want you to know how thankful I am for you." Harry sighed, looking up at the crumbling roof. "When he and I fight," Harry continued, "this whole place is going to collapse. If there's anybody left in here, they're going to die. I'm trusting you to save everyone's lives. That's the job I'm leaving in your hands. I'm asking you, please leave Voldemort to me. This is how it has to be." He could sense the resistance in Daphne as he smiled. "I just told you I love you, Princess. I promise you, no matter what happens, I am not going to die." Chapter 30. Greater than you, Harry's nose curled at the scent of the approaching figure. Blood reeked from the man's black cloak, the venom in his eyes looking far more toxic than usual. His eyes flickered behind him, a smile breaking his blank expression for a moment as his friends turned to corner, doing as he asked. "Oh my," the voice from the shadows hissed. "Don't tell me your friends have all abandoned you." Harry's stomach curled as the man's snake-like face emerged from the darkness. "Though I suppose I can't blame them. Any of my followers can testify that I can be quite ruthless when I'm angry." Lightning looked to flash behind his blistering glare as he hissed. "And right now, I'm furious for being disturbed." A smirk etched its way onto Harry's face as he shifted his feet. "Well, I apologize for pulling you away from your busy day of lounging and torturing those cowards who mindlessly follow you. But I suppose they wouldn't much care for following a master who cares not if they live or die." Harry clenched his fist. "Your Death Eaters, the ones I took care of, I have to admit that they weren't really enough for me." He cracked his neck as he shot the Dark Lord his dagger-like eyes. That's why I'm glad you're here. I have some shit to work through. Voldemort scowled. Such insolence, to believe you truly have the power to stand before me. You must have forgotten what happened to poor Cedric. Never, Harry said. I'll never forget that. He released a heavy breath as he forced a river of magic to the front of his mind. But I'm not the same as the boy you toyed with in the graveyard. Today, Harry said, his eyes locking with Voldemort's, I'm the one who's destined to destroy you. Magic pulsed from Harry's mind, his energy met by a wall of the Dark Lord's own, his eyes widening with confusion. The stone walls of Azkaban trembled as if the prison had become the epicenter of a global earthquake. Beam and stone pillars cracked and shattered, the falling rubble disintegrating as it approached the bubble of the clashing magic. Harry's heels slid backward towards his wall of fire, the floor crumbling beneath the weight of him and Voldemort. The Dark Lord's magic weighed upon him like the gravity chamber, but for all the pressure he underwent, he was far from the only one struggling. Growls of frustration ripped from Voldemort's throat as the man's body quivered from the strain. Each attempt at a step forward met with nothing but consistent rejection as Harry smiled. Harry roared, sending another crippling pulse of magic from his mind, earning a nearly inaudible scream from the Dark Lord. The room erupted from the compressed bubble, the pop deafening him slightly as Voldemort's body slammed into the crumbling wall. Harry lifted his arms, bending his knees as Voldemort pulled himself from the rubble. It's not possible, he hissed. How could you have grown so much stronger in such a short time? Harry chuckled. How, well, ironically, you played a big role in this, Tom. The black-cloaked man snarled at the mention of his name. You see, the day my mother died from me, she imparted upon me her protection, but she wasn't the only one to leave me a gift. He rubbed his scar. When you tried to attack me, you granted me some of your power. All that was left for me to do was absorb it. Voldemort's body rattled with anger as Harry's grin grew wider. But I'll tell you what, you did me a massive favor by granting me some of your magic, so I'll be sure to return it to you. His grin vanished, replaced with an icy stare as he flared his magic, with interest. Don't mock me, Voldemort roared, orange fire forming in his throat, before a snake of fiendfire crawled from the man's lips. The fiery snake curled around its master as Voldemort's anger turned to laughter. You talk to me as if we are equals. I'll be sure to show you how misguided you are. The Dark Lord extended his hand, the flaming beast racing towards him, bringing an immediate sweat to his face. Equals, Harry muttered, widening his stance as he shot his hands across his body, his fists pointed and the fractured ground. No, as of now, I'm even stronger than you. A grunt ripped from Harry's lungs as the ground bent to his will. Harry lifted his arms as a boulder lacked in black stone tile rose from the ground before slamming into the fire snake with a sound-shattering impact. Ash and dust clouded their bubble, but Harry didn't need his eyes to see. Wind swirled in his left palm, while the black family flames flickered in his right. Harry swung his hands back, before, with a thunderous boom, he clapped them together. The surrounding dust cleared instantly, as the wave of enhanced endless flames raced towards the man that had single-handedly ruined his life of peace. The man's eyes widened like a frightened puppy as he leapt towards the side, just barely avoided the burning fire before Harry slammed down his foot. Black chains sprouted from the ground like flowers as they bolted towards the Dark Lord. Magic may have been pulsing through Harry's veins like never before, but Voldemort was far from weak or unskilled. Faster than the chains could connect, Voldemort vanished into a puff of black clouds, zipping behind him. Pratigo, Harry thought, his heels sliding back from the impact of Voldemort's knockback jinx. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort bellowed, the green light racing towards Harry, but he didn't move. With a snap of his fingers, a murder of crows surrounded him, one falling dead from the green light's impact before Harry conjured a plume of deep black smoke. This again, Voldemort hissed. All of that talk and you're just going to run aw. Crack, blood splashed across Harry's knuckles as the sound of Voldemort's shattered jaw sounded like music to his ear. The Dark Lord hit the ground with a thud, the black smoke vanishing at Harry's command as he watched the once-though unbeatable dark wizard flinch at the sight of his own blood. Clean yourself up. You look pathetic. You dare, Voldemort whispered, You dare to lay your filthy, muggle-loving hands on me." His voice now thundered, the man's previous composure non-existent as he stumbled to his feet. "If you insist on fighting me, I promise you." "Fight you?" Harry questioned. "You're talking about this as if it's some kind of game. No, I'm here to kill you." A low growl slipped from Voldemort's lips as he rose to his feet. "Is that so? Very well, then." Harry's eyes narrowed as the Dark Lord lifted his wand. "Let's finish this, Potter, once and for all." Harry flicked his wrist, his wand cradled in his palm as he nodded. "I couldn't agree more." Harry took a deep breath, steadying his arm as he allowed the hatred within him bubble up once more. "For Cedric, for Tonks, for my family." "Avada Kedavra?" the two bellowed in unison. The wisps of green light danced for a moment in the air before they collided in a blinding flash. Harry's shoulder bucked as his spine shivered. Everything about the spell made him feel sick. The scent of death filled the air, and the voice of his screaming mother, the night that Voldemort had taken her from him, rattled in his ears. A burst of sickening laughter erupted from Voldemort's throat. "Foolish boy, you are not ready for a spell of this nature. I'll admit, your power may be great, but your conviction is weak. You don't have the hate to make your spells strong. Your foolish, loving belief doesn't give you the power to wield the killing curse." Voldemort's lips curled. "You're a pathetic wizard just like Dumbledore." "Hatred?" Harry whispered, Voldemort's line of green pushing hard against his. "What do you know of hated? So your mother was an abused girl who drugged your father so that you could be born. And your father was nothing more than a common muggle uninterested in caring for you or your pathic mother. And because of that, you think you have the right to rule over their world, just because a few people were mean to you. Let me tell you something that doesn't make you great. It makes you just as pathetic as your father." "But as for me," Harry growled, "you killed my defenseless father, too afraid to duel him like a man. After that, you killed another defenseless witch and my mother for no other reason than you were afraid of a baby. But it didn't end there. Your plan backfired so badly the world thought you gone for good. Unfortunately, you decided to come back, and in doing so, you took a friend of mine. A 17-year-old boy who never posed a threat to you just because you were bored. Then you took your cruelty a step further and tortured my sister, my own family, before having her killed. Why? It was because you were so afraid of the chance that I may unlock the power to finishing you once and for all. Each and every single one of your efforts were made with nothing but fear of me in your heart. So no, you don't even understand what you're saying. If this spell is powered on hatred, then I suggest you try and repent for your actions." Harry's green light flashed, filling the room as he roared. "Because my hatred is far stronger than yours." Voldemort hissed as Harry roared, his wand splintering from the magic pouring from its core. Harry hissed as the skin on his wand arm began to burn, becoming more ghastly and disfigured by the second. For a moment, their roars of defiance fell silent before the walls of the prison crumbled and a green light encompassed the two wizards. Daphne ran, her heart racing as she turned her back on the boy she loved. "He loves me," she whispered. "I should stay with him. I don't even think about it," Astoria whispered to her as she ran beside her as if she was reading her thoughts. "I don't like it either, but if we stick around, all we'll manage to do is get in Harry's way." "I know, it's just—" "He promised you he wasn't going to die, didn't he?" Astoria snipped. Daphne nodded as Astoria smiled. "All right, then you have nothing to worry about. Harry never breaks his promises. He'll be just fine, but we need to get out of here before this whole place collapses." "Do you think it really will collapse?" Claire whispered, as she ran beside Neville, the group following Astoria's lead. "I mean, do you think that Harry's really become that strong?" "Yeah," Neville whispered. "I know that none of you can sense magic, but—" Neville swallowed as he spoke. "From what I sense of Harry, I think he's actually stronger than Voldemort now." Daphne's eyes widened at the Hufflepuff statement. "Regardless, it doesn't matter," Neville said. "Right now, when those two start fighting, the ones in the most danger will be us. We need to get out of here quickly. Are you sure we're heading in the right direction to find them, Astoria?" "Yeah," Astoria said as she picked up her pace. "We're almost there." "I never got a chance to ask," Fred called out. "But was he with you guys?" George finished. Astoria fell quiet as they reached the hall that led to the clearing where her battle had happened. "Fred, George, we..." Astoria's fist clenched tightly. Ron. He. What happened to him? Fred shouted. What about Ron? Just tell us, Astoria. Is he? Astoria's eyes sunk to the floor as she shook her head. No, the twins whispered. No, that you can't be serious. They're down there, Astoria whispered. Right at the end of this hall. I'm sorry. Her sister slid down the stone wall, clutching her head. Daphne stepped towards her, but Neville's hand stopped her. I'll stay with her, Neville said, his eyes firm with conviction. You're a healer, Daphne. You're needed in there. Patch them up as best as you can and let's get moving. There's a time to mourn later, but Astoria, she doesn't need to see that place again. Daphne raced down the corridor, the scent of burnt corpses filling her nostrils as the carnage had come into view. Her head pounded as she scanned the room. Charred bodies littered the ground, and blood coated the base of her shoes. Her skin crawled at the sight as the fainted body of the blue-haired boy dangled over the edge of a conjured stone pillar. Michael! Claire cried as she raced towards her boyfriend. The girl's athleticism as she scaled the pillar to Michael's side had been astounding, but her blood ran cold as she turned to find the body of a Death Eater, his skull fractured and his body indented into the wall. Just what the hell happened here? Tears filled the air, pulling her towards the noise, her heart sinking in her chest. No, Ron. The boy's body laid unmoving on the ground as blood leaked from a ghastly purple scar. Tracy's head rested upon the boy's chest, her sobbing, leaving her white and frail. Tracy, Blaze whispered, as Daphne watched Fred and George race towards their little brother. No, this can't be happening, Fred said, his hands racing all over Ron's body, desperate to find something, anything that showed life. Not again this, George said, the tears now racing down his cheeks. Please, this can't happen again. You've got to wake up Ron, please, you can't be. I'm sorry, Tracy cried. I'm sorry. I tried to close the wound, but there was nothing I could do. Tracy's head sunk deeper into Ron. God, I'm so sorry. Tracy, Daphne said, her hand reaching out to her friend, slowly only to have it swatted away, the trauma ever present in her eyes. No, I won't go. Don't touch me, Stupefy, Blaze whispered, the stunner striking Tracy right in the chest to everyone's surprise. Daphne's eyes shot towards Blaze, but the sadness in the boy's eyes silenced her. Under normal circumstances, I'd hold her until she stopped shaking. I'd tell her everything was going to be all right. But now, his eyes moved towards the trembling walls. If we stick around any longer, this place is going to collapse and we're all going to die. He walked towards Tracy, lifting her in his arms as he forced a sad smile to his face. I just hope she'll forgive me once this is over. Daphne watched as the twins carried their brother, their lips quivering as they tried not to allow the emotion in their hearts to overwhelm them. Claire skid down the stone pillar, struggling to lift the boy larger than her from his perch atop the stone. Daphne raced to her side, sipping her neck under Michael's arm as Claire stared at her blankly. He saved my life in Diagon Alley. I owe him one. After this, though, we're even. Claire nodded as she took Michael's other arm. The two just barely managed to move out of the way of a stone avalanche as a hole ruptured in the roof of the prison. Not good, Daphne hissed. We really need to go. Dobby, she called out, her elf turning to her side. Start with Fred, George, and Ron. Get them outside and come back and get Blaze and Tracy. Okay. Yes, Miss Greenie, Dobby said as the elf raced over to the side of the orange-haired children. The look in the twins' eyes had made her nauseous, and as miserable as it sounded, she was glad when they'd apparated away. She turned towards her best friends quickly. Wait right there. Dobby will be back to get you any second. We're going to meet with Astoria and Neville again. Blaze nodded, and Daphne let out a sigh of relief as her elf appeared in the corner of her eye, popping Blaze and Tracy from the wreckage just as she exited the clearing. Her heart pounded in her chest as she and Claire hobbled Michael from the room, the prison shaking from the battle in the distance. Harry, please be okay. He'll be all right, Claire whispered. You heard Neville. Harry, he's on an entirely different level now. Daphne nodded, but it did little to heal her discomfort as she watched the way Neville stood over her sister in the distance. She hurried her pace as best she could, as Michael's feet dragged against the cold ground. Neville's eyes grew, fear bubbling behind them, but Daphne shook her head. He's alive. Hurt, but alive. A sigh of relief escaped Neville's lips as the boy turned to look down the hall, sweat pouring from his brow. We need to get out of here. I've never felt so much magic clashing in my life. This place isn't going to hold out much longer. Daphne nodded at the boy's sentiment. Neville smiled, however, as Dobby appeared at her side. Right, Neville said with a light smile. I forgot you had a house elf. Good, that means we can. Dobby, Daphne called out, get everyone else out of here and don't come back. I'll find Harry and make it out on my own. Daphne, what are you talking about? We can't stay, Neville started. I love him, Neville, Daphne snapped back. I can't leave him to face Voldemort alone. I won't leave him. Her eyes turned to her elf. Dobby, take them all now and get somewhere safe. I don't want you coming back here until I give you permission. Yes, Miss Greenie, Dobby will do as you ask. But Dobby doesn't think staying is a good idea. I'll be fine, Daphne said through gritted teeth. Just go. Dobby nodded, and Daphne let out a gentle grin, catching the smallest glimpse of the panic in Astoria's eyes. Her body froze, however, as Neville grabbed her wrist. You're being ridiculous. You're coming with me. Daphne had wanted to protest, but her words fell silent as Dobby popped, their group vanishing from the crumbling castle. Fire coursed in Daphne's veins as she stumbled against the graveled ground just beyond the prison gates. Her body had become littered with cuts and bruises, and her bones ached from the impact. Her eyes flashed towards Neville, the boy unable to look at her as she screamed. Why? Why would you do that? What if Harry needed help? How could you just turn your back on him like that? Daphne, Astoria whispered, you're normally the logical one. I understand that you're worried about him. I feel about ready to vomit myself. But that magic, the magic that each of them were using, we weren't ready to handle that. If you went there, there's no telling what could have happened. You shouldn't yell at Neville. He was just trying to follow Harry's last orders of keeping you safe. Daphne gritted her teeth, her fist clenched tightly as she turned to gaze upon the crumbling prison. We shouldn't just be standing here. We need to help. There has to be something we can do. Her heart jumped as a flurry of pops erupted behind her. Her wand flew to her hand but fell soon after as relief swelled in her heart. Sirius smiled at her, with Remus standing calmly at his side. You kids sure found yourself in a lot of trouble, didn't you? Sirius said, his gray eyes resting upon Daphne as he reached his hand out, placing it upon her shoulder. I don't need to look any farther than your expression to know you've had one hell of a time. Daphne's breathing had become more sporadic, as the likes of Moody and Ted appeared behind the head of House Black. Sirius, Remus whispered, the werewolf gazing over the injuries that littered the group. Some of these kids are in critical condition. We have to get them to St. Mungo's or... Take them to Madame Pomfrey, Sirius whispered. Taking them to St. Mungo's would lead to far too many questions. The boy isn't here, Moody growled. Neither is Nim, Ted said, his eyes trembling in their sockets. Stone walls crumbled as flashes of dust and orange flames flickered through the collapsing prison. Don't tell me that magic that I'm sensing, Moody growled. He's here. Daphne nodded as black flames erupted from the prison's side. Those flames, I recognize them. Is Potter. Daphne turned away, unable to speak as Sirius took off towards the shattered prison gates. Padfoot, wait, Remus shouted. We need a plan if Voldemort is in there. I won't let him take Harry from me, Sirius shouted. I made a promise to James I'd protect Harry no matter what. If you think I'm letting my godson fight that monster alone, you have another thing coming. Damn it, it's Sirius, Remus roared, chasing after the head of House Black. Wait. Daphne, don't. Astoria whispered, but Daphne paid them no mind, escaping from the group as she ran after the two adult Gryffindors. The walls of the prison shook worse than ever before, and the scent of death radiated from every stone. Remus and Sirius hadn't even taken a moment to look behind them as they sprinted towards the sounds of the battle. Despite the distance, the three had closed the gap in what must have been seconds. Her breath hitched, however, as just as they'd turned the corner, an explosion of green light filled their eyes. Harry! She shouted, pushing past Remus and Sirius as she raced into the blinding light. The screams of agony fell frighteningly silent as two thuds echoed in her ears. No, she whispered. Please, no. The light had dimmed, allowing for her eyes to open, though part of her had wished she'd been blinded forever. Two figures laid upon the ground, buried within craters as the walls that once supported the prison had vanished completely from sight. The two men didn't move. They didn't even look to be breathing as she raced towards Harry's side. The boy looked miserable, his face littered with scrapes and blood. His wand rested at his side, or at least, what remained of it. The weapon now nothing but a trail of dust leading to a splintered handle. Harry's wand arm wasn't looking much better. His tanned skin now gruesomely burned, slightly blackened and disfigured. The flesh peeled and bleeding up to his elbow, a putrid stench rising from the injury. She ran her hand over the arm, chanting every burn-healing spell she knew, but as soon as even a modicum of healing had been seen, the skin deteriorated once more. Her breathing became rapid as she placed her head to the boy's chest. It's not beating. She clamped her hands over each other as she pounded against his chest in a steady rhythm. The cracking of the boy's ribs sent shivers down her spine, but Daphne didn't relent. "Come on, Harry, breathe, damn it." Tears poured uncontrollably as her compression grew even stronger. "Come on, you stupid bastard. You can't just tell me you love me and then die. I need you, Harry, breathe, please breathe." She placed her lips to his, filling him with air. Her head lowered. "Please, Harry, you can't die on me, you promised." I didn't even get the chance to say it back. "I love you, Harry, please, please come back." Her head sunk, her tears falling onto Harry's face. She clenched her eyes shut, her bottom lips quivering as she sobbed. Footsteps slowly approached her side, the warm hands of Remus and Sirius now resting on her shoulder, providing her what little comfort they could. Sirius' hand clenched against her shoulder tightly as a scream slowly built in Daphne's throat. Then, it fell silent as the cool touch of a familiar hand graced her cheek. Her eyes opened, blurred and watery, the faintest glimpse of emerald green flashing before her. "Hey," his voice whispered weakly. "What's with that pathetic face? I told you I wasn't going to die, didn't I?" Harry," Daphne whispered, "why you're alive." "If the tremendous pain in my body is any indication," Harry said with a weak grin, "I'd say yes. Although I guess there's a chance I could be in hell too. But I don't think I'd hear you say those words to me if I was." Daphne gritted her teeth as her fingers scraped against the dust-filled ground. "You're such a reckless idiot. If you ever do anything like that again, I'll send you to hell myself." Harry smiled weakly, his head laying softly in her lap as she whispered, "Voldemort, is he dead?" Pops erupted around them as Bellatrix Lestrange and Antonin Dolohov appeared before them, standing at their master's side. Sirius and Remus quickly lifted their wands, their breaths heavy. Whatever they went through before this, Daphne thought to herself, they're completely drained. "I feel like I can't even move and Harry's down for the count. If we fight here, we lose." "Master!" Bellatrix shrieked. "Master, speak to me. The deed at Hogwarts, it's been done. Please, Master, speak to me." Her eyes flashed towards them like daggers as she lifted her wand. "You filthy, muggle-loving blood traitors! How dare you lay a hand on my master? I'll kill you all, Avada." "Bella, stop!" Daphne watched as Harry's eyes widened, the voice rising from the other grounded man. "You must take me to him." The Dark Lord coughed, blood spewing from his lips. "We don't have time to waste. My condition, we must prepare for the ritual. My gift to you, you must." The Dark Lord's head dropped lifelessly as Bellatrix screamed in fear. "Did Harry, is he dead?" "You're not going anywhere," Sirius roared as he lifted his wand, his hand stopped by Remus. "We're in no condition to fight them. Moody and Ted are probably still bringing the other kids to Hogwarts. We need to play it cool right now. Look at her, she's still fresh. We're on our last legs here. Not to mention," Remus' eyes floated down towards Harry. "Harry's condition is serious. We need to get him to treatment immediately. We don't have time to waste." Daphne watched with gritted teeth as Dolohov and Bellatrix took to either side of their master. The same burns which seared Harry's arm present all across the Dark Lord's body. "Master!" Bellatrix cried. "Master, please, no!" Her eyes glared with venom as she gazed at Harry, the boy smirking at the Dark Witch's fear. "Our master will recover, Potter," Bellatrix shrieked, "and when he does, he'll kill you." "Tell him I look forward to it." Harry's eyes drooped softly as Daphne watched the boy slip from consciousness. Bellatrix's face radiated with fire, but she took no further action, nodding silently, before turning to smoke alongside Dolohov. The room fell quiet as Sirius turned, finding the body of Tonks laying softly on the ground. Tonks, no. Tears filled Sirius' eyes as he cradled his favorite cousin. I'm sorry. We were too late to save you. Yet Remus didn't move. Rather, he stood watching over Harry with a haunting frown. What's wrong? Daphne whispered. He beat Voldemort, didn't he? I mean, I know we lost Tonks, but with Voldemort damaged, it means we have time to destroy the Horcruxes and... The last thing we saw before Voldemort was crippled was flash of green light. Did we not? Remus whispered. Daphne nodded, her eyes widening with fear as Remus continued. He nearly killed a man, even if that man was Voldemort with the killing curse. His eyes hardened as he glanced at Harry's arm. The killing curse is known for shattering the soul of the one who uses it. When it backfired against Voldemort the day he first died, it sent him into near oblivion. I fear that even attempting to use the curse, and having minor success with it, Harry's arms twitched even in his unconscious state. The consequences may be severe. His arm, you think it may be a result of the curse? Daphne whispered. Are you saying he'll never recover? You tried to heal it, did you not? Remus whispered, and it refused to fade. Whether I agree with Harry's decision or not, I fear his arm will always act as a mark of his choice. Remus' eyes shifted towards Tonks and Sirius. She watched as Remus trembled at the way Sirius cried and held the fallen girl. There's little left for us to do here. Let's leave this place. We have funerals to arrange. Ouch, 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 Michael hissed as his mother forced his hand through the sleeve of his black suit jacket. Mom, can you be a bit more gentle? My whole arm is kind of broken, you know. You should be lucky that it's only your arm that's broken, his mom snapped back, readjusting his arm's sling over his suited body. I can't stop thinking about Molly, poor girl. 2 children dead before they could even finish Hogwarts. It makes me feel sick to my stomach, and I don't even want to talk about the Tonks, that poor family. Tears streamed down his mother's cheeks. Merlin, I just can't help wondering what if that was you? What if I had to bury you? I don't think I could do it. Michael, please, I'm begging you, step away from this war. It isn't your problem. I can't bear the thought of losing you. Mom, Michael stopped, a knocking emerging from the hospital wing's door. Come in, Michael called, the door creaking open. Claire stood there, her pink hair somehow looking less vibrant than before. Her black dress hugged her figure perfectly, and at any other time, Michael would find himself amazed by how beautiful she looked, but now it wasn't the time. How are you feeling? Claire called out. Michael shrugged. Could be better, could be worse. He locked eyes with his girlfriend's gray pools. How about you? The same, Claire muttered. The funeral services are starting in a little if you're ready to go. My dad, he's already waiting at the lake if you want to join us. Michael nodded, turning to his mother, who followed behind him, his good hand gripping Claire's as they walked. Have you heard from Harry recently? I know that unlike the rest of us, he was moved to St. Mungo's because his injuries were too severe for even Madame Pomfrey to handle. I mean, I'd be surprised if he wasn't there, but I'd also. He'll be here, Michael nodded. I haven't received any news, but I know he'd never miss his sister's funeral. The castle's halls were dimly lit, as each of the house colors were turned to shades of black. I'd never imagined I'd see the castle in mourning 2 years in a row. He was never the greatest man, but I still can't believe he's dead. What do you think happens now? Claire whispered. Who takes over Hogwarts? Who makes sure the castle is safe? What are the next steps? I've never felt so lost before. I imagine McGonagall will take the reins as headmistress. Dumbledore always did have a soft spot for her. Though it could also be Snape. He was never the most predictable person. As for what happens next, I guess that's up to Harry to decide. With Voldemort crippled and Dumbledore dead, Harry undisputably the leader of the Order now. Do you think he's ready? No, Michael said, but I don't think any of us are. He glanced back at his mother before turning to face the open field. Still, I think we're all in too deep to pull out now. There's only one way left to go, forward. The castle's air felt heavier. Every student wandered the damaged castle dressed in black. No noise radiated from anywhere. Hogwarts looked more like a ghost town than a school. Reconstruction on the Quidditch pitch had yet to start. The Slytherin bleacher completely collapsed, with the bodies of the Lestrange brother reportedly being recovered for cremation. A sad grin crossed his face as he found the castle's newest arrival waiting in the courtyard for them. Daphne sat by his side, her hand in his, her other hand swatting away Harry's persistent effort to scratch his damaged arm. "Stop that," Daphne snipped. "You heard what Dr. Thatcher said. Those bandages are the only thing stopping your arm from being in complete agony. You don't want to rip them, especially not after we spent 14 hours charming them to be as durable as possible." Michael's eyes fell towards the wrap, his best friend's hand now coated from fingertips to elbow in a sleek white bandage wrap. "Sorry, it tingles a lot." "A numb tingle is better than pain, though, isn't it?" Daphne replied, to which Harry nodded silently. The boy looked different. His hair had been cut shorter and he wore an appropriately sized suit. But that wasn't the difference that stood out to Michael the most. Harry was stressed. He could see it through the boy's calm facade. It was more than stress, though. It was in the way Harry averted his eyes to everyone. Guilt filled his soul, guilt and pain. For a brief second, the two locked eyes as they shared a quick nod before Harry broke their connection once more. "How are you holding up?" Michael asked. "I'm alive," Harry said with a shrug. "And considering what happened, I guess that's something in itself." "Do you want to talk about?" "I'd rather not," Harry said, his eyes falling to the ground. "I'm not ready for that yet." Michael nodded silently as his mother broke from the group, heading towards the visitor section for the funeral. "I know that's serious, and the Weasleys are planning on having their own separate services later. Unlike today where the caskets are empty apart from Dumbledore's. I figured," Harry sighed. "I figured that today would be a good test to see how I handle it all." Michael nodded. "We're here for you, Harry." His best friend nodded, but Michael knew the boy hadn't heard a word he said. Together, they walked, each step making his body tremble as he approached the site of the fallen headmaster. The Weasleys huddled together. Quiet tears fell from their face as they mourned. Michael wasn't quite sure if the Tonks were doing much better. They didn't cry. They didn't scream. They didn't even move. Are they even still in there? He wondered as he gazed upon their blank faces. What he did notice, however, was Harry had refused to look at any of them. His eyes centered upon Neville as he rubbed Hermione's back, whispering whatever words he could conjure to provide the girl some hope. Tracy, Blaise, and Astoria stood in silence themselves. Their heads bowed before Ron's coffin as Tracy struggled to swallow her tears. Her head leaned against Blaise's shoulder. "Mr. Corner, Ms. Belmont," Flitwick called from behind him, their head of house dressed in regal black robes. "I'm glad to see you are unharmed. I feel it is my duty to inform you that if for any reason you need someone to talk to about the events that occurred recently, I will be available to you at all times." "Thank you, Professor," Claire whispered, "but I think we'll be okay." Flitwick nodded as he turned to face Harry. "Professor McGonagall asked that if any professor were to find you, Mr. Potter, to inform you that she would also be willing to do the same for you. After the service, she's asked me to ensure you speak with her. Apparently, Professor Dumbledore has requested some of his items be bequeathed to you." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, with a firm nod. "I'll speak to her after the service." Professor Flitwick nodded, leaving them in silence as he joined the line of teachers that stood before Dumbledore's grave. Slowly, McGonagall turned, lifting her wand to her throat as she began. "Students, staff, friends, and family, I stand here, riddled with despair. In my wildest dreams, I never imagined that there would come a time in Hogwarts history where two memorial services had to be held 1 year after the other. This castle mourns the loss of Cedric Diggory," McGonagall called out, "and now it mourns the loss of its headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, along with 2 of his former students. I must confess, I find the moment agonizing. Though not a perfect man, Albus Dumbledore always strived to be a man who did what was best for the most people. In truth, I owe the man greatly for allowing me to become the witch I am today, for it was him that granted me the position of Transfiguration Professor. He claimed he saw greatness in me and gave me a chance. That eye for greatness and that faith in his students made Albus Dumbledore recognized as one of the greatest headmasters who ever served this castle. Despite his fame as a hero of war, Albus Dumbledore was a man who loved deeply and wanted nothing more than peace. His desire for peace is why his death at the hands of the foul followers of the Dark Lord make me sick to my stomach." Tears fell from McGonagall's cheeks as she spoke, but Dumbledore was not the only one who felt that wretched day. When Ron Weasley arrived at Hogwarts and had been sorted into Gryffindor, my mind filled with question. McGonagall smiled sadly. Would he be an earnest young man like his eldest brothers, or would he be a boy, much like his brothers who, despite all their antics, never failed to bring a smile to face of their classmates? She shook her head. It turned out Ronald Weasley was neither of those things. He wasn't gifted like his eldest brother, nor was he as creative as the twins. But he showed me something in his last 2 years at this school that I saw from very few students in the past. Ronald Weasley recognized his imperfections and desired to become more perfect. He rose from average Quidditch player to a keeper worthy of his place on the Gryffindor house team. He rose from a below-average student to a student who, had he lived, would have received an O in Transfiguration this year. If Ronald Weasley showed us anything, it is the remarkable ability we as people have for improvement. He taught us all that the people we are now are not the same people we have to be forever. There is greatness in all of us that, should we strive to reach it, we, in turn, can become great. Finally, we gather here today to memorialize the strength of character and will of one of our former students, and Auror Nymphadora Tonks. McGonagall's eyes lowered as she spoke. I imagine that many of you current students may not be familiar with Ms. Tonks, so allow me to inform you. Nymphadora Tonks was a student like no other. When accepted into the Auror Corps, Mad-Eye Moody had been assigned the head instructor. Upon hearing this, the wizarding world had come to a halt. People feared that with Moody in charge, the DMLE of Wizarding Britain would become critically understaffed, as nobody would be able to pass the man's rigorous requirements. McGonagall smiled sadly. They were right to be concerned, as every Auror applicant had failed Moody's tests that year, everyone, but Nymphadora Tonks. When she'd been named the sole survivor of Moody's reign of terror, the world expected great things from her, and by every measure, she delivered. In her first year, Michael's eyes shifted, as Harry shuffled from their line, his body trembling as he bit his lips tightly. "Harry," Daphne whispered, as Michael's eyes followed Harry's, watching as Andromeda finally broke, sobs leaving the woman's lips. "Harry, what happened to them? It's not your fault." "If only that were true," Harry said, his eyes scanning how the Weasley family cried, only for his gaze to return towards the woman Michael knew Harry considered to be his adopted mother. "It's my war, Daphne," Harry's fist tightened. "My war, my soldiers, my fault." Daphne reached for Harry's hand, but the boy turned away, slipping silently through the crowd. "Harry, please, you," Michael reached out, stopping Daphne's hand as the girl glared at him. "Your best friend is hurting. Why are you just standing here silently? If you don't want me to go after him, then why don't you?" "It's precisely because he's hurting that I'm not following him," Michael whispered, turning his attention back to the funeral. "Whether he likes it or not, he's the one that's viewed as the leader now. If we see him waver here, he'll never forgive himself. He knows it as much as I do. He now carries the burden of being a commander. Don't make it any harder on him than it needs to be." Daphne's body shook with frustration as Michael nudged his head towards Andromeda and Ted, the two now following after Harry. "I understand that you love him, but right now, it's their words he needs to hear, not ours. Let's stay out of this, for now." Chapter 31. Next time Harry's heart cramped in his chest. His dry throat itched and blood and begun to dance atop his tongue as he held back the quiver. Screams exploded internally in his chest, as a single tear slid down his cheek after a long-fought battle. His arm tingled as he entered the castle, leaving McGonagall's words in the distance. Even hearing about his sister was too much. He'd beaten back Voldemort, he'd slowed his plan, but at what cost? "Watcher kid, how was school?" Tonks' memories ran through his head like a film. "I'll tell you what, after you come back from school today, I'll show you this new spell I learned this week." The resistance against his tears fell as he climbed the stairs of the wounded castle. The higher he climbed, the louder his sobs grew. "You're my little brother, Harry. You're a pain in the ass, but I love you." He wiped his tears as Tonks' words continued to scroll through his mind. "I'm with you, Harry. If that bastard wants to get you, he'll have to go through me first." The astronomy tower was in shambles. Bricks that sealed off the room from the outside elements were missing. The gyrating pendulum had been destroyed, and star charts laid scattered along the ground. Harry had never seen the castle in such disarray, but disarray had seemed to become his new normal. Harry fell to his knees as Tonk's final words raced through his head. "I guess, no matter how strong you get, you'll always be my little brother. Forgive me, Harry." Harry gripped his chest as he released a roar of anguish, the wall quaking at his cry. His forehead hit the stone floor as he hugged himself tightly, the tears now flowing uncontrollably. "Damn it!" Harry cried, his fist slamming against the cobbled floor. Why am I never enough?" "Who said you weren't enough?" A warm voice whispered from behind him. "You know, after Dr. Thatcher went through all that work creating that bandage for your arm, you shouldn't treat it so recklessly." Harry turned, his eyes blurred from the tears as the black-gowned woman stood before him with a gentle smile. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. "I tried so hard, I did everything I could, but I couldn't save her. I'm so sorry, it's my fault, and I know you'll never forgive me for letting her die, but I'm so." Harry froze as the Andromeda pulled him off the ground, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Her chin rested upon his shoulder as tears from the Black Sister's cheeks dripped through his fabric. Her hand ran through his hair before she placed a gentle kiss on his neck. "You have nothing to apologize for, Harry. I know you did everything you could for her. You're not to blame for what happened to her." "Yes, I am," Harry cried. "She died because of me. She took a spell aimed at me. If I had just been paying more attention." "I know," Andromeda whispered. "Daphne, she told me what happened before she went to St. Mungo's to see you." Her grip around Harry's body tightened as she continued. "Harry, if Nim died for you, I couldn't be happier. Because at least in my heart, I know that she didn't die with any regrets." His eyes widened at the woman's words. "To Nim, you were the most important person in the world to her. She loved you more than anything. You have no idea about how homesick she was in all of her letters whenever she was at school. How excited she'd get whenever she heard reports of how well you were doing once you got to Hogwarts. She used to fight Amelia all the time so that she could secure days off from work whenever you had a Quidditch match scheduled. She loved you, Harry, more than you could ever imagine. In dying, she protected her little brother and the key to defeating a threat to the wizarding world." Andromeda's tears flowed heavily, but she pressed on. When she was the sole inductee into the AuthorK of her year, she made a vow to put her life on the line for the security of the wizarding world. She fulfilled that vow in her sacrifice for you as well. "It wasn't worth it," Harry muttered through gritted teeth. "I'm not cut out to be the leader. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want any more of my friends and family to die." His fist tightened. I wish just quit being a wizard. I don't want to do this anymore." "Then quit," Andromeda whispered. "Nobody will ever force you to fight. Not me, not Sirius, not Remus, not Ted. None of us will ever demand you go out and fight. But consider this, just because we won't ask you to fight doesn't mean that everyone will give up. They took my daughter from me, and they won't rest until they kill you, a boy I look at as my own son. Until they are gone, I won't give up the fight, and neither will Sirius or Remus or Ted or Moody. The war's taken so much from us. It is our duty to see it through." Ted's hand rested on Harry's shoulder, and Harry turned to face the mustache-clad man. "Your mission to rescue Dora was a failure. She died, and so did the Weasley boy. Your friends were injured, and you all barely made it out of there alive." The man's eyes hardened. "But you also gained power that now rivals the Dark Lord. You gained the power to make you capable of completing your destiny. Putting down Voldemort for good, it's not some pipe dream anymore." Andromeda was right. "We'll never force you to fight, but if Voldemort wins, do you think he'll spare our lives just because you gave up being a wizard? You know him, Harry. He's not the merciful type. You can learn from this experience, and you have the power to match him now," Ted whispered. "This isn't fair, Harry. This shouldn't be a challenge that a boy your age should have to rise to. But Tonks died for you because she believed in you. That much I know for a fact. What you do next is up to you, but know this, whatever it is you choose to do, we will love you always." Harry's body trembled as he gritted his teeth. His muscles tightened and clamped as he cried, Tonks' smile rising to his mind. "Next time," Harry sobbed, "the mission will go perfectly." Screams ripped from the Dark Lord's throat, the agony from the burns unending. "Master," Bellatrix cried. "Master, what shall I do?" Voldemort's mind swam in a sea of anguish, his thoughts muddy as every inch of his skin riddled with pain. He hissed with frustration, his body unable to move as Bellatrix and Dolohov carried him to his throne. "Master, please, what shall we do?" "It's no use, Bellatrix," Severus called from the shadow of the Riddle's manor. "The Dark Lord's body is currently beyond repair." "Whose side are you on, you bastard?" Bellatrix hissed. "You're a potions master, are you not? Brew him something. You won't be welcomed back at Hogwarts without Dumbledore to vouch for you any longer. So you better not be thinking of switching sides. Fix him." "There is no way I know of to fix his body," Severus whispered. "We'll have to find a way of possibly finding him a new body." "That's not an option," Jonathan Greengrass hissed. "It is only because Potter's blood runs in this body's veins that the Dark Lord is capable of even touching Potter." The Greengrass patriarch grit his teeth. "There must be another way. Think, Bellatrix. Before the Dark Lord became crippled, did he give you any final orders? What did he suggest we do?" "He asked me to return a gift he gave me to protect years ago to him," Bellatrix whispered. "The cup of Helga Hufflepuff." But I failed to see how a cup could help him in this situation. "It is not our place to question the Dark Lord," Severus said, his voice cold and icy. "If he demanded you retrieve his cup, then I suggest you do as you're told. Perhaps the Dark Lord has a method of how he plans to restore himself." Bellatrix glared at the Hogwarts professor with contempt, not happy to be receiving orders from someone other than her master. "For now, however, I will do what I can to keep the Dark Lord's body in stasis. Jonathan, I fear I will require your assistance. We have much pain-numbing potions and sleeping draughts to brew." "Of course, Severus," Jonathan said with a nod. Bellatrix snarled, but nodded. "Very well, Dolohov, and I will see to it that our master's final orders are carried out as quickly as possible. But understand this, Snape." Bella's eyes had turned to daggers. "You hold no authority over me." "I wouldn't dream of it," Severus said with a shrug. "But I suppose that as you are his most loyal, perhaps I can leave the duty to explaining to the Vampire Queen why it is that her alliance partner is currently indisposed. Do have fun with that." Bellatrix's eyes widened as she clutched her wand. "Damn you, Potter," she hissed. "You'll pay for this. Your sister's pathetic life was just the beginning, I swear it." Sirius leaned against the entrance of the castle's walls, his heart heavy from the service. "Tonks," he whispered to himself, as memories of the hyper girl that ran circles around Grimmauld Place with Harry raced to his mind. I can't believe you're gone." "Sirius!" His eyes flashed towards the voice, finding the elderly witch clad in green robes approaching him. A tired smile cracked against his face as his former head of house approached. "I'm glad I found you. While you are no longer my student, should you need anybody to talk to." "I know, Professor," Sirius said with a soft nod. "Or I suppose I should say headmistress." "And here I thought I'd forever be Granny Min to you," McGonagall said with a seldom grin. Sirius chuckled before the mood grew somber once more. "Tell me, Sirius, how is Harry holding up?" Sirius shook his head. "I don't know. Harry, he's a strong kid, but Tonks, he idolized her. Nobody is ever really ready to lose one of their own family members, but for her to die like that," Sirius sighed. "I just don't know." He glanced up once more at the emerald-green robed woman. "I overheard that you had something you wanted to give Harry, or rather, Dumbledore did. Any idea what it is?" "No," Minerva whispered. "Severus, the instructions he left for me were rather minimal to say the least." She sighed. "Before he vanished, Severus, he told me that he wanted Potter to call out to Fawkes. If Fawkes appeared, he'd arrive with gifts for Potter." She rubbed her palm over her knuckles. "I have no idea what happens if Fawkes doesn't appear to him." "Even in death, the old man's always finding a way to test people." Sirius let out a tired breath. "I have no idea what it might be, but phoenixes are known to appear only to those with good hearts. Dumbledore did tell me he had fears regarding Harry's character." He shook his head. "I suppose only time will tell if Harry still passes Dumbledore's test, but speaking of Severus, what are your plans for him?" "This time around, the Death Eaters are finally being seen for what they are, terrorist," Minerva hissed. "I don't believe that Severus is a bad man, but the mark on his arm is indisputable. Dumbledore managed to protect Severus due to his reputation, but I fear I don't share the same power as Dumbledore. Painful as it may be, it seems that I will not be able to hire him back for the next term." She sighed, and the cycle of replaceable defense against the dark arts professors continues. "I doubt you would happen to be interested in the job yourself, but perhaps, do you have any recommendations?" "Yeah, teaching isn't really my strong suit," Sirius said with a shrug. "But if you're looking to hire someone during these trying times, perhaps you should consider seeing what Aberforth is doing. During the attack on the burrow, he really showed how strong he was, and having a Dumbledore in the castle, well, it's never a bad look." "I'll consider it," McGonagall said calmly. "Thank you for the help. I must be on my way now, but when you see Harry, deliver him the message, will you?" Sirius nodded as McGonagall turned to face him once more. "And tell him if he ever needs me, I'm available, even if it's just to hear stories of his mother's school days. She was one of my favorites, after all." Sirius smiled, sending the woman another nod before she walked off. "You have so many allies, Harry. Please, don't get discouraged." Sirius sat against the wall for a while longer, watching as the sun set over the horizon. Remus arrived, followed by the rest of Harry's friends. Yet nobody talked. A mournful silence hung over them all like a black cloud. Arthur had come to say goodbye, asking for some time off of the order for his family to mourn. A request Sirius granted quickly before the family entered the castle, vanishing in a plume of green flames. "Tell Harry," Fred started, "when you see him next. Tell him we don't blame him for Ron." George finished, turning to Tracy. "We don't blame you either, Davis." "Thank you for being a good friend to him," they said, bowing their heads in unison before following their family into the nearby flue. It hadn't been much longer after the final visitors had left that footsteps sounded from behind them. Sirius smiled as Harry emerged from the castle. His eyes, while red, burned with determination, and Sirius could only imagine the comfort Harry felt as Andromeda and Ted each held one of his shoulders. "I knew you wouldn't let this break you, pup," Sirius thought. "James, Lily, I hope you're seeing how strong of a man your son has become." "Sorry I took so long," Harry whispered. "I needed to work some stuff out, but I think feel a bit better now." "Good," Sirius said warmly. "McGonagall, she came to talk to me a bit after the funeral. Apparently Dumbledore left some gifts behind for you. He asked you to call out to his phoenix to have them delivered. If you're up to it, that is." Harry shrugged. It was always one test after another with him. Sirius nodded as Harry walked out into the center of the courtyard. His heart pounded as Harry cleared his throat. "Fawkes!" The wind blew silently with only stars shining in the dimly lit sky. "No," Sirius hissed. "This can't be," before he could even finish his thoughts. Fawkes appeared in an explosion of brilliant orange and red flames. The large bird circled once around the courtyard before landing softly atop the marble statue. His claw loosened, dropping a small chest into Harry's hand. He gazed up at the bird, who looked at him before releasing a beautiful song. "Thank you, Fawkes. I hope I can call upon you again someday." The bird nodded, disappearing just as quickly as it had arrived. Harry's hands trembled as he gazed upon the chest, which enlarged at his touch. "Guess I passed your last test, you annoying geezer," Harry muttered. "Time to see what you left me." Sirius hovered over Harry as the lip of the chest creaked open, and Sirius identified the handwriting of the note within instantly. Carefully he watched as Harry lifted the paper and read. "Harry, if you are reading this, then it can be assumed I am either dead or indisposed. If it is the latter, worry not, for I look forward to this next great adventure. Though I suppose with everything I've put you through, I shouldn't expect you to care much about me either way. Had our relationship grown the way I had hoped, this is where I would have imparted onto you some grandfatherly advice, though to my dismay, that was not the relationship we had. So instead, I will write to you as an advisor. Below is my list of the Horcruxes I believe to remain. 1. The Cup of Helga Hufflepuff, assumed to be in Bellatrix's care, further research required. 2. The Diadem of Ravenclaw, location unknown, but few places were worthy of housing his soul. Perhaps his orphanage. 3. Nagini, odd-sounding I know. But I dare say that snake is the only thing that Voldemort has ever loved. I'd gamble it shares a part of his soul as well. Objects destroyed. Gwaunt ring, Riddle's diary, and Slytherin's locket. I know that I haven't always been the most helpful to you. I fear that part of that was that our personalities hadn't meshed the way I had hoped. I wanted you to be a follower of my orders, but it was foolish to expect that. The Potters were always strong-willed. In truth, I fear your way of leadership may be too ruthless. I'd implore you to give mercy where you can, and to forgive, but as I am dead, I suppose my words are just empty advice. As for the gifts I've left you, 1. As much basilisk venom as I could obtain. The venom is capable of destroying the material Horcruxes, though how to destroy Nagini is a different problem. 2. I leave you the tailies of Beetle the Bard. I recommend you read of the Deathly Hallows should you so choose. As well as your first captured snitch, the days ahead will be long, and I wish to impart on you something to remember the easier times. 3. Finally, I leave you my wand. I had planned to give it to you further down the line as it is a wand of great power, but as I am dead, I fear the time has arrived sooner than I'd hope. Regardless, it is yours to wield should you choose, and I recommend it greatly. Every advantage against Voldemort is one worth using. I suppose this is the end of the letter. With me dead, I do fear for the safety of this castle, and while you may feel the same, I would encourage you to look at the greater good. You must not return here, Harry. Hunt down the Horcruxes and defeat Voldemort once and for all. It's up to you now, Harry. The fate of this wizarding world lies in your hands. I pray that you will do the right things. Harry sighed as he lowered his letter, and Sirius watched as the boy dug through the contents of the chest, finding exactly what Dumbledore had described. He watched as Harry's eyes raced immediately towards the snitch and smiled, pocketing it carefully. His attention then fell to the putrid green liquid collected in thin, yet durably charmed glass vials. Beneath it all, however, was the item that most caught both his and Harry's attention. Harry's finger coiled around the wood. It was larger than his first wand, and a far lighter shade of wood. It was smooth, with an unadorned shaft and a handle formed from 2 conjoined spheres. Sirius stood silently as Harry channeled his magic through the wand. His heart raced violently as the wind swirled around his godson with ease, forming a miniature twister. Harry canceled his magic, panting as he gazed upon the wood. For a moment, Sirius saw fear fill Harry's eyes before he smirked. "Not a bad parting gift, old man," Harry whispered as he gazed up at the sky. "Thanks, Dumbledore." Sirius stood with a grin as Harry turned to face him, the rest stepping closer to the boy. "For too many years, we've simply been reacting to what the Death Eaters have done. In doing so, we've lost land, we've lost time, and we've lost people precious to us. I don't know about you, but I'm done waiting. From this moment on, the Order of the Phoenix is launching its counterattack. From now on, we'll lead this war." Nods filled the crowd as Harry forced a smile to his face. "I won't be returning to Hogwarts for next year. The mission, it's far more important to me than continuing on here. Dumbledore left us with a list of items to track down and destroy, so I can put Voldemort down for good. I know this may seem stupid to say, but I am not asking any of you to follow my choice. If anyone here wants to return to Hogwarts next year, I won't stop you." "Hermione and I will stay," Neville called out. "The S.P.I.R.E, they're going to need leadership, and if you're not around, I guess it's up to me to keep morale here strong. I imagine things around the castle are going to get a lot worse before they get better without Dumbledore around. But if you ever need me, I'll be there." Harry nodded as he turned to Michael. "I said I've got your back for years now. I don't really care about graduating Hogwarts anyway either. Just don't let my mom hear that." Sirius chuckled at the blue-haired boy's statement before Harry turned to Astoria. "I'm a target for them because of my dad," Astoria whispered. "If I stick around the castle, I'll just be a fish in a barrel. There may not be much I can do yet, but I want to fight with you, Harry. I'm staying." "I'm going with you, Flyboy," Daphne whispered as she showed their inscribed wrists. "We're stronger together, after all. Plus, you're going to need someone capable of patching you up. I can always come back to school later. If you're not here, Harry, there's no reason for me to be either." Harry smiled as he turned, facing the 3/4 moon. "All right then, a new dawn stars tomorrow. But for now, let's get some rest. We've got a big day tomorrow." Harry clenched his fists as he grinned. Sirius placed his hand calmly on his godson's shoulder as he listened to the boys whisper. "Tonks, Dad, Mom," Harry started. "I won't let your sacrifices be in vain. I'll finish what you started, I swear it."